In this world, a structure known as the Tower of Malevolence, also called the Harbinger of Disasters, suddenly appears out of nowhere. Along with it, countless demons and monsters emerge, wreaking havoc on humanity and plunging them into a state of hopelessness. Their devastation is so overwhelming that mankind is driven to the brink of extinction until the first generation of Awakened, known as the Founders, rise to challenge them. These legendary warriors manage to push back the monstrous threats and eventually succeed in defeating them, destroying the tower in the process. For the first time, humanity claims victory against these creatures from another dimension. The Founders are hailed as heroes, and their legendary feats are immortalized in the Mausoleum of the Founders. A century later, a young boy named Kannagi Minato sits in a library, engrossed in a book about these legendary figures. As he reads, he learns about a fearless swordsman who, wielding nothing more than a wooden stick, single-handedly defeats 10,000 soldiers. He also discovers the tale of a wise wizard capable of casting powerful magic without even uttering an incantation. However, in the present era, these stories are regarded as mere legends or fairy tales, a far cry from the reality they once were. Despite this, Kannagi dreams of engraving his name in history, just as the Founders did. He bears the seal of the Chosen Ones, a mysterious mark that has appeared on his body, and he vows to prove himself worthy of the title. However, reality hits hard. As his classmates celebrate passing their class, Kannagi remains seated, his gaze fixed on his phone screen. The message staring back at him confirms his worst fear. He has failed the hunter's qualification exam. While laughter and cheers fill the air, his eyes well up with tears. To make matters worse, his classmates begin mocking him, joking about throwing a party while sarcastically suggesting that he should clean up the trash instead. As someone who has awakened, he understands the simple rule: writing down a name would secure success in the test. Yet despite this knowledge, he has failed 3 consecutive years, earning nothing but ridicule and the label of disgrace. This is his final opportunity, and with it slipping through his fingers, he resigns himself to the idea that becoming a hunter is an impossible dream. Alone in the classroom, he silently gathers the discarded scraps of paper, his thoughts heavy with disappointment. Achieving a perfect score on the written exam and dedicating years to refining his aura has amounted to nothing. His crest, the supposed mark of strength, feels more like an empty scar than a gift. Clutching a trash can, frustration and sorrow well up within him until the words spill out. He too longs to stand among the Founders, to be acknowledged, to be more than a failure. A voice suddenly cuts through his despair, calling his name and urging him toward the school gates. Shaken back to reality, he hesitates before responding that he has completely forgotten. With a sigh, he wishes, just once, to be admired, to be celebrated just like the A-rank hunter Hizaki Kaisei. Outside, a crowd of students has already gathered, murmuring among themselves about Hizaki Kaisei and his charm. Flashing an apologetic smile, the man addresses the students, acknowledging the commotion he has caused. Meanwhile, Hizaki's followers turn their attention to Kannagi, berating him for arriving late and keeping their leader waiting. Stammering, he can do nothing but offer a weak apology. However, before this can escalate, Hizaki himself intervenes, casually instructing his subordinates to back down. One of his followers scrambles to explain, but Hizaki, forcefully smiling, gestures toward the press stationed nearby. The presence of reporters silences any further objections, and his subordinates hastily apologize. One of the reporters approaches Hizaki, eagerly showing him a photograph meant for the cover of an upcoming documentary. The image captures the precise moment he vanquished a dragon with a single stroke of his sword. When asked for his thoughts, Hizaki responds with a mix of pride and embarrassment, admitting that while it is a great picture, it still feels slightly uncomfortable to see himself glorified in such a way. Kannagi and Hizaki entered the academy together 3 years prior, but their paths have always been drastically different. Hizaki has been a prodigy, effortlessly securing top marks in every subject, while Kannagi has been nothing more than an afterthought, a convenient target for Hizaki's constant torment. Now, forced to spend an entire day alongside Hizaki for the documentary, Kannagi can't help but question why he has even been summoned in the first place. Curiosity sparks among the reporters as one of them points at Kannagi, inquiring about his identity. Without hesitation, Hizaki turns, as if ready to make an introduction, only to pause mid-sentence. Leaning slightly toward one of his followers, he whispers a quick question, asking for the boy's name. They reveal that it is Kannagi Minato. With a smooth nod, Hizaki repeats the name aloud, feigning familiarity. He then adds that while Kannagi's grades aren't particularly impressive, he has a habit of constantly seeking Hizaki's help, so much so that it often interferes with his own training. This statement leaves Kannagi bewildered. His confusion only deepens when Hizaki goes on to inform the reporters that Kannagi often seeks financial assistance. Kannagi knows the truth. Hizaki has always been the one taking from him, never the other way around. It is a year unlike any he has ever endured, filled with humiliation and helplessness. The reporters, captivated by Hizaki's narrative, praise him as a flawless role model. As if to cement this image, Hizaki suddenly takes hold of Kannagi and proclaims to the cameras that he will soon rise as an awakened one, destined to leave his mark on history. The reporters turn their attention to Kannagi, assuming he must feel honored by such generosity. They press him for a response, eager to hear his gratitude. Kannagi, ready to refute such nonsense, is halted when Hizaki leans in and murmurs that he has failed the test and he is worthless. He presses Kannagi, saying it is best to accept this outcome and avoid further trouble. A sharp squeeze on his shoulder sends Kannagi's mind spiraling back to the torment he has endured before. Fear twists his expression, and when he finally speaks, it is with a forced smile, claiming there are no words to express his appreciation. With that, Hizaki moves forward, commanding the conversation's direction. Time is limited, he says, and the discussion needs to move on. He gestures toward his trophies, a display that leaves Kannagi trembling. From behind him, he catches the hushed exchange between two reporters, one questioning whether Kannagi's name is even worth mentioning, the other dismissing the idea entirely, saying that nobody will care. It is at that moment Kannagi fully grasps a cruel reality, that power alone dictates who is remembered. Morality has no weight in the equation. He struggles to suppress the tears threatening to spill as he attempts to speak his own name. Before he can gather himself, a voice calls out, shaking him from his thoughts. Turning, he sees Hizaki approaching with his usual entourage. Without explanation, Hizaki orders him to appear at the founder's mausoleum after school. Kannagi, still disoriented, questions why. Hizaki, however, merely smiles before suggesting something unexpected, a chance to retake the test. This shocks and confuses Kannagi even more. Hizaki assures him he will handle matters with the association. When Kannagi questions his motives, Hizaki makes it clear that this is just another move to boost his own image. The upcoming documentary's final segment will take place at the founder's mausoleum. Everything has to be recorded there, and the matter needs to be addressed accordingly. Before departing, Hizaki makes one thing clear, revealing that Kannagi has no choice but to comply. As Kannagi stands there, struggling to process the situation, he feels an internal conflict warring within him. He detests being used as a pawn for Hizaki's self-promotion, but at the same time, this is a rare second chance. Despite his resentment, a faint smile creeps onto his face, determined that this time, he won't fail. Later, at the founder's mausoleum, the cameras roll as the final scene of the documentary unfolds. The lens captures Hizaki standing in front of the historic site, making a grand declaration. After the reporters finish their interview with Hizaki, they thank him for his time, mentioning they have captured a great photo. Hizaki politely responds, expressing his anticipation for the article. Once the reporters leave, Hizaki ventures deeper into the mausoleum, where his subordinates are digging something. He inquires if they have located the entry point, to which they eagerly point out a hidden pathway, asking if it is the one they have been searching for. Suddenly, a voice from behind questions their actions. Hizaki casually responds, almost amused, suggesting the person should have figured it out by now. He reveals they are on a treasure hunt. The other individual, Kannagi, erupts in anger, calling Hizaki a grave robber and demanding if he understands the significance of those resting in the mausoleum. Hizaki dismisses the concern, kicking a statue of one of the founders and declaring that the past is irrelevant. He argues that the opportunity to become wealthy is too great to pass up, brushing off the importance of the founders' remains as mere relics. Kannagi, visibly upset, acknowledges the founders' greatness and expresses his desire to emulate their legacy. In a fit of rage, he lunges at Hizaki, but Hizaki effortlessly dodges the attack and strikes Kannagi hard in the stomach, causing him to collapse in pain. As Hizaki continues to berate and assault him, one of his men interrupts, announcing they have discovered something valuable. The man presents a collection of treasures, including a circular crystal that seems to emit a mysterious aura. Hizaki is ecstatic, claiming it could secure his future without the need for work. Kannagi, weakened and struggling to speak, attempts to stop them, but his efforts are in vain. Hizaki grabs him by the shirt and explains in simple terms that he has been using Kannagi all along. He reveals that he has manipulated Kannagi, knowing about his frequent visits to the library and his aspirations. Hizaki coldly declares that Kannagi has served his purpose as a pawn in his scheme. Hizaki then drags Kannagi outside, taunting him about his dream of becoming a hunter. He reveals his plan to steal the treasures from the mausoleum and disappear, framing Kannagi as the culprit. As Hizaki holds Kannagi over a cliff, he mockingly asks for his name one last time, only to dismiss its importance. With a final cruel goodbye, Hizaki lets go, leaving Kannagi to face his fate. Kannagi plunges into the river, his thoughts swirling as he wonders if this is truly the end. His mind is racing with thoughts about all the years of training, the countless tests, and if they all have been for nothing. He feels himself fading, his existence slipping away without leaving a mark on anyone's memory. Just as despair begins to consume him, a strange glow surrounds him. Figures materialize, their voices echoing around him, speaking of a vessel and using Kannagi as one to fulfill their wish. They reveal themselves as the heroic spirits, the very souls sealed within that sacred place. Our boy is really confused about the lights and voices appearing out of nowhere. One of the spirits points at Kannagi Crest, calling it Crest of Nothingness. They explain that while it holds no inherent power, it has the potential to manifest abilities beyond imagination. The spirits offer him a choice: to form a contract with one of them and gain mastery over a specific art, whether it be magic, swordsmanship, endurance, or alchemy. They urge him to decide whose power he desires most. At first, Kannagi thinks of seeking strength similar to Hizaki, but his resolve shifts. He no longer wants to mimic others. He craves a power unmatched by anything in the world, a force capable of erasing every humiliation he has endured. When the spirits press him to choose, Kannagi declares he wants it all. He demands every ounce of their power, refusing to settle for anything less. The founders are taken aback, deeming his request impossible, as no vessel can withstand such an overwhelming influx of energy. Yet Kannagi yells at them and suddenly starts absorbing all of them. Getting inside him, all spirits are confused and shocked that a weak vessel like Kannagi has absorbed all of them. From atop a nearby hill, Hizaki notices a sudden burst of light erupting from the river. The water surges violently, as if an explosion has occurred beneath its surface. Moments later, Kannagi emerges, landing on the hill in front of Hizaki and his men's. Kannagi looks are radiating a powerful aura, and his vibes seem completely different. One of Hizaki's men sneers, mocking Kannagi for crawling back like a roach. Kannagi, undeterred, breaks off a small branch from a tree and swings it at his men. They laugh incredulously, questioning if he truly intends to fight them with nothing but a stick. Hizaki, growing impatient, orders his men to cut Kannagi's head off, ensuring he won't survive this time. One of the men, calling himself an A-rank swordsman, steps forward channeling his energy into his sword. He arrogantly declares that Kannagi should feel honored to be cut down by someone of his caliber. With a swift motion, the swordsman lunges at Kannagi, his blade slicing through the air. But as he lands behind Kannagi, something goes horribly wrong. Blood begins to pour from the swordsman's body, as though he has been the one struck. He screams in agony, collapsing to the ground. Hizaki and the remaining man stare in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what has just happened. Kannagi stands calmly with the branch still in his hand, mocks the fallen man, asking him to teach him the sword skills he was yapping about. Hearing that the remaining man starts channeling a spell, however, before he could do anything, Kannagi counters it with his own. He channels the Thunderbolt Hadad spell with incantation, and it directly strikes Hizaki man, sending him defeated on ground. Hizaki stands in disbelief, struggling to process how Kannagi has effortlessly defeated his men, first with nothing more than a branch, and now with magic that requires no incantation. Memories of ancient legends resurface in his mind. Tales of a legendary swordsman who once felled an army of 10,000 with only a wooden stick, and a wizard who could cast spells without chanting. These stories, long dismissed as myths, now seem to come alive in Kannagi. The souls of the founders, once dormant within the mausoleum, now reside within him. There are 106 souls in him of the great founders. Kannagi, recalling Hizaki's earlier boasts about marking his name in history, steps closer. He declares that his name won't be forgotten, that he will be remembered eternally, and that a new myth will be born from his actions. As he approaches, Hizaki struggles to accept the reality before him, that Kannagi has absorbed the souls of the founders through the crest of nothingness. Inside Kannagi, the founders express their joy and excitement, marveling at the freedom they now experience after centuries of confinement. They eagerly discuss who will take control of Kannagi's body, treating it as a competition. Among the founders, the great swordsman Hinoki Reichiro addresses Kannagi, expressing no surprise at being remembered after so long. He inquires about Kannagi's plans, dismissing Hizaki as insignificant, and directing Kannagi's attention to something far more ominous behind him. Kannagi, now focused, turns to Hizaki, who stammers in fear, warning Kannagi not to underestimate an A-rank hunter like himself. Without hesitation, Kannagi delivers a powerful jab to Hizaki's face, sending him flying through the air. Kannagi then turns his attention to a mysterious bag emitting a dark aura. As he focuses on it, a surge of immense power blasts out from within, catching him off guard. Hinoki, however, remains calm with a faint smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, in the city, a three-headed wolf monster is wreaking havoc. A man calls out to Kisaragi, urging him to handle the beast. Kisaragi swiftly engages the creature. With a graceful leap, he positions himself above the three-headed wolf and strikes it with a waterfall impact attack from above. The crowd erupts in cheers, amazed by his ability to instantly defeat an A-rank monster. Kisaragi, an S-rank hunter, humbly accepts their praise, inquiring about Hizaki's whereabouts. A man mentions that Hizaki is likely occupied with an interview, adding that it must be nice to be hailed as a young hope. Kisaragi brushes off the comment, noting that Hizaki's rising popularity will benefit their guild's reputation. As they prepare to file a report and grab a drink, a deafening aura engulfs the city, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. Panic spreads as people collapse, and even hunters struggle to withstand the force. Kisaragi turns to see his team in distress, realizing that A-rank and B-rank hunters are unable to stand against the source of the pressure. It is clear that an S-rank monster has arrived. On the streets, people collapse under the immense pressure that is emanating from the mausoleum of the founders. In the jungle, Hizaki, trembling and struggling to sit up, stares in shock as a massive monster emerges from the bag before them. He mutters in disbelief, questioning if it is a demon and what it could possibly be. Kannagi explains that Hizaki's actions have undone the seal, releasing one of the boss monsters from the tower that has been sealed away. Hizaki, observing the unfolding disaster, understands immediately what has transpired. The act of removing the relics has undone a powerful seal, allowing one of the tower's dormant monstrosities to break free. Hinoki, analyzing the beast with precision, recognizes it instantly. It is the embodiment of emptiness, classified well above S-rank danger. According to Hinoki, it can kill numerous humans within a few kilometers with its poisonous aura and was quite common during their era. Panic takes hold of Hizaki, who abandons reason and flees in desperation, convinced that staying means certain death. Kannagi, however, understands the predator's instincts and warns that movement will only invite disaster. The warning comes too late. The moment Hizaki breaks into a run, the monster reacts with predatory precision. It attacks Hizaki with its massive tentacles. Hizaki barely has time to raise his blade in defense before the tentacle strikes, piercing his chest with ease. Though he once slew a dragon with that very sword, it proves utterly useless against this ancient beast. The creature wastes no time spreading onto Hizaki's body and draining his very essence. His agonized screams echo through the streets, but Kannagi, having foreseen the inevitable, merely observes. Hinoki, standing beside Kannagi, takes advantage of the moment to place a hand on his shoulder. He proposes that he seeks complete control over Kannagi's body. He asks if Kannagi wants to see his one-handed sword style. But before the offer can be fully entertained, other founders intervene, grabbing Hinoki by his hair, accusing Hinoki of attempting to claim such a powerful vessel for himself. Caught in the act, Hinoki seeks to defuse the situation, though it doesn't help. It is Kannagi who disrupts the dispute, presenting his own terms. He will not grant control to a single individual. His body will be shared among them all. According to him, he will surpass them all and ascend to their level, proving his worth through strength alone. If they seek to use his body, they will need to show him what true power looks like. Hinoki, bewildered by Kannagi's audacity, readies his blade. Then, seizing the opportunity, he takes the first step in merging with Kannagi's body, rallying the other founders to do the same. As Hinoki lifts his sword, shadowing him, Kannagi does the same and targets the limbs of the monster. Hinoki's blade, guided by the expertise of another founder, severs one of the demon's arms in a single decisive strike. The beast retaliates with another violent swing, but Kannagi, now infused with yet another founder's mastery, evades with inhuman agility. Strength upon strength layers within him, each founder taking turns in controlling his movements. The old master's influence grants him the ability to seize the creature's own tentacles, using sheer force to slam the monster into the earth. The monster is sent flying by the attacks as Kannagi grabs a bow from the ground, allowing him to pierce the monster. He then uses every skill at his disposal, including whirlwind, fire breath, and ice attacks. Hinoki, seizing control once more, picks up Hizaki's broken sword from the ground. Just as the demon attempts a surprise attack from below, Kannagi's eyes glow yellow as the great wizard within him takes over, electrocuting the creature mid-strike. With a powerful leap, Kannagi positions himself above the monster, and Hinoki, now in control, executes his signature one-handed sword technique, the Gekirutachi wave cutting blade, slicing the demon in half and ending its rampage. A victorious smile spreads across Kannagi's face as the demon falls. Meanwhile, perched on a nearby tree, a raven observes the entire scene. Somewhere in the city, a man standing on a tower answers his phone, shocked to hear that the monster has already been defeated before he could intervene. He inquires if there are any strong hunters nearby, and the person on the other end reveals that, according to footage from the Raven, it is a student from the academy who has accomplished the feat. The man, Chihara Midori, the world's strongest awakened, expresses his desire to meet this student. The next morning, Midori sits atop a pile of monster carcasses, calling the academy's director. He informs him about the S-rank monster's defeat, but clarifies that it wasn't his doing. Based on the Raven's footage, it is Kannagi who has slain the creature. Midori finds it hard to believe, given Kannagi's history of failing the hunter's examination 3 times in a row. He requests a favor from the director. Back at the academy, students buzz with chatter about the previous day's events. The overwhelming aura has left many unable to move, and now they speculate about who could have defeated the monster. One student jokes with his friend, claiming he was the one who did it, but his friend dismisses the idea, pointing out that it has been a decade since the last S-rank hunter emerged. However, rumors are circulating that the Slayer is indeed a student from their academy. Kannagi, leaning on a stick for support, walks through the campus with his trembling body. He overhears the conversations, amazed that the incident has become the sole topic of discussion. Suddenly, a man bumps into him, knocking him to the ground and scoffing at the idea that someone like Kannagi could be the S-rank Slayer. Kannagi knows the truth. He has defeated the demon, but only by lending his body to the founders. Now his body aches terribly from the recoil of their power. As he struggles to his feet, a voice echoes in his mind, mocking him. It is Hinoki, who reminds him of his ambition to surpass them. Hinoki's tone is both challenging and encouraging, pushing Kannagi to regain his composure and strive for greater heights. Kannagi recalls his words from the previous night and responds with quiet confidence, affirming his determination. He forces himself to stand, ignoring the lingering pain in his body. Hinoki, residing within him, chuckles lightly, urging him to show his resolve. As Hinoki observes the students around them, he can't help but feel a sense of disappointment. The awakeners of this era seem no stronger than ordinary humans, a stark contrast to the warriors of his time. He muses that if the tower were to reappear now, the world would undoubtedly face its end. However, his thoughts are interrupted when he senses a powerful aura nearby. Kannagi notices Hinoki's sudden shift in demeanor and asks what's wrong, but Hinoki brushes it off, though he can't shake the feeling of the immense energy he just detected. At that moment, a professor calls out to Kannagi, instructing him to hurry over. Kannagi, assuming it is about his letter of resignation, so he approaches hesitantly. He is well aware that he has exhausted his 3 chances to pass the hunter's qualification test, and failing means starting over from scratch. To his surprise, the professor orders him to go to the field for a re-examination. The news leaves Kannagi stunned, as such opportunities are almost unheard of. Meanwhile, students gather by the windows, whispering among themselves. None can recall a hunter re-examination ever being conducted before. On the field, Kannagi is in position for a sprint. He is still not in perfect condition, but is determined to prove himself. The first challenge is a 100-meter sprint, with an average completion time of 3.6 seconds and a record of 2.7 seconds. The student who bumped into him earlier trash-talked Kannagi, calling him a failure. As he begins to run, the students watch in disbelief as he crosses the finish line in just 1.2 seconds. The next test is a 3,000-meter sprint, with an average time of 4 minutes and 20 seconds and a record of 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Kannagi shatters expectations again, completing it in 1 minute and 17 seconds. The following tests, push-ups, bench press, and others, yield similar results. Kannagi surpasses every record, often doubling the previous bests. The students are left in awe, some even admiring his newfound prowess. Kannagi himself wonders if the founders are still aiding him, but Hinoki assures him they have no hand in his performance. In the headmaster's office, Midori is entrusted with Kannagi Minato's complete records. As he flips through the documents, he can't help but be impressed by Kannagi's exceptional track record. The headmaster, however, expresses his initial doubts regarding the request for re-evaluation. While Kannagi's physical prowess is undeniable, the real concern has always been his magical capacity. Across every assessment conducted over the past 3 years, his mana levels have remained entirely undetectable, rendering him incapable of utilizing magic. The headmaster has dismissed the possibility of Kannagi ever being worthy of the Academy's attention. Midori's secretary, seemingly unsurprised by this revelation, affirms the expected outcome. Yet, he finds amusement in the situation, hinting that things might not unfold as anticipated. Out on the training grounds, Kannagi prepares for his magic measurement test. The professor overseeing the examination details the process, revealing he will need to channel his mana into a large fan, setting it in motion within a span of 30 seconds. The number of rotations recorded will determine his score. The standard performance stands at 1,513 spins, while the highest recorded result has been 4,022. As Kannagi readies himself, memories of past failures surface. No matter how much effort he has previously exerted, the fan has never so much as trembled beneath his attempts. His inability to sense mana has always held him back, but this time is different. For the first time, he can perceive it coursing through him, originating from his right foot, spiraling through his body, and returning once more. He recognizes that his breathing can regulate and accelerate the flow, allowing him to expel the energy through his right palm. As the professor signals the start of the test, Kannagi releases his mana. Instantly, the fan spins into motion at an astonishing pace. The counting machine struggles to register the rapid increase in speed, while the sheer force of the wind makes it difficult for the observers to even see the numbers. The velocity escalates beyond expectation, and before anyone can react, the machine blasts. The fan, now completely detached, shoots across the field like a cutter. Students cry out in alarm as it hurtles toward the main building, crashing directly into the headmaster's office with a deafening impact. Inside, the headmaster barely evades the incoming debris, collapsing from the sheer shock of the event. Midori's secretary, stunned by the spectacle, can hardly process what has transpired. Meanwhile, Midori, unshaken by the chaos, merely chuckles. To him, the resemblance between Kannagi's abilities and his own is undeniable. According to Midori, there has only ever been one individual before Kannagi who has produced an immeasurable score, and that is himself. The professor, still trying to make sense of what he has just witnessed, declares that Kannagi has passed the hunter examination. A wave of excitement ripples through the students as they erupt in cheers. Not only has Kannagi shattered every record, but he has surpassed all expectations. Staring at his own hands, Kannagi trembles with disbelief. He has spent years believing himself incapable of wielding magic, yet the power has been within him all along. From the sidelines, Hinoki observes the scene with quiet satisfaction, having anticipated such an outcome. Meanwhile, Kannagi knows that everything has changed. By surrendering his body to the founders, he has unlocked the dormant potential that has been hidden within him all this time. Hinoki can't help but laugh, remarking internally that the one before him is far from ordinary. With the crest of nothingness marking his fate, it's as if he has been waiting for this very moment for over a century. Before he can dwell further on the thought, an overwhelming presence descends upon them, sending a shockwave through the air. The sheer force of it leaves him momentarily speechless. His mind scrambles to make sense of the explosion, but Hinoki instantly recognizes the tremendous aura as it's the same one he had sensed earlier that morning. Standing before him, seemingly materializing from the very pressure itself, is the legendary Midori. Kannagi, seeing him, is shocked as he is the strongest hunter in existence. Midori landing starts addressing him directly. Midori acknowledges his achievements in the hunter examination, offering words of recognition, but Kannagi can barely utter a response. Midori then puts up a new challenge before him, which is an additional test. Midori wants Kannagi to land a single hit on him, the world's strongest hunter. Hearing that, Kannagi is left frozen in shock for a moment. Midori, 23 years old, a man who has earned the title of a full-fledged hunter at the mere age of 9, now stands before him. His feats are legendary, unmatched in all of history. He has turned thousands of demons to ashes in mere moments. His power so overwhelming that even other hunters dare not stand against him. 10 years ago, he single-handedly eradicated the pandemonium outbreak, and 5 years prior, he subdued the outbreak of Kyushu. He is a living singularity, As Midori explains his challenge, Kannagi is left in disbelief. However, Hinoki is excited, urging Kannagi to surrender his body to him immediately. Yet Midori explained the conditions in the simplest terms. Kannagi had 1 minute to strike him. Whether he succeeded or failed, no consequences would follow. Midori himself would only attack once every 10 seconds, ensuring that the challenge remained fair. There was no need for hesitation, no need for doubt. Any skill, any weapon was at Kannagi's disposal, while Midori would refrain from using any of his own. To prove his sincerity, Midori summoned a vast arsenal of weapons, giving Kannagi the choice of anything he desired. The sight of so many legendary weapons appearing in an instant only added to the surreal nature of the challenge. Confusion clouded Kannagi's thoughts, realizing that he was going to fight the famous Midori in a one-on-one fight. Still unsure, he hesitated before finally asking if he was truly free to use any weapon. In response, Midori casually picked up a katana, his grip light but assured. With effortless ease, he sliced the blade clean in half, as if it were nothing more than a brittle twig. He stated without the slightest hint of arrogance that his body surpassed the sharpness of any blade. Kannagi barely had time to process this display before Hinoki's impatience flared. Frustration seethed in his voice as he demanded to take over, unable to tolerate Midori's overwhelming confidence. His anger boiled over as he declared that such words from Midori were unforgivable. Kannagi could feel Hinoki's energy surging, his presence amplifying as though he was ready to unleash his full strength. It dawned on him in that moment that Midori's power was comparable to that of the founders themselves. Against that level of strength, he had no real chance of victory. Yet, even as realization settled in that there was no time to hesitate. Meanwhile, all the students gather around for the fight. Without warning, Midori initiated the countdown. A slight smile tugged at his lips as he signaled the start of the test. Kannagi grabs his sword and charges at Midori, determined to attack. Hinoki questions whether he intends to fight alone, insisting it isn't fair, but Kannagi ignores him and continues his assault. Despite knowing his efforts are futile, he believes that to become a legend, he must rely on his own strength, rather than borrowing power from the founders. He swings his sword at Midori, but Midori effortlessly dodges with minimal movement. Even as Kannagi relentlessly attacks, he remains on his phone, casually asking which social media he uses, and remarking that the incident will surely be recorded and go viral. The students watch in disbelief, astounded that Midori can dodge every strike without taking the fight seriously. Though Kannagi continues his relentless assault, one student notices something unusual about his movements. As they watch closely, Kannagi lifts his sword, feinting a vertical slash before swiftly switching to a horizontal one aimed at Midori's feet and throat. The execution is flawless, and Kannagi is amazed at how naturally his body moves. Realizing he isn't tiring, he wonders if this is the effect of lending himself to the founder's power. His thoughts are abruptly cut off when Midori places a finger on his head, preparing to flick him, and casually mentions that 10 seconds have already passed. Kannagi narrowly dodges, but the power Midori releases obliterates the field. Seeing the destruction, Kannagi realizes that if the attack had connected, his head would have been gone. Midori glances at his hand in confusion, sensing no malice from Kannagi, and wondering if he had miscalculated his own strength. Panic grips Kannagi as he understands that he will die at this rate. Desperately, he tries to recall the sensation of his stronger self. As he focuses, a powerful aura surges from him, catching Midori off guard. Kannagi launches another attack, his speed increasing rapidly. The students are in awe, shouting that the camera can't keep up with their movements. Midori notices the shift in Kannagi's presence and wonders if there is a specific condition to activate this power, or if Kannagi is deliberately keeping it a secret. Realizing another 10 seconds had passed, Midori decides to strike Kannagi lightly this time. He bends down, positioning his finger to flick again, but instead, he hits Kannagi in the chest, sending him crashing hard into the wall. Kannagi coughs up blood, Yet he finds the experience incredible, marveling at the fact that he is fighting the world's strongest awakened. He understands that if his body were the same as it was yesterday, he would already be dead from that blow. This realization makes him smile, knowing it means he is growing stronger. However, he also acknowledges that his current skill is not enough to pass Midori's test. Determined, he chooses to push forward with brute force and charges at Midori once more. Suddenly, Midori appears beside him with unbelievable speed, causing Kannagi to stop in his tracks. Apologizing, Midori tells him he has seen enough. He then states that the 30 seconds are up before striking Kannagi at the nape, making him slowly lose consciousness. As Kannagi collapses, Midori observes that he is indeed a genius, but not on the same level as his comrades. In the end, Kannagi is unable to fully unleash the power Midori had sensed. Calling his secretary, he informs her that they should head back, expressing his disappointment in the outcome. Just then, Kannagi grabs his sword, and Midori immediately senses an intense aura from behind him. Midori glances back and sees Kannagi's body radiating with power. Hinoki, now speaking through Kannagi, remarks that the stubborn brat is already asleep, allowing him to finally take over. Stepping forward, Hinoki suggests they extend their fight a little longer. Meanwhile, Kannagi's spirit, separated from his body, panics at the sight of Hinoki controlling it. Yet Midori merely smiles, recognizing the presence he had sensed earlier. He wonders if this is an entirely different person, or merely a skill at play. Regardless, he understands one thing: Kannagi is now a monster. Kannagi, under Hinoki's control, suddenly launches an attack, shouting at Midori not to space out. Midori notices immediately that his movements have changed. His speed and strength have reached another level. Suddenly, a sword nears Midori's face, and he ducks just in time to avoid it. Kannagi swings again, forcing Midori to leap away to create distance. Still in shock, Midori watches as Kannagi swiftly positions his sword for another strike. He swings once more, but Midori bends down just in time, causing the attack to land on the building behind him instead. The students inside scramble in panic, realizing the danger. Midori notices that Kannagi's slashes have become unpredictable, yet he can still anticipate the flow of his movements. It reminds him of ancient swordsmanship, like a relentless torrent of water. Raising his palm, Midori laughs and remarks that such skill is necessary to defeat an S rank like him. He then lifts his hand again, intending to put Kannagi to sleep once more, noting that only 40 seconds have passed. However, Kannagi suddenly moves forward at an incredible speed, swinging his sword and shouting that Midori won't be able to hit him. Midori swiftly jumps back to evade the attack, laughing as he acknowledges Kannagi's impressive skill. The students can hardly believe what they are witnessing as Midori is on the defensive. Kannagi shouts that Midori is boring and insists that he shouldn't hold back. He warns Midori that if he looks down on him, he will beat him up. Without hesitation, Kannagi leaps forward to attack, but Midori only laughs and responds with confirmation. With a swift kick, Midori sends a stone flying toward the weapons behind him. Instantly, the weapons float into the air. He jumps, catching Kannagi off guard, and grabs one of the weapons hovering above them. Excitedly, Kannagi exclaims that Midori is finally going all out. They then engage in an intense mid-air battle, clashing foot against foot, stunning the students who watch in awe. They seize every weapon within reach, shattering them into pieces with their sheer strength. Meanwhile, inside Kannagi's body, the founders observe Hinoki unleashing his full power. They are impressed that Midori is able to keep up. Old Man Spirit suggests joining the fight, but another founder scolds him, calling him tactless. The Great Wizard, watching in silence, suddenly realizes that Kannagi has been studying Hinoki's movements, trying to learn from them. He notices Hinoki shifting his center of gravity as he pounces from below, but the sword in his hands shatters once again. Frustrated by the poor quality of the weapon, Hinoki feels a surge of anger. Midori, on the other hand, finds the battle exhilarating and fun. However, he soon realizes that there are no swords left and wonders if Kannagi will resort to firearms. With a taunting smirk, Midori shouts that only 10 seconds remain and teasingly asks what Hinoki plans to do now. Hinoki glances toward the building behind him before leaping toward it. He heads straight for the man who had pushed Kannagi earlier and snatches his sword. Just then, Midori jumps closer, launching his fist at Hinoki. The impact causes a loud explosion against the building. Fortunately, Hinoki dodges in time and reappears in front of Midori. They resume their mid-air clash, exchanging blows. Midori shouts that the fight is fun and suggests they continue a bit longer. Meanwhile, the students notice that the building is on the verge of collapsing. As the battle reaches the rooftop, Midori's secretary watches nonchalantly. Midori then places his hand on a massive fan and grabs it, causing cracks to form on its surface. He retrieves the fan from the building and aims it at Hinoki. With a powerful throw, he sends it hurtling toward him. However, he is taken by surprise when Hinoki, wielding his one-handed sword, slashes through the fan like dice with his dice-style sword art. The fan shatters into tiny fragments, and Midori reacts with excitement, praising Hinoki's skill. However, Hinoki wastes no time and launches his sword at Midori. To his shock, the sword shatters upon impact. Midori raises his hand, aims at him, and calmly acknowledges that 60 seconds have passed before striking Hinoki with his palm, sending him crashing down. Hinoki curses under his breath, but before he can react, Kannagi suddenly leaps onto his back and pushes him back toward the other founders. As Midori's attack nears, Kannagi manages to deflect it aside with a gentle motion, successfully dodging the strike. The unexpected maneuver leaves both Hinoki and Midori stunned. However, the impact breaks one of Kannagi's hands. Despite that, he remains focused on his goal and delivers a punch to Midori's face with his remaining good hand. From the inside, the battle between the singularities feels endless. A fierce clash over a seemingly small outcome, much like a chess match where both players are equally skilled. Despite its intensity, Hinoki knows it has lasted only a brief moment. Watching with quiet pride, he realizes that Kannagi has carved open a new path to victory. Kannagi, however, is left in shock when he sees Midori halt his fist just in time. Frustration fills him as he realizes he has failed to land a clean hit. But then, to his surprise, Midori smiles and deliberately pulls Kannagi's fist toward his own face, acknowledging the effort. Without hesitation, he confirms that Kannagi has passed. Before either can react further, both collapse onto the ground. The students observing the battle murmur in confusion, struggling to comprehend what has just happened. Midori, still holding Kannagi's unconscious body, calls for his secretary, Rin, and informs her that they should leave. Rin arrives beside him and inquires about the outcome. Midori confirms that Kannagi has passed and admits finding him interesting. However, he acknowledges that he has accidentally broken Kannagi's arm and requests Rin to heal him. She agrees without hesitation. The students, overhearing the conversation, struggle to believe that Kannagi has succeeded. The realization soon sets in, and cheers erupt throughout the area that Kannagi managed to land a punch on Midori. The noise stirs Kannagi awake, and as Rin works on healing him, she cautions him not to move. He complies, thanking her, and she congratulates him on passing the test. Kannagi, still in disbelief, sits up abruptly, questioning whether he has truly managed to land a hit on Midori. Before he can process the thought further, Midori suddenly appears beside him, amused by his reaction. Without dwelling on the moment, Midori affirms that a pass is a pass. He acknowledges having taken the battle seriously midway through his consecutive attack. Midori goes on to praise Kannagi's skill, commending his ability to dodge his strongest attack and his impressive movements. He encourages Kannagi to take pride in the achievement. Kannagi, regaining his composure, accepts the praise. Without hesitation, he turns his attention to the next step, eager to know what comes after passing. His question leaves Rin momentarily puzzled as she turns toward Midori, who, equally uncertain, searches for an answer. Later that night, Kannagi at home assists his mother with cleaning as she prepares food in the kitchen. She casually asks how many guests will be arriving, and Kannagi, still unsure, estimates only one. His mother reflects on the day's events, remarking that it has been a momentous occasion. Not only has Kannagi passed the hunter's examination, but he has also attracted the attention of Midori. She expresses confidence in her son's abilities, believing that he has always been capable of achieving anything through sheer effort. Kannagi listens with quiet appreciation, acknowledging her words. However, his mother's expression soon shifts as she voices her concerns about such a famous individual visiting their home, suggesting it might be mistaken for a doghouse. Kannagi, exasperated, quickly dismisses the idea, insisting that Midori is not the type to judge such things. After finishing his chores and helping his mother, he finally collapses onto his bed, his mind still lingering on the events of the day. His gaze drifts to the card Midori has given him, and a sense of uncertainty fills him. He finds himself questioning why Midori has not given the situation more thought. His memories wander back to the battlefield earlier that day, recalling the moment when Rin had taken Midori down, twisting his leg. He vividly remembers Midori's pained scream as Rin had confronted him. At that moment, Midori has reminded Kannagi of his earlier words, implying that he has agreed to become one of his comrades upon victory. Kannagi, confused, has denied ever saying such a thing. Rin, growing more agitated, has tightened her grip on Midori's leg. Midori informs Kannagi that there are too many eyes around and suggests visiting his home that night to discuss matters in detail. He promises to explain the available choices and reveal their real enemies. Kannagi ponders who these enemies could be, knowing that the tower is already destroyed by the founders, and that the current hunters are tasked with eliminating the monsters that escaped from the dimensional crack. He wonders if there is another reason, but soon drifts into sleep. Suddenly, Hinoki's shouting startles him awake. He sees Hinoki and the founders gathered in his room. Confused, he asks why they are there and what is wrong. But Hinoki simply states that they were discussing something and have just finished. Still puzzled, Kannagi instinctively covers himself and worriedly asks if they have decided who will take his body. Before Hinoki can respond, the doorbell rings. Apologizing, Kannagi assumes it is Midori and suggests discussing it later. He walks towards the door, noticing the darkness and feeling an uneasy sensation. To his shock, he finds his mother collapsed on the floor. Panic grips him as he calls out to her, rushing forward but stopping abruptly when he notices someone sitting in the kitchen. The stranger eats the food his mother has prepared, complimenting it while ignoring the mess around him. With a mocking tone, the man remarks that Kannagi should discipline his mother and insists that if he wants to impress customers, they should get better quality food. Kannagi demands to know who the man is and what he has done to his mother. The man, unfazed, shouts at him to watch his tone and introduces himself as Haitani Goru, an S-rank hunter and a comrade of Midori. Haitani then orders Kannagi to grab his luggage, announcing that they are moving to their base. Rage boils within Kannagi, and without hesitation, he launches a punch at Haitani. However, Haitani easily dodges and appears behind him, questioning if Kannagi is challenging him. Kannagi remains silent, recalling his mother's words, how she had promised to raise him alone with pride after his father passed away. He remembers the worn-out shoes she still insisted on wearing, telling him to buy himself new sneakers instead. He recalls her congratulating him earlier, promising to make his favorite tonkatsu for dinner. With determination, Kannagi glares at Haitani and demands to know what he has done to his mother. Hinoki, observing the situation, recognizes that Haitani is an S-rank hunter from the previous era. Annoyed by the sight of someone he considers a rip-off of Midori, Hinoki declares that it is time to act. The founders, having witnessed Kannagi's fight with Midori, understand how they should treat him moving forward. Haitani, amused, taunts Kannagi, calling his angry expression pretty cute. He raises his hand to slap him, but Kannagi remains still, unfazed. As the strike nears, Kannagi effortlessly catches Haitani's hand and, with surprising ease, swings him around. The grandpa founder is stunned, recognizing this technique from their past battles against monsters. Suddenly, Haitani is hurled out the window, crashing through the backyard wall. Yet, Haitani lands on his feet before hitting the ground. Regaining his stance, Haitani approaches, processing what just happened. He wonders if he just witnessed Aikido. Recalling Kannagi's fight with Midori that afternoon, he had observed not only Kannagi's immense aura and swordsmanship, but also a peculiar power. He acknowledges Haitani's resilience, remarking that he is sturdier than Hizaki. Kannagi, his patience wearing thin, demands an answer. He presses Haitani to reveal what he has done to his mother, who remains inside, writhing in pain as poison spreads through her body. Haitani, laughing, mockingly points out that Kannagi seems unaware of the situation. Then with a grin, he finally reveals the truth. His mother was in the way, so he put her to sleep with poison. Haitani smirks, adding that if she is lucky, she might only suffer minor side effects. He remains calm, asking that he don't understand, making Haitani glance at him in confusion. He then questions why they would harm the family of someone who might become their comrade. Haitani only laughs at the word comrade before suddenly appearing behind him, ready to strike. He narrowly avoids Haitani's attack, but the relentless assault continues. While attacking, Haitani declares that he will never be their comrade as he is only a puppet obeying their commands. He taunts him, saying that once his loved ones become hostages, he will have no choice but to submit, calling him naive. Before he can react, Haitani steps on his foot and slashes him, mockingly asking if he was right. He quickly creates distance, feeling the burning sensation on his cheek. As he reaches up, he realizes the poison is already spreading. Haitani grins, lifting his fingers, now coated with sharp needles laced in poison. He teases that it is already in his system. He then reveals that it allows him to produce dozens of poisons from his body called Phantom Bug's poison. Deadly vision. Complaining about the inconvenience of this mission, Haitani mentions that if he wished, he could release deadly toxic gas across a 5-kilometer radius, but doing so in the middle of the city is not an option. He states that the poison will kill him within a minute unless he agrees to join their organization, in which case Haitani will provide the antidote. Otherwise, he will perish. He contemplates the sheer lethality of Haitani's toxin, recognizing that for an ordinary person, it would be an inescapable death sentence. Looking down at his hand, he calls upon the god of medicine Valentine, questioning whether she is present within him. The founders shift their gaze toward Valentine, who appears both confused and surprised. Apologizing for summoning her so suddenly, he asks if she can later teach him how to neutralize the poison. Stammering, she agrees. Haitani, irritated, hurls another wave of poison at him while demanding to know what nonsense he is mumbling. He swiftly dodges, explaining that the Aikido technique he used earlier was borrowed from the god of hands, Kudu Huma. The old man, residing within him, is taken aback, realizing that he has managed to replicate his move from a single moment of observation. He then calls upon the 10,000 army slasher, Hinoki, the blue spear of destruction, Shimmer Calcus, and the heavenly bow, Margit. He states that he has studied and memorized all of them from the records. Informing Haitani that the founders he once revered now reside within him, he leaves Haitani bewildered. But rather than feeling fear, Haitani becomes enraged, shouting that he will introduce him to a world of pain. Haitani charges at him with his needles out. He leaps away just in time, avoiding the attack. As Haitani's strike lands on a nearby tree, the tree withers and dies instantly. Without hesitation, Haitani launches another attack, shouting that if he kneels and begs, he might at least receive an antidote to lessen the pain. He warns that once pain consumes him, he will never return to normal. His mind will be lost to madness. But he remains silent, waiting as Haitani's hand draws closer. Just as Haitani reaches him, he swiftly slides to the side, placing his palm against Haitani's chest and activating the fist of Saint Wantak. Haitani coughs up blood from the impact, shocking Wantak within him. The force sends Haitani crashing into a streetlight. Without hesitation, he follows up with a kick using the feet of light, Eilerson, sending Haitani flying a great distance. Eilerson, residing within him, is stunned by the power. However, Haitani manages to stand, recovering quickly. In an instant, he appears in front of him again, attacking with both hands. He manages to slip through his attack, breaking some of his needles, and uses the sharp beak Karail attack, hitting Haitani's stomach. Kannagi then slashes Haitani with the dragon's claw, Rowan's skill, leaving Rowan stunned in surprise inside him. Haitani grabs him and activates the flipper of Lilac, throwing Haitani around in midair. Floating, he wonders what is happening. He knows that poison should cloud judgment, and it should have already affected the nervous system. But Kannagi is still moving, strong and unharmed. Kannagi activates the Magus of Truth, Meltius Silentius, and releases it on Haitani, causing a loud energy blast that leaves everyone in shock. Hinoki asks the founders if they saw that, and tells them that just after defeating Haitani, Kannagi started copying all their moves, both physical and magical. He adds that he doesn't care whether Kannagi's power comes from the crest of nothingness, but he finds him interesting. The founders agree. Hinoki suggests they train Kannagi, believing that if the founders train him, he will become the strongest awakener. Somewhere else on rooftops, hooded individuals are running and jumping. One of the individuals urges everyone to hurry, revealing that Nemours guilds are after Kannagi, so they should move quickly to catch him before they do. Suddenly, Midori appears behind him, asking if there are really that many. The man is shocked, and Midori calmly tells him that if there are 15, he should be the last one. He points a finger near the man's forehead, flips his head, and slams him hard onto the building's roof. Midori contacts Rin through his Raven's call, and she answers immediately, informing him that she has arrived. She reassures him that no awakeners are nearby, but her next words catch him off guard. Someone else has already been there. Midori remains silent, waiting for her to continue. Rin then reveals that the intruder was Haitani, an S-rank hunter known for his mastery of poison. He had come looking for Kannagi but had been utterly defeated. Midori's gaze shifts to the rooftop, where Haitani lies sprawled out, mouth slightly open, making Midori wonder what had happened. A short while later, they arrive at Kannagi's house. Midori claps his hands together, a bright grin forming as he praises Kannagi. He expresses genuine admiration, admitting that he never expected Kannagi to take down an S-rank hunter. Without hesitation, he asks if Kannagi had been exposed to the poison. Kannagi scratches his cheek, offering a small, sheepish response. Both he and his mother are fine. Hinoki crosses his arms, unimpressed. He reminds Kannagi that without Valentine's intervention, he wouldn't have made it through the night. At the mention of her name, Valentine groans in exhaustion, only for Hinoki to acknowledge her quick work. He notes that finishing everything in just 5 seconds is no small feat. Valentine shrugs, muttering that it wasn't difficult. With the poison's creator lying there, all it took was a few well-placed jabs to extract the necessary blood samples and find the antidote. Midori exhales, turning his attention back to Kannagi. Apologizing for his delayed arrival, he reassures him that he has already taken precautions against the many organizations now targeting him because of the events from today's video. Kannagi, still processing everything, finally voices the question weighing on his mind. He asks if Haitani had been lying when he claimed to be Midori's comrade. Midori nods without hesitation, confirming that it was a lie. He adds that there are plenty of people who throw his name around for their own benefit. With that matter settled, he shifts his focus back to Rin. He asks if she is finished, and as if on cue, she appears at his side, nodding. She informs him that all the damage has been repaired. Kannagi's eyes widen in disbelief as he glances at his house, his window and backyard wall restored to perfection. Midori, then with a bright smile, suggests they head inside to discuss Kannagi's future. Kannagi, standing frozen in place, feels a mixture of anticipation and unease settle over him. The next day, Kannagi's mother sees him off at the gate as a car waits for him. She reminds him to check if he's forgetting anything, but Kannagi reassures her that he's fine and that she worries too much. She can hardly believe that the very child she raised in her arms is now heading to Midori's place. However, Midori has already assured Kannagi's mother that he will take care of him and turn him into a great hunter. Hearing that, Kannagi feels a surge of excitement, but his mother remains a bit concerned. Hiding her worry, she hands Kannagi his lunch, urging him to eat since he skipped breakfast. Even though he doesn't really need it, Kannagi takes it without argument. Then his mother voices her concern directly to Midori, asking if her son will face danger. Midori confirms it without hesitation, to which his mother reveals that Kannagi has always struggled until now. It's a big deal for her to entrust her son to Midori's care, yet, as a mother, she can't help but feel uneasy. Midori, in a confident tone, assures her that he will train Kannagi to the point where he won't have any weaknesses left. Hearing this, she finally agrees to leave Kannagi in his hands. As they get into the car, Rin, the driver, glances at Midori and asks if it was really okay to make such a promise to Kannagi's mother, considering that even they don't know what the future holds. Midori, momentarily concerned, looks back through the rearview mirror and sees Kannagi's mother giving him last-minute advice, telling him how to wash his clothes properly and reminding him not to sleep naked or he'll catch a cold. Seeing her concern, a determined look flashes in Midori's eyes. He silently vows to do his best. Meanwhile, Kannagi, holding back his emotions, says his final goodbye. Just as he's about to enter the car, his mother reminds him to come home for New Year's. As they finally drive away, Midori asks if Kannagi is okay. Kannagi admits that he had to control his emotions pretty hard. Midori leans back against the seat, telling him to do whatever he feels like, whether it's eating or resting. Looking around, Kannagi notices the lunch boxes his mother packed, sitting neatly beside him. He opens the lunchbox, his mother's words still lingering in his mind. As he lifts the lid, his eyes land on a small, good luck message carefully placed on the pork cutlet. The simple gesture strikes him deeply, stirring emotions he hadn't expected. He pauses for a moment, reflecting on all the care and sacrifices she has made for him. A quiet gratitude settles in his chest as he begins to eat, though the meal is accompanied by the sting of unshed tears. Rin and Midori, seated nearby, exchange glances but remain silent, allowing him to process the moment in his own way as the journey continues. Upon arriving at their destination, Kannagi is shocked as he takes in the sight of the impressive anti-prophecy headquarters building. Midori welcomes him, explaining that only a select few awakeners are ever permitted inside. The weight of that knowledge settles over him, and for a brief moment, he is overwhelmed by the realization of what he is about to become a part of. Inside one of the rooms, a man stands by the window, observing their arrival with a quiet intensity. Without turning, he speaks to another individual in the room, confirming that the new members have arrived. A girl, her expression unreadable, questions whether this is truly about the newcomer. A young man responds, remarking on how rare it is for them to gain a new comrade. However, another man, standing off to the side with his arms crossed, expresses skepticism, insisting that they should first determine whether the newcomer is truly worthy of joining the anti-prophecy. Meanwhile, outside the headquarters, he remains momentarily frozen, struggling to fully process his surroundings. Questions swirl in his mind about what exactly is the anti-prophecy unit, and could it have any connection to Ichihara Guild? Sensing his unease, Rin acknowledges the lack of clarity and apologizes for not explaining sooner. She states that she has been unable to reveal everything to his mother due to its classified nature, emphasizing that it is a top national secret. The words hit him harder than expected. As they move toward the building, Midori suggests taking his luggage to the dorm first. Rin offers to help, but he refuses, insisting that he can manage on his own. Just as he prepares to move forward, a sudden voice cuts through the air, calling for them to wait. The unexpected interruption startles him, and as he looks up, he spots the young man from before standing above them. Without hesitation, the man declares that he should be the one to explain everything. In the same breath, he launches forward with a powerful kick aimed directly at him. Reacting instinctively, he raises his arms to block the attack, but the sheer force behind it shatters the ground beneath his feet. The impact sends a tremor through his body, yet he remains standing, bracing himself against the shock. The man, seemingly impressed, acknowledges his resilience and offers a rare word of praise. Intrigued, he hesitates for a brief moment before asking for his identity. Without missing a beat, the man steps back, landing effortlessly on the ground before proudly introducing himself as Hanada Hikotaru, a member of the Anti-Prophecy Unit, and his comrade. The revelation strikes him as unexpected. However, there is little time for hesitation. Hanada has been assigned to explain everything, and whether he is ready or not, the truth is about to unfold. Meanwhile, Midori remains unruffled as he asks Rin for some tea. Rin nods and pours him a cup while the two continue to spar. Midori watches them calmly, his gaze steady as he questions Hanada about why they are fighting despite being comrades. Hanada, unfazed, explains that it serves two purposes: to introduce the Anti-Prophecy Unit to Kannagi and to test his skills. The explanation lingers in Kannagi's mind, leaving him uncertain about what kind of test this really is. Without warning, Hanada moves with swift precision, launching another kick at him. Kannagi reacts instantly, blocking the strike with both arms with his unshaken stance. Hanada, still in the midst of combat, begins explaining the origins of the Anti-Prophecy Unit. Kannagi listens but remains skeptical, doubtful that Hanada actually intends to provide a full explanation while they are still engaged in a fight. As the exchange continues, Hanada pauses for a brief moment to ask for Kannagi's name before proceeding. Without hesitation, he introduces himself as Kannagi Minato. Midori, still leisurely sipping his tea, reflects on how Kannagi has been tested repeatedly, first by the Academy, then by himself, and even by an S rank. And now, he faces yet another trial. Turning to Rin, Midori wonders aloud if Kannagi will always be subjected to these constant evaluations. Rin, her expression calm, acknowledges that it cannot be helped. After all, Kannagi is a talent Midori has personally scouted. Hanada's relentless kicks keep coming, yet Kannagi keeps blocking with his hands, his endurance unwavering. At one point, Hanada throws out a question. What is the role of a hunter? Kannagi answers without hesitation, stating that a hunter's duty is to eliminate the monsters that emerge from dimensional cracks. Hanada gives an approving thumbs up, affirming that his answer is correct. He goes on to liken the role to pest control, a straightforward yet weighty analogy. Then, without warning, Hanada drops to the ground, shifting the conversation with a new question. He asks Kannagi about the other dangers that exist outside of dimensional cracks. The question catches Kannagi off guard. He hesitates before asking Hanada to clarify what he means by other dangers. Hanada's expression darkens slightly as he explains that the world faces threats far worse than those caused by dimensional cracks. He speaks of terrifying events, the Pandemonium 10,000 Demons Castle from 10 years ago, and the Great Outbreak of Kyushu from 5 years ago. Kannagi immediately recognizes these as large-scale dimensional breaks, disasters that left lasting scars. Before he can formulate a response, Hanada suddenly lunges at him. Instinct kicks in, and Kannagi raises his arms in defense, managing to block the attack. Even so, the sheer force of the strike sends him skidding backward. Hanada acknowledges his resilience, praising him for correctly recalling the public knowledge of those past catastrophes. He then adds that Kannagi will come to understand far more about them once he begins training at the academy. Just as Kannagi steadies himself, his breath still measured, he barely has time to react when Hanada appears above him with staggering speed. There's no room to think. Hanada's leg is already descending in a crushing axe kick. Kannagi throws himself out of the way just in time, narrowly dodging as Hanada's foot slams into the ground. A nearby tree takes the impact instead, splitting cleanly in half. The sheer force of the attack leaves Kannagi momentarily stunned. Hinata straightens, his tone shifting as he continues his explanation. The events he mentioned, like the Tower of Malevolence from 300 years ago, aren't just disasters. They are full-scale invasions, direct attacks from another dimension. Kannagi processes the weight of those words, struggling to believe what he's hearing. This isn't just history. This is happening now. Hinata steps closer, his expression serious. He admits that he doesn't understand why today's awakeners seem weaker compared to those from the era of the Tower. There are fewer individuals who can match the strength of the original founders, a fact that troubles him. Kannagi, caught between curiosity and concern, finally voices the question that has been building within him. What should they do? Hinata's answer is firm. This is exactly why the anti-prophecy unit exists. Those with the ability to foresee these threats and predict the arrival of true catastrophes don't share their knowledge with the public. They inform only the elites, the ones capable of handling such dangers. And those elites, Hinata declares, are none other than the members of the anti-prophecy unit. Midori and Rin can't help but smile proudly at this revelation. Kannagi realizes that their purpose is to prevent these prophecies from coming true. Hinata then tells him that starting today, he is officially part of their ranks. He is the first person who has managed to block his kicks consecutively, so he welcomes him into the group. Hinata extends his hand, signaling his acceptance, and Kannagi shakes it. Midori and Rin applaud, and Hinata calls for the other awakeners, who appear above the house in silence. Hinata asks them what they will do, but they simply stare at him and disappear, which catches Kannagi off guard. Midori remarks that they vanish as if they are villains, but Hinata just shakes his head, suggesting that they want to see everything for themselves. Hinata turns to Midori, asking him to leave it to him, and Midori does just that, heading off. Hinata then helps Kannagi with his stuff, offering to show him to his room in the dormitory, which Kannagi thanks him for. That night, as he settles into his room, Kannagi can't help but ponder the significance of the organization he has just joined, an organization focused on handling prophecies in their world. He wonders if the founders have faced the same kind of crisis during the era of the Tower, and if he is now battling against something foretold. His thoughts fill with anxiety, but then a voice interrupts his worry, suggesting that he simply train. Surprised, he turns around to see Hinoki and the other founders standing before him. He quickly apologizes for not having spoken with them earlier, but Hinoki reassures him that they have made a decision. As the founders, they have decided to train him to become the strongest awakener, much like Midori. With their guidance, he could become the strongest awakener in history, one of their disciples. Kannagi is taken aback, asking if they truly want him to be their disciple. Hinoki nods and replies affirmatively, worriedly adding that it is a fine idea. But Hinoki teases that it will lead to a sort of battle royale between them. Kannagi, worried, urges them not to fight over him. Hinoki explains that things have started that way, but after observing him more closely, the founders have changed their minds. Rather than using his body for their own gain, they find the idea of training him far more intriguing. Hinoki then shares that when Kannagi defeats the poison user, he manages to copy all their moves, even though he cannot replicate them at the same level of proficiency. Nevertheless, Kannagi grasps the basics quickly. Hinoki asks if Kannagi understands the significance of his achievement, pointing out that it is possibly a result of his crest of nothingness. But more importantly, it is his speed of learning that makes him stand out. This ability, Hinoki explains, is stronger than any of the founders' talents. As Hinoi speaks, Kannagi feels tears welling up in his eyes. He remembers the looks of disappointment from his previous trainers, the ones who told him that it seemed like he had no talent. Up until this moment, no one has expected anything from him. It has all felt like a dream, especially when he was treated like trash and continuously bullied for failing the hunter's qualification test 3 times. He He recalls the laughter of his classmates, their mocking voices urging him to give up. His name is often forgotten, lost in the crowd, as no one cares enough to remember it. No one has faith in his future, and he has grown accustomed to being overlooked. Yet now, two of the most renowned figures, Midori and Hinoki, acknowledge him. The thought of such recognition fills him with disbelief, making him question whether he even deserves this newfound happiness. For so long, he has admired them from afar, never once expecting that they would place their trust in him. Hinoki, noticing his reaction, approaches him with a reassuring smile and places a hand on his shoulder, urging him not to let his emotions overwhelm him. It is then revealed that their very souls reside within him, particularly during his sleep. This presence allows him to access a space unrestricted by the usual confines of time and dimension. With this in mind, they lay out his rigorous training regimen. Each afternoon, he trains with the anti-prophecy unit, and at night, within his dreams, he continues his lessons. Peaceful sleep is now a thing of the past, but he has already steeled himself for the challenge. Without hesitation, he accepts their guidance, expressing his determination to follow their lead. As the night passes and morning arrives, in the bathroom, Hanada stands by the sink, washing his face when he notices him entering. A greeting is exchanged, though fatigue still clings to his expression. The exhaustion is evident, and he admits that he has yet to adjust to the grueling schedule. Hanada, understanding all too well, recalls his own struggles during his initial days at the dormitory. However, something unexpected catches Hanada's attention, a powerful aura emanating from him. Curiosity piqued, Hanada acts on impulse, launching a swift kick toward him. Yet, in a seemingly effortless motion, he simply lowers his head, simultaneously spitting out the water in his mouth before moving away. Without sparing a second glance, he dismisses Hanada's antics, stating that he has no patience for such things in the early morning and that he is heading to the cafeteria first. Hanada, left in disbelief, realizes that the speed of his attack is faster than the previous day, yet it has been dodged with ease. Moments later, in the cafeteria, Hanada spots a suitable place to sit and approaches a woman enjoying a piece of fruit. He inquires whether she minds if they join her, to which she gives a curt approval. Seizing the opportunity, Hanada takes a seat across from her and signals for him to sit beside him. Recognition dawns as he recalls that the woman was introduced as one of Hanada's comrades the day before. However, her demeanor remains distant. She addresses him with formality, making it apparent that she does not particularly welcome his presence. Despite this, he greets her and introduces himself. Her indifference is immediate. She has no interest in learning his name, nor does she intend to remember it. Raising her fork and pointing it in his direction, she declares that she will acknowledge his name only when she deems him worthy. Until then, training is the priority, and he is expected to accompany her on a mission to eliminate a prophecy. The prophecy dated back to 1945, when the first book of prophecy had been unearthed deep within the ice of Antarctica, buried 3,000 meters beneath the surface. It was known as the Book of Doom. Its writing was crude, resembling the scribbles of a child, yet its contents foretold a catastrophic future. According to its predictions, the world would be subjected to a devastating attack 80 years later, along with a series of apocalyptic disasters. The weight of its words had been enough for the world to take it seriously. As they travel in the car, she poses a question, prompting him to reflect on why the world chooses to believe the book's grim predictions. His thoughts linger for a moment before he looks in her direction, still uncertain of her name. However, before he can inquire, she dismisses the need for introductions and urges him to provide an answer. He reasons that the prophecies must be accurate, but her reaction is immediate. She scoffs at his response, questioning his intelligence. If even a single event inscribed in the Book of Doom comes to pass, the world will face its end. The weight of this revelation leaves him stunned. As their conversation continues, he turns to Hanada, curious about the number of prophecies recorded. Hanada estimates that there are around 200, a revelation that leaves him speechless. He can't help but wonder if the world is already beyond saving. However, Midori reassures him that nearly 180 of these prophecies have already been prevented, a statement that fills him with awe. Still trying to grasp the significance of it all, he returns to the question of why the world puts its faith in the book. The woman explains that the Book of Doom was discovered by an explorer named Bernard Russell. The moment Bernard opens it, the very first page greets him with the words, "Hello, Bernard," followed by a precise timestamp. March 17, 1945, at 11:35 a.m., on a sunny day, the date and time when he discovers the book. The eerie accuracy of this prediction leaves no room for doubt. Hours later, they arrive at their destination, Tokyo Sumida Ward, where an intermediate-level dimensional crack has formed. As they approach, guards stationed at the site block their path, firmly stating that the area is off-limits. Ignoring the warnings, they move past them with remarkable speed, leaving the guards momentarily stunned. When he hesitates, questioning whether it's truly alright to proceed, Hanada assures him that it is. The woman begins explaining the broader crisis at hand. Catastrophic events such as the Third World War, the dark side of the moon, the invasive pandemic, and the floating trees have all been classified as emergencies. Among these, the pandemonium outbreak, an incident Midori manages to suppress, stands as a particularly dire example. Though the Book of Doom is widely known, it is merely one of many grimoires scattered across the world. The Anti-Prophecy Unit exists specifically to gather intelligence, analyze predictions, and take preemptive action. Their responsibilities span multiple threat levels. Rank 3, involving the destruction of one or multiple regions. Rank 2, escalating into national emergency. Rank 1, affecting the planet's environment as a whole. Special rank, reserved for destruction of the world. He listens intently, his growing realization turning into alarm. With urgency in his voice, he asks if these missions are now solely their responsibility. The woman, unshaken, confirms that such duties naturally come with being a member of the Anti-Prophecy Unit. Not long after, Kisaragi and his team spot them crossing the yellow caution line and immediately confront them. Assuming they are civilians, Kisaragi warns them to turn back, explaining the dangers of their location. However, she dismisses his concerns, stating that today's prophecy is a Rank 3 event. Though the dimensional crack before them appears to be an intermediate B rank, in reality, it poses a much greater threat. A Rank 3 disaster, codenamed Yellow Journal. She is certain that the crack will expand further, and almost as if on cue, it begins to widen at an alarming rate. Kisaragi turns, eyes widening in horror as the fissure tears open completely. A wave of creatures begins pouring out, each one more monstrous than the last. With a sharp command, he orders his squad to prepare for battle. But the response is immediate and brutal. The creatures overwhelm his forces within moments, cutting them down with little resistance. Panic sets in as he curses under his breath, realizing that even B and C rank hunters are struggling to hold their ground. Then, his attention shifts to an even greater danger, the immense pressure radiating from a boss-level monster. Watching the newcomers stride forward, Kisaragi tries once again to intervene, warning them to stay back. But before he can say more, the woman presses her hand to the ground and casts a spell called Trismegistus. Instantly, spears erupt from below, impaling the creatures in a swift, merciless strike. Their bodies collapse, lifeless, as blood pools around them. Hanada too launches his own attack. With a burst of speed, he moves fluidly through the battlefield, knocking down every enemy in his path with precise, calculated movements. Kisaragi, witnessing the display of skill, is left speechless. He has always considered himself formidable as an S-rank hunter, yet these individuals far surpass him. He can't comprehend who they are or where they have come from. Then, the woman turns to Kisaragi and, with unwavering certainty, orders him to fall back. From their perspective, he is the civilian in this situation. Kisaragi's gaze drops to her hand, where an emblem is imprinted on her skin. Recognition flashes across his face. Their presence here isn't random. They are government operatives. Before he can process the implications, a massive hand emerges from the dimensional crack, ripping it open even further. As the rift widens, a towering beast steps forward. Gilia Olnir, a being far beyond S-rank, looms over them, its monstrous form radiating an overwhelming presence. Without hesitation, the woman lunges forward, preparing to strike. Kisaragi shouts, warning her against a reckless attack, but his words fall on deaf ears. Together, they launch their assault, unflinching in the face of the threat before them. Hinata swiftly unleashes a series of kicks at the beastman, only to realize with shock that his attacks have no effect. The creature's anti-physical armor renders his strikes useless, forcing him to retreat just as it lunges toward the woman. Without hesitation, she gathers energy in front of her, preparing a counterattack. However, before she can react, Kannagi appears between them, stopping the beastman's assault with nothing but his bare hand. The impact causes the beastman to explode in a burst of energy, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. As the dust settles, Hanada recognizes the attack as a penetration shock. What truly shocks him, however, is that he has taken down an S+ rank monster with a single blow. The realization strikes him that Kannagi's strength has increased significantly overnight. Though the woman calls out, stating that such force was unnecessary, he knows that when facing an enemy with high physical resistance, striking from within is the most effective approach. He learned this from Wantak, the Fist Saint, who taught him the basics of penetration attacks just the night before. With that, Kannagi turns towards the girl and asks her name, noting that he saved her, so at least he deserves that. She excitedly reveals that her name is Akane. With no time to dwell on the moment, Hanada turns back toward the battlefield, enhancing his physical abilities to engage the new wave of monsters emerging from the crack. The woman, undeterred, unleashes her own attack, drenching her opponents in liquid mercury before igniting it into a powerful explosion with her Mercurius reject skill. Together, they press forward, recognizing that just as Kannagi pointed out earlier, breaking their enemies from the inside is proving far more effective. Determined to move forward, she signals to Hanada, and without hesitation, they both advance toward the dimensional crack. Behind them, Kisaragi can do nothing but watch in disbelief. He knows that the world beyond the crack is entirely different, an unknown realm filled with unimaginable dangers. To venture inside is madness. Yet, before he can react, the two have already rushed ahead, leaping through the crack without a second thought, leaving him surrounded by the lifeless bodies of A-rank monsters. The realization strikes him. These two are not ordinary fighters. They have to be part of the rumored secret organization. As they enter the dimension, an overwhelming swarm of creatures awaits them. Assessing the situation, Akane raises her hand, noting that the monsters are identical to those outside. With precision, she conjures a barrage of mercury spears, impaling the creatures instantly. Kannagi, while running, observes her technique, acknowledging her immense power. He understands now why she is regarded as the strongest area of effect fighter within the anti-prophecy unit. Defeating the other enemies, Akane now stands in front of a massive bear monster. However, just as she is about to attack, Hanada leaps toward it first. Seeing him, the bear swings its claws, but Hanada dodges by, jumping onto the roof, and then follows up with a barrage of kicks all around the beast. Kannagi watches in amazement as Hanada effortlessly moves and simply giggles. However, to his shock, Kannagi suddenly rushes toward the bear and unleashes a barrage of kicks just like he did, asking Hanada if it looked similar to his own technique. Hanada is taken aback but smiles in amazement. After defeating the monster, they venture ahead. Akane notices that as they go deeper, the number of enemies decreases. They finally reach a huge open space that resembles an arena. Suddenly, they feel a powerful aura around them, realizing that something is coming. To their shock, a massive Minotaur warrior monster jumps in front of them, completely enraged. It is a boss-blind Minotaur with a triple S rank power level. While Hanada and Kannagi are taken aback by its towering presence, Akane stands nonchalantly before it, questioning if this is really the boss. Numerous spears emerge from the portal as Akane yells at the others to unleash their strongest attacks. She will handle the final blow. Hearing this, Hanada begins channeling his energy while Kannagi stands in the background, amazed by both of their attacks. However, deep down, he knows it might not be enough to defeat the beast. When Hanada hears this, he is taken aback that Kannagi doubts their strongest attacks. Despite being bombarded by magic attacks, the beast swings its massive weapon, creating a crater in the ground and sending powerful shockwaves throughout the arena. As the dust settles, they are shocked to see that the beast remains completely unscathed, even after their most powerful strikes. The group braces themselves for battle once more. As Kannagi prepares himself, he suddenly hears someone praising Akane's talent. He recognizes this voice. It belongs to his founder's spirit, Kilik. Kilik, an alchemist, expresses concern that Akane, despite her purity, agility, and incredible strength, may have her talent wasted by dying at such a young age in this battle. According to Kilik, Akane tried her best, but this Minotaur is on an entirely different level of power. She underestimated the monster's physical resistance, which is at a full 100%. Growing concerned, Kannagi asks what he should do, to which Kilik simply laughs. Meanwhile, Hanada and Akane struggle against the beast, realizing they should have brought someone skilled in magic. As Akane glances at Kannagi, she is taken aback by the strange energy radiating from his body. Kannagi has surrendered control of his body to Kilik, who casts his powerful spell, Mercurius, on the beast's legs. The spell freezes its lower body, leaving Akane completely stunned. She is shocked not only that Kannagi used the same type of skill as her, but also that he executed it in a way that effectively immobilized the beast. Kilik, now controlling Kannagi's body, looks at Akane with a serious expression and calls her a fool. He then scolds her for lacking flexibility in her expertise, telling her that she still needs to learn how to manipulate substances in 3 different forms to truly become an alchemist. As Kilik speaks, he simultaneously fills the Minotaur's entire body with mercury. As the liquid metal begins to seep from the monster's mouth, he casts a boiling spell. The mercury inside the beast rapidly heats up, boiling from within, while its toxic fumes spread throughout the arena, making it difficult for the others to breathe. Akane watches in amazement, realizing that instead of relying on brute force, Kilik used extreme temperatures to subdue the monster. Meanwhile, the Minotaur writhes in agony, its body overheating from the inside. While executing the spell, Kilik casually mentions to Kannagi that he wants to take Akane as his disciple. Kannagi, however, brushes it off as a joke. The boiling mercury ultimately overwhelms the Minotaur, reducing it to a lifeless heap on the ground. With that, the mission for the day, defeating the boss, which was classified as a level 3 prophecy, ends in victory. Akane watches in disbelief, unable to comprehend what she just witnessed. The skill Kannagi used should only be accessible to an awakener residing within a crest. She knows that Kannagi must be in the same class as Hiko, yet he managed to wield alchemy at her level. Still in shock, she demands to know who Kannagi really is. With a confident smile, Kannagi extends his hand and introduces himself. Annoyed yet intrigued, Akane reluctantly shakes his hand, declaring that she will definitely remember him. Seeing Kannagi earn Akane's recognition, Hanada beams with happiness. Meanwhile, outside, Kisaragi and his men continue waiting. To their shock, the dimensional crack begins closing. Just as it's about to seal completely, the trio leaps out in time. Kannagi asks if the mission is officially over, to which he is told that they only need to report back to headquarters. As they discuss their next steps, Kisaragi approaches them, expressing his gratitude for saving his team. He assures them that he has no intention of prying into their identities or what transpired inside. Akane thanks him for his understanding and advises him to include details about the emblem in his report, as it will explain everything to the authorities. As the trio walks away, Kisaragi offers his help if they ever find themselves in danger. However, Akane turns back and reveals that they will likely never meet again, suggesting he return to his daily life. Hearing this, Kisaragi realizes that, in the end, they are just civilians, people who exist in a world beyond his reach. On May 11th in En Prefecture Village, a red flash streaks through the streets. A guard catches sight of it but is left bewildered, unable to determine what it is. Suddenly, a deafening, sky-piercing roar echoes through the village. At the Anti-Prophecy headquarters, the trio steps out of the car, and Akane reminds them to write their report for headquarters. However, Hanada receives a message on his phone, informing them that they are being summoned to the laboratory, an unusual request so soon after their mission. Curious, they proceed to the Anti-Prophecy HQ lab, where two individuals are already waiting for them. One stands on the stage, while the other sits in the stands and, in an authoritative tone, remarks that Akane took quite a long time to take down a rank 3 disaster. Kannagi immediately recognizes him as the red-haired guy from before. Akane, however, is enraged by his condescending attitude, irritated that he speaks as if he is a leader when he is not. Hanada quickly steps in, trying to diffuse the tension, and asks what Director Kurihara needs from them. The man standing on the stage is none other than the director. As everyone settles down, he plays a video sent by the analysis team. The footage reveals a glowing red-hot charcoal piece, which, according to the director, is a prophecy grimoire. He explains that it was discovered in a volcanic region and has been under analysis ever since. Kannagi wonders if it's even possible to decipher a grimoire in such a state. However, the director, adjusting his glasses, reveals that with the help of AI and X-ray technology, they managed to extract some information, though the contents remain unclear. But what they did decipher was a single prophecy that explicitly mentions Japan. Everyone in the room is taken aback, especially Akane, as this is an entirely new prophecy, one they have never encountered before. The director further explains that anti-prophecy research is highly advanced, gathering information from across the globe, making the discovery of an unknown prophecy highly unusual. But in this case, the situation is different. The red-haired man immediately understands what this means. The four of them must investigate the matter. The director praises his insight and reveals that this mission would typically be assigned to the usual members, but they are currently unavailable. Hearing this, Kannagi realizes that this must be why Midori wasn't present when they returned. The director then orders them to depart immediately and assures them that further details will be sent via email. Kannagi is stunned that they received another mission so quickly, but the red-haired man simply tells him that he'll get used to it. Feeling a wave of unease, Kannagi grips his fists, a creeping realization settling in. This time, the fate of the world might truly be at stake. Suo slams his hand on the table and stands up, announcing in an authoritative voice that he and his three subordinates will be taking on the mission. Akane, seeing him act like a boss again, is visibly annoyed. As they leave, the director gives them a final warning, advising them to be cautious since the severity of this mission is unknown. He also reminds them that even if the prophecy begins to unfold, they must wait for the main force before taking any drastic action. In the car, Kannagi feels uneasy about the unknown dangers of the mission. From the front seat, Su suggests they get some rest, noting that Kannagi has just completed his first mission. Akane, driven by pride, refuses and insists that he has no right to give her orders. However, to her surprise, both Hanada and Kannagi immediately accept the offer and doze off within moments. Determined to stay awake, Akane struggles to fight off sleep. But as the night deepens, exhaustion finally takes over, and she too drifts off. Sometime later, the car comes to a halt. Akane stirs awake, noticing that the vehicle is now empty. Alarmed, She rushes outside and finds the others standing on a cliff, staring down at a glowing light below. What she sees leaves her in utter disbelief. A massive magic circle sprawls across the ground, its scale beyond anything they had imagined. Hinata quickly grasps the gravity of the situation. It is far worse than expected. The prophecy is nearly complete. Emerging from the ground, skeletal figures remain trapped within enormous crystals, their eerie glow casting an ominous light over the entire area. The sight sends chills down their spines as they realize they might already be too late. These skeletons are the 23 residents of the village mentioned in the report. Suo recalls a similar incident from the past. 30 years ago, the Wakayama mansion mysteriously vanished, and a dimensional rift nearly opened. As he explains, the massive pillar at the center of the magic circle begins to erupt with bursts of energy. Noticing this, Suo urges them to move quickly. Hinata, drawing his sword, asks what they should do, to which Suo reveals that they will have to stop it. Akane quickly reminds him of the director's orders. They were explicitly told to wait for further instructions. However, before they can debate further, they sense an overwhelming aura behind them. As they turn, they see Kannagi engulfed in tremendous energy, already prepared for battle. The group immediately realizes that Kannagi feels stronger than before. Despite this, Suo remains unfazed. With a smirk, he leaps forward and orders the others to follow. Everyone rushes after him, though Akane warns him not to act recklessly. As they charge down toward the magic circle, Hinoki and the mage suddenly recognize a scent in the air, a smell that feels eerily familiar. They have encountered it many times before in their lives. Just then, the ground trembles violently, and with an explosive burst, a massive hand erupts from beneath the earth. Hinoki's eyes widen in shock. He now understands exactly what they are smelling. It is the stench of a forbidden technique. This is the prophecy written in the Book of Scorching Heat. According to Hinoki, an awakener named Bandu Shijima, the leader of the Dark Magus, committed genocide during the Epsi period. He was eventually slain by the Onmyojis, but in the process, an entire village was dragged into the ordeal. Shijima collected the blood of the fallen villagers and used it to draw a magic circle, ensuring his reincarnation 1,000 years later. His goal: to devour everyone and reign over the world as a demon king. Before his demise, he left behind a forbidden technique that reveals how living beings would be sacrificed for his resurrection. Now in the present, Shijima has been reincarnated as a boss of unknown rank. His mission is clear: to fulfill the prophecy of scorching heat. Looking down at his hands, he scowls, realizing he has been revived with far less power than expected. He wonders if there weren't enough sacrifices for the ritual. As he surveys his surroundings, he notes with amusement that, even after a millennium, the place remains unchanged. However, his lips curl into a maniacal grin when he sees the anti-prophecy unit approaching, thinking that it is more sacrifices for him to claim. Channeling his dark arts, he unleashes Plate of Yin, causing a massive explosion beneath the charging anti-prophecy unit. Kannagi watches in alarm as the blast engulfs Hinata and Akane, but as the dust settles, they emerge unscathed. However, Kannagi's expression darkens when he notices a dark magic circle forming beneath their landing spot. It is the dark art, Death Realm. From the circle, hundreds of spirits emerge, their ghastly hands reaching out to ensnare Hanada and Akane. They struggle against the grasping spirits, quickly realizing that Shijima is far more skilled than they anticipated. As Shijima watches his spell take effect, he suddenly senses movement behind him. It is Kannagi launching a surprise attack. With effortless precision, Shijima dodges, bending and sidestepping with ease. He smirks, mocking Kannagi as an amateur, before casting Plate of Yin directly beneath him. The blast erupts, but to Shijima's shock, Kannagi emerges unscathed. He counters at Shijima with his Thunderbolt Hadad skill, but it gets blocked as Shijima channels his own dark magic. Despite stopping the attack, Shijima is impressed by Kannagi's choice of skill. From within the smoke, Suo walks up behind Shijima and uses the chrysanthemum spell, sending a barrage of sharp knives toward him. Shijima is taken aback but easily dodges it by jumping into the air. While he is mid-air, Suo uses another spell, revealing that he already knew Shijima wouldn't be defeated by such a low-level skill. Slamming his weapon down, Suo activates the autumn skill, causing knives to rain from the sky. However, Shijima simply smiles, calling it a rain of mere lights. He then morphs his hand into a sword and attacks Suo, who blocks it with significant recoil. After being blocked, Shijima realizes that Suo is likely the strongest one in the group. Kannagi, standing to the side, finds Shijima's power bottomless, as he is completely different from the enemies they have faced so far. Shijima feels stronger than even the founders. As Kannagi ponders this, he hears his comrades calling to him from behind. Turning around, he is shocked to see Akane and Hanada being blasted by black art skills. Managing to escape the attack, both Akane and Hanada begin charging toward Shijima, who is still fighting Suo. While engaging them, Shijima summons 3 skeleton demons to deal with Akane and Hanada, who are still charging toward him. Hanada, seeing a demon summoned in front of him, launches a kick, but to his shock, it does nothing. The monsters' bodies are as tough as the minotaurs they faced earlier. One of the skeleton demons stands in front of Kannagi, blocking his path. Meanwhile, Suo and Shijima continue to exchange a barrage of attacks. Shijima mocks Suo, claiming he won't get any help from his comrades. However, as soon as he says this, Suo slashes straight at Shijima's shoulder, declaring that he doesn't need any help. He then points at Shijima, warning him to stay away, stating that the only thing he can rely on is his own ability. Wiping the blood from his wound, Shijima begins to yell maniacally, claiming that he too doesn't need anyone and will devour everyone. With that, he charges at Suo, who barely manages to block the attack just inches away from his body. As Suo struggles to hold off Shijima's assault, he hears someone call him from behind. It's Kannagi, who is charging toward Shijima. Shijima is amazed to see him, as he had sent a demon to stop him. However, when he looks back, he sees the others still fighting the demons, while the one he sent to Kannagi lies cut in half. As Shijima processes this, he is struck by a powerful punch to the face from Kannagi, sending him dragging across the ground. Suo is also impressed by the attack, and Kannagi suggests that they fight together to defeat Shijima. Suo is momentarily shocked as Kannagi and Akane haven't even defeated their own opponents, yet this guy has, and now he's offering to help him. However, Suo's pride gets the better of him, and he outright rejects Kannagi's offer, declaring that he doesn't need anyone's help. He is more than enough to fight alone. Kannagi is in disbelief, but before they can argue further, Shijima suddenly closes in on them, unleashing his Magatsu's breath technique. A powerful beam blasts toward them both. Suo manages to block it, but Kannagi is sent flying, his body struck by the devastating attack. He crashes into a tree and his vision starts blurring as consciousness slips away. As he drifts into unconsciousness, he sees Hinoki and the mage's soul standing before him. Hinoki informs him that he has fainted, and so they have summoned him into his own consciousness. Despite the pain racking his bruised and battered body, Kannagi struggles to stand, desperately asking them to send him back. He needs to fight. However, before they can respond, a deep and authoritative voice echoes through the space, commanding him to step back from the battle. Meanwhile, outside, Suo is barely holding his ground against Shijima's relentless barrage of attacks. Shijima smirks, praising Suo for thinking the same way he does, needing no one else to fight their battles. With a sinister grin and the insatiable urge to devour everything, Shijima channels his power into his next attack, striking down with such force that Suo's sword shatters in half. Stunned but quick to react, Suo immediately summons another blade and swings at Shijima, but the enemy dodges effortlessly, bending backward with unnatural flexibility. Shijima seems to be enjoying himself more and more as Suo continues to struggle. Back in the spiritual realm, Kannagi's spirit form watches as the battle unfolds. Shijima is stronger than anyone there. Hinoki states that this is far beyond what Kannagi can handle. The mage adds that Shijima's precision is terrifyingly high. If there had been more humans living in this place, he might have already ascended to the rank of a demon king. She warns Kannagi that if Shijima consumes his life as well, he will become even stronger and unleash havoc upon civilization. She calls their discovery of the grimoire nothing more than a mere coincidence. Hinoki then steps forward, requesting that Kannagi lend them his body so they can handle the matter themselves. However, to their complete shock, Kannagi flat out refuses. Apologizing, he firmly states that this isn't training, this is real. He must overcome this obstacle on his own, just as he will in the future. With unwavering confidence and determination, he looks at them and asks if they agree with him. The mage tries to argue, but is interrupted by Hinoki, who laughs out loud. He tells Kannagi that he has already defeated them. Placing a hand on Kannagi's shoulder, Hinoki reminds him of his claim to surpass the founders. With that, he urges Kannagi to go, use everything he's learned, and do things his way. This boosts Kannagi's confidence, and with a determined look, he faces the battlefield, asking the founders to watch over him. Without hesitation, he dashes toward the field where Shijima and Su are still locked in combat. Suo looks battered and beaten. As he opens his eyes, Shijima strikes again, sending him airborne. While in the air, Shijima readies his final blow to end him. But just as Su braces for impact, someone grabs him midair. His sword and body are seized by Kannagi. Midair, our boy burrows Su's sword, and with a swift motion, he throws him toward the ground, away from the incoming magic beam from Shijima. Suo lands hard on the ground, and Shijima turns his attention back to the airborne Kannagi. He releases another Magatsu's breath aimed directly at him, but is shocked to see Kannagi calmly wielding Hinoki's one-handed sword style. With a sharp focus, Kannagi slashes through Shijima's breath attack, cutting it cleanly in half, and with precise control, he strikes Shijima's arm, severing it from his body. Shijima, stunned and horrified, is left speechless, unsure of what just happened. Shaking with fury, he yells about his identity, but Kannagi, his face set with unwavering determination, responds coldly that he is the one who will surpass the founders. The mage observing the battle asks Hinoki if Kannagi will win against the Dark Magus, but Hinoki himself does not know yet. However, he is certain that Kannagi is not foolish. He suspects that Kannagi may have learned something new while he was asleep in the car on the way here. A wide smile spreads across Hinoki's face as he wonders if it is something beyond his own understanding. Suo, watching Kannagi move with such efficiency and fluidity, is equally shocked. Just moments ago, he had rejected Kannagi's help, yet now it is that very help that is saving his life. Meanwhile, Kannagi relentlessly slashes at Shijima, forcing the latter to teleport backward and counter with his dark art skill, Pomegranate. A barrage of energy blasts hurtles toward Kannagi. He tries to dodge them but quickly realizes that they are tracking him. Jumping around in an attempt to evade, Kannagi finds the blasts persistently chasing him. Suddenly, he recalls one of the founder's skills, Aftershock. Slamming his foot into the ground, he erects a stone barrier in front of him, blocking the incoming attacks. Shijima is taken aback by Kannagi's tactics but quickly hurls more blasts his way. In response, Kannagi utilizes the shattered stone fragments to shield himself once again. Seizing an opportunity, Kannagi combines two skills to flash behind Shijima, but Shijima barely manages to dodge in the nick of time. Countering immediately, he unleashes his Plate of Yin Blast, striking Kannagi. Though Kannagi takes the hit, he absorbs most of the impact. Using an airborne rock as a springboard, he lunges at Shijima, recalling the lessons passed down by the founders. Shijima evades once more, but the sheer variety of techniques Kannagi employs leaves him stunned. The founders, watching from afar, are equally shocked by Kannagi's rapid growth and relentless assault. However, Shijima is not done yet. With a dark glare, he activates his forbidden art, summoning a towering skeletal monstrosity through skeleton fusion. This colossal creature looms over all, radiating a powerful, malevolent aura. Shijima smirks, declaring that this will be the end. The giant skeleton swings its massive palm toward Kannagi as the founders yell for him to run, but Kannagi stands motionless, staring at the incoming attack. Deep in thought, he acknowledges that even if he goes all out, he still lacks the power to defeat Shijima. He realizes he needs something more, something beyond his current limits. Recalling the lessons from the mage and Hinoki, Kannagi remembers how to wield Shining Flame and Hinoki's one-handed sword technique. He recalls Hinoki teaching him the wave blade attack and various slashes. Drawing upon both teachings, Kannagi channels Shining Flame into his hand while infusing his sword with Hinoki's skill, transforming his weapon into a blazing blade. The mage and Hinoki watch in shock. Kannagi has just achieved the impossible. Holding his newly empowered weapon, Kannagi stands ready. The technique he has just executed is called Blazing Fire Cutting Blade. Without hesitation, he dashes toward the skeletal beast, swinging his fiery sword as Shijima watches in utter disbelief. Remembering Hinoki's teachings about the blade and mage's magic arts, Kannagi desires more than just those two. With that determination, he manages to use the Blazing Fire Cutting Blade skill, engulfing his sword in flames. With a swift swing, he cleaves through the skeleton, splitting it from head to toe, while also slashing Shijima in half. Everyone is shocked by this feat, combining two magic skills in such a way. The alchemist founder is particularly amazed, calling Kannagi an irregular for his ability to switch and combine all kinds of skills. He never expected Kannagi to be capable of merging techniques so effortlessly, and he suspects there may be even more to his potential. Suddenly, the alchemist vanishes, leaving Hinoki confused. Mage, overhearing his words, agrees, realizing they may have underestimated Kannagi's abilities. She now feels a twinge of concern, wondering if it's wise to raise someone like him. However, Hinoki is thrilled by Kannagi's power and eager to see just how far he can grow. As Kannagi lands on the ground, exhausted, he is shocked to see Shijima, who had been cut in half, beginning to regenerate from his own blood. Furious, Shijima snarls that if the attack had hit his head, he might have died. Channeling a dark energy, he forms a death ball, vowing to end things himself. But just as he speaks, Su suddenly slashes his throat from behind. Shijima is decapitated, caught completely off guard. As his body collapses, Suo grabs Kannagi, who has fallen unconscious. Holding him, Su recalls a distant memory. His older brother once carried him in the same way. It had been a freezing night under a bridge, with snow covering the ground. His brother had promised to get food for him in the morning. As Su drifted off to sleep, they had heard the sounds of a grand parade above the bridge, others celebrating while they shivered in the cold, stomachs empty. This memory reminds Suo why he chose solitude. Shijima had tried to manipulate him by preying on his loneliness. But now, looking at Kannagi, he realizes something. He is not truly alone, and even if he is, he can endure it. As he ponders this, the barrier around them begins to crack. Akane and Hanada rush in, immediately worried upon seeing Kannagi unconscious. Once they confirm he's only passed out, Hanada notices the barrier is collapsing from the inside. She warns that they need to act quickly. Hanada asks what would happen if the energy within the barrier explodes outward. Suo grips his sword tightly, revealing that if that happens, they will all be crushed to death. Their only option is to hit it with their strongest attack and try to deflect it. Though Su says this with confidence, deep inside, he isn't sure if they are capable of it in their current state. But they have no choice. As they brace themselves, Kannagi, still unconscious, suddenly lifts his sword, channeling energy into it. Suo notices this in shock. Inside Kannagi's mind, Hinoki takes control, guiding his body. As the barrier explodes, everyone unleashes their full power, while Hinoki executes his one-handed style's splitting cloud attack. Outside the barrier, a red-haired man rushes toward the scene, accompanied by two men. His subordinates warn him that the barrier is about to collapse. Suddenly, it bursts open. The men fear they might be too late, but to their astonishment, a brilliant beam of blue light shoots into the sky from Kannagi's sword. The red-haired man watches in awe, recognizing the light as a flawless sword technique, free of hesitation. His name is Su Makoto, the captain of the anti-prophecy unit. Observing the spectacle before him, he wonders whose work this could be. A while later, on a plane flying over Peru, Midori is on a call with Makoto, amazed that the new member has just stopped the unknown prophecy. Meanwhile, in Japan, Makoto, still on the call, is facing a rank 1 prophecy, one that, according to him, is on a much higher level than what they encountered before. Midori, instead of boarding the plane, sits on top of it, smiling as he reflects on how much the anti-prophecy unit has grown, even though he isn't there to witness it firsthand. However, his amusement is short-lived when Makoto reveals that the core member who stopped the prophecy was none other than Kannagi, the same Kannagi who had only joined the team 2 days ago. Shocked, Makoto desperately demands to know who he really is. Without hesitation, Midori confidently declares that Kannagi is the one who will bring an end to all prophecies. They had been anticipating his arrival for quite some time. There was a lingering sense of expectation surrounding him, as if he was the one they had been waiting for. Makoto, skeptical of such high hopes, questions whether their faith in him is truly justified. Instead of arguing, he is simply told to see for himself. Changing the topic, Makoto urges Midori to return. His presence is needed, as facing an opponent of equal strength without him is proving to be a challenge. Midori chuckles, offering a brief apology before shifting focus. Meanwhile, Rin reaches out, his voice carrying urgency as he speaks of a grand prophecy unfolding before them. It is a colossal enemy, a super-rank prophecy, the boss of suicidal infection, Ishtam. As the monstrous being charges toward him, Midori tells Makoto to hold on, assuring him that he will finish up soon. Without hesitation, he extends his hand and unleashes divine wind turbulence. At that very moment, in a hospital ward, Kannagi's eyes snap open. A startled cry escapes his lips as he abruptly sits up. A nurse, noticing his sudden movement, leans over to reassure him. She informs him that he has finally regained consciousness. He has been in the anti-prophecy infirmary, asleep since the end of his mission. Hearing this, Kannagi wonders if he had merely lost consciousness. His sleep had been so deep that he hadn't even entered the spatial realm to train with the Founders. The nurse assures him that he is fine, drawing back the curtain before reminding him to call if he needs anything. As the curtain lifts, Kannagi notices Suo sitting nearby, arms crossed, silently watching him. Seeing him, Kannagi wonders if he had been watching over him the entire time he was unconscious. Kannagi looks around and notices that Hinata and Akane are missing. Curious, he asks about them, to which Suo reveals that they are training, frustrated by their perceived uselessness in the last fight. With an accepting tone, Su calmly states that Kannagi's power was overwhelming. Hearing this compliment from a man like Su shocks the overpowered boy. But before he can fully process it, Su suddenly stands and aggressively demands to know who he really is. In less than 2 days after his arrival, Kannagi has already defeated a rank 3 and a potential rank 1 boss, while using a rare fusion spell that Su has never seen before. Pressing the question again, Suo demands to know Kannagi's true identity and how he too can become like him. As Su insists on getting answers, Makoto suddenly arrives, asking if Kannagi is the one he's looking for. Kannagi confirms, but Suo is taken aback by his older brother's unexpected arrival. Makoto walks past Suo, barely glancing at him, while Kannagi hesitantly asks if he really is Suo's big brother. The moment the question leaves his lips, Makoto suddenly draws his sword and swings it inches away from everyone in the room. Both Su and Kannagi are caught off guard. Dodging the attack, Kannagi wonders if it's some kind of test, while Makoto, equally surprised, marvels at how a mere trainee managed to evade his strike. Makoto confirms that it was indeed a test, and Kannagi has passed. Without hesitation, he introduces himself as the captain of Suo's squad, Suo Makoto. The realization hits Kannagi hard. Makoto truly is Suo's older brother. After a brief pause, Makoto announces that due to Kannagi's extraordinary performance against the Rank 1 disaster, he will be joining his squad temporarily. The announcement stuns Kannagi, but Suo is even more shocked. A tinge of jealousy creeps into him. Despite being Makoto's younger brother, even he is not allowed to join his squad. Wasting no time, Makoto orders Kannagi to follow him for a briefing, while in the background, Suo clenches his fists so tightly in frustration that his knuckles begin to bleed. Meanwhile, in the training area, the anti-prophecy unit duo is training hard. Akane wields multiple weapons while Hinata focuses on blocking her attacks. However, no matter how much they push themselves, they know that reaching Kannagi's level is nearly impossible. As they continue practicing, Midori suddenly walks in, announcing his arrival with chocolates from Peru. To his shock, they completely ignore the chocolates and rush toward him, eagerly asking how long he will be staying in Japan. When Midori reveals he will be there for a week, the duo immediately insists on training under him during that time. They refuse to let Kannagi surpass them without a fight. Taken aback, Midori hadn't expected them to be this determined. He agrees to train them but then asks about Suo, wondering if he wants to join. Just as he finishes speaking, Suo arrives, his expression filled with sheer determination as he confirms that he will be joining as well. Meanwhile, in the hall, Kannagi keeps pace with Makoto's fast strides as he leads the way. Back in the training room, the group is shocked to see Suo just as determined to join them. Suo reveals that Kannagi has been scouted by his older brother to temporarily join his squad. This revelation stuns the duo, making them realize just how far Kannagi has progressed. Being personally recruited by Makoto is no small feat. However, Suo sees this as a sign of his own shortcomings compared to Kannagi, believing he must improve himself even more. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Kannagi, growing curious, asks Makoto about the meeting. Makoto reveals that it concerns their next mission, for which they will depart the following morning. As they walk, Makoto suddenly stops and asks if Kannagi is close to his younger brother. Recalling their last battle together, when Suo lent him his sword, Kannagi excitedly confirms that he is. Though Makoto acts indifferent, he secretly worries about his brother, but never shows it. This has led Suo to mistakenly believe that his brother hates him and doesn't care about him. The truth is, when Makoto visited them before, he didn't ignore Suo. He simply couldn't bear to look at his wounds. However, this misunderstanding made Suo believe his brother was disregarding him, fueling his determination to risk his life and grow stronger just to get Makoto's attention. On the other hand, Makoto doesn't want Suo to become stronger. He just wants him to be safe. This deep misunderstanding drives Suo's resolve to surpass Kannagi, believing that only then will his brother acknowledge him. One day he hopes to defeat Makoto himself. Meanwhile, Kannagi, still curious, presses Makoto further, and Makoto finally admits that he truly does care about his little brother. Kannagi finds this heartwarming. Back in the training area, as Suo explains everything to the group, Akane finds it confusing. Even though Suo talks about surpassing his brother and proving himself, he still respects him deeply. Continuing her training with Hinata, Akane remarks that, in the end, Suo just wants his brother's attention. Hinata finds this touching, but Akane's words trigger something in Suo, making him enraged. Meanwhile, in the meeting, Kannagi learns about the 3 core rules of the squad. First, be swift. Second, maintain offensive pressure. Third, overcome weaknesses. Within the Counterforce Division, Makoto's squad is considered the strongest in terms of combat ability. The squad operates with a minimum of 7 members, designed to be a small but elite force. Their primary targets are Rank 1 and above-level threats. Aboard the helicopter, as Makoto's squad is escorted to their mission, A squad member named Jakeru casually remarks that 90% of the team's power comes from their captain, while the rest are just extras. Since Kannagi is only a temporary member, he isn't expected to do much. However, while Jakeru is explaining this, Kannagi is distracted, busy on his phone. Jakeru points this out, prompting Kannagi to apologize, explaining that he needs to contact his friends. Jakeru, confused, asks what he means by contact. Kannagi is trying to contact the other members of the anti-prophecy group, as the founders keep nagging him about it. While the group is training, they receive his message, and reading it shocks everyone, especially Suo, who wonders what the hell Kannagi is thinking by sending it. They immediately show it to Midori, who discovers that the message contains 3 separate pieces of advice, each tailored for a different person. The detailed guidance on how to get stronger impresses Midori. With a smile, he extends his hand and asks if they will follow the advice or reject it. Seeing it as a challenge, everyone accepts, especially Suo, who is enraged that Kannagi has essentially salted their wounds. Back on the plane, Jakeru informs Kannagi that they have arrived at their destination. Wiping the window, Kannagi is amazed by the sight of a vast, snowy mountain terrain with enormous crystal spikes jutting out of the ground. Their mission is to deal with a Rank 1 prophecy, Frozen Earth. This disaster threatens to freeze the entire planet, as the affected areas are expanding at an alarming rate. If left unchecked, the whole Earth could be consumed, ending all life. This phenomenon is occurring simultaneously in 17 different locations across multiple countries, many of them in urban areas, which only worsens the crisis. Vice Captain Kashi briefs the squad on the situation, stressing that they cannot afford any delays, as reports indicate the freezing effect is spreading faster than anticipated. Leading the mission, Makoto orders the squad to jump from the helicopter's back hatch, as it can no longer proceed safely. Before they jump, he reminds them that no human lives should be harmed. To motivate everyone, he commands them to chant the 3 squad rules, and they all shout them in unison. Standing at the back, Kannagi reflects on his last battle, where he once again relied on Hinoki in the end. Determined to grow stronger during this temporary mission, he sees this as a valuable opportunity to learn from the other members. As everyone leaps from the helicopter, Kannagi resolves to complete this mission on his own. This is his first Rank 1 prophecy. At 10:17 a.m., everyone lands safely on the ground. The air is freezing, and despite being an awakener, Jakeru catches a cold, questioning how the temperature is affecting him. Kashi explains that the cold is far worse than the reports indicated, which might be the reason. He also informs the squad that the area is vast and suggests setting up a camp midway. Hearing this, Makoto considers something, but keeps his thoughts to himself. Meanwhile, Kannagi asks Jakeru if the prophecy, Frozen Earth, is recorded in any prophecy book. Jakeru denies it, revealing that the anti-prophecy unit predicted it using their unique skills. While many prophecies exist, this is the first time a member has successfully identified a Rank 1 prophecy. This is why Makoto's squad was chosen for the mission, given its severity. Kannagi's question is answered, but Kashi notices that he seems slightly nervous. Kashi reassures him that nervousness is better than letting his guard down, but he shouldn't let it become a burden. Jakeru places a hand on Kannagi's shoulder, repeating Kashi's words and reminding him that he is moving with the best crew of the anti-prophecy unit. Kashi yells at Jakeru for being too relaxed, prompting Jakeru to apologize instantly. Suddenly, Jakeru raises his hand, reporting that his radar has detected enemies at 2 o'clock, approximately 200 meters away. Kashi acknowledges the report and vanishes in an instant, only to reappear moments later. She confirms that she scouted ahead and saw 30 monsters with an estimated rank of S++. These creatures belong to the ice gargoyle race of the Tice tribe. Hearing this, Makoto immediately orders his unit to annihilate the enemy. The squad charges toward the incoming monsters in a highly coordinated manner, their teamwork and situational awareness leaving Kannagi in awe. They operate on an entirely different level compared to trainees. making him realize that these are elite warriors, far beyond the regular members. Eager to join the fight, Kannagi asks for permission, which Makoto grants, dismissing the enemies as nothing more than S triple plus rank. With permission secured, Kannagi launches forward and kicks a monster in the head. However, to his shock, the creature explodes, sending shards flying in all directions. Kashi, skillfully evading a flashy monster's attack, warns everyone that some extremely powerful monsters are mixed in with the rest. Meanwhile, Kannagi activates his fire-cutting blade and completely obliterates a monster with a fiery attack, sending it flying. Witnessing this, Jakeru is stunned that someone like Kannagi used a Fury Sword skill. Kashi is impressed, while Makoto, with just a few swings of his sword, effortlessly slices through the remaining monsters. He also takes note of Kannagi's fiery sword and realizes that the blue light beam he saw earlier must have come from it. With the monsters defeated, the squad sets up camp in the mountains and begins eating. During their meal, Kashi asks Jakeru what else he saw on his radar. Jakeru reports that there are no boss-level threats within a 10-kilometer range. Hearing this, Kashi sighs in relief, confirming that they can spend the night there. However, she soon wonders, where have Kannagi and the captain gone? On the other side, Kannagi sits by his own campfire, attempting to fuse his spells together just as he did before. However, as he focuses on the process, the captain suddenly arrives from behind and calls him out for his enthusiasm about training. Caught off guard, Kannagi nearly jumps out of his skin as Makoto scared the hell out of him by approaching so silently. After calming him down, Makoto sits beside Kannagi and asks if this is his first time camping and whether he finds it difficult. Kannagi enthusiastically claims that he's fine, but to his surprise, Makoto casually states that he just wants to go home and smoke. Kannagi is taken aback. He never expected someone like the captain to talk about smoking. However, to Kannagi's shock, Makoto then reveals that he's desperate to smoke his cat. Confused and alarmed, Kannagi misinterprets his words, thinking he's talking about drugs. He immediately questions the captain about his cat, to which Makoto, getting uncomfortably close, pulls out his phone and shows him a picture. Kannagi asks for the cat's name, and Makoto reveals it's Oribe. As Kannagi examines the picture, he notices the cat's ferocious gaze, but instead asks if Makoto really misses him. To his surprise, Makoto denies it, revealing that Oribe is a complete menace, always scratching his stuff, vomiting everywhere, and being an overall nightmare. Yet despite all of that, Makoto admits that the cat is still adorable, just like his younger brother Suo. Kannagi finds it strange that Makoto is talking this way, but he listens as the captain, in a hopeful voice, expresses his wish to one day talk with Suo the same way he's talking with Kannagi now. Kannagi, being an only child, admits he can't relate, but he offers a suggestion. Perhaps Makoto should treat Suo the same way he treats his cat. Hearing this, Makoto smiles and agrees. He then shows Kannagi some videos on his phone, shocking him with footage of the captain treating his cat like a baby. Amused, Makoto questions whether that kind of behavior is really okay. Then, with a soft expression, he looks at Kannagi and asks if they can practice together. In his mind, Kannagi doesn't really want to, but before he can answer, Kashi arrives, searching for them. She requests that they return to camp, reminding them that they have to depart early the next morning. Makoto agrees without complaint. That night, however, Makoto and his crew remain unaware of a mysterious figure venturing into the snowy land. The person, casually dressed as if heading to the beach, moves deeper into the frozen terrain. When stopped, he claims to be on a mission to fulfill the prophecy of that place. Holding a small book in his hand, he declares it an important mission. He is a solo awakener heading toward the very same mountain as Makoto and his squad. At the camp, as Kannagi sleeps, he finds himself training in his dreams with the founders. Today's lesson is archery, meant to improve his concentration. He practices with a heavy bow under the guidance of Margit, who is instructing him. Noticing Kannagi sweating, Margit asks if it's painful to keep his focus steady. As they train, Hinoki loudly complains about why it isn't a sword training day, but the mage quickly silences him, reminding him that it was his turn the previous day. Despite the noise, Margit is impressed that Kannagi remains undisturbed, showing significant improvement in maintaining his concentration compared to their first session. Kannagi explains that he is currently on a mission with an amazing team, which motivates him to give his best. With his focus locked on the target, he releases the arrow, hitting the bullseye with perfect accuracy. Margit is amazed by the precision, while Kannagi drops to the ground, sighing in relief. Margit reminds him not to forget the feeling and calls it a day for training. Realizing that the session is over, Hinoki gets excited, immediately drawing his sword and ordering Kannagi to get up for sword training. However, just as they are about to start, Kannagi is suddenly awakened by his crew as it's time to continue their journey. Before setting off, Makoto briefs everyone, stating that today, they will slay the boss tied to the prophecy. As they venture ahead, they encounter more monsters. This time, a flock of blue birds. As the squad charges toward them, the founders within Kannagi comment on how easy this mission should be, given the team's strength. However, the mage notices that one of the older founders appears uneasy, sensing that something is off about the fight. After a fierce battle, the crew successfully clears the monsters, clearing their path forward. Makoto then orders Jikaru to scout ahead. Jikaru reports that approximately 2,000 meters from their position, there is likely a major boss, and it is heading straight for them. He then delivers horrifying news that the monster will reach them in just 10 seconds. Within moments, a towering figure known as the unknown god Calamitas comes rushing toward them with a ferocious, maniacal expression. Her aura is completely different from any monster they have faced before. Makoto immediately orders his crew to engage, and they all flash toward the boss in perfect coordination. Jikaru uses his abilities to shackle the creature while Kashi slashes at it from all angles. However, to their shock, their attacks leave no visible damage. The boss remains completely unscathed, despite their well-executed combo. Just as the boss is about to counterattack, it suddenly senses something approaching from above. It's Kannagi, descending with a powerful sword strike. Remembering what Akane and Hinoki taught him about executing a vertical slash, he unleashes his strongest attack first, ready to strike with full force. Combining his power, Kannagi attacks with his blazing fire-cutting blade, sending a beam of fire toward the boss. However, to his shock, it has no effect. The boss immediately counters, swinging her own sword and sending Kannagi crashing into the ground. Hearing the powerful impact, Jikaru momentarily believes Kannagi has just died. However, Kannagi survives, having landed on an ice crystal that cushions his fall. Meanwhile, Kashi, still fighting, realizes why this boss is ranked number 1. She glances toward Makoto. It is now up to him to save them. Makoto draws his sword, and as he does, Jikaru instantly shackles Kannagi and lifts him out of the fight, claiming that if they interfere, they will only get in their captain's way. As they retreat, the boss swings at Makoto with all her might. The sheer force of the attack creates a powerful shockwave, making Kannagi worry for Makoto's safety. However, to his astonishment, Makoto stops the attack inches away from hitting him. The boss swings again, and once more, Makoto blocks it effortlessly. Without hesitation, he counters with a devastating slash, severing one of the boss's arms. Watching this, Hinoki is beyond impressed, exclaiming that he wants to do the same. However, Kannagi, growing concerned, firmly refuses to let Hinoki take over his body. Meanwhile, standing before the wounded boss, Makoto calmly declares that he had wanted his crew to gain experience fighting a boss of this level. But now, he will end it himself. Hearing this, his crew quickly deploys a barrier around them for protection. As soon as the barrier is up, Makoto channels his red dragon skill into his sword, unleashing blazing flames all around. He then combines it with crimson light, sending a massive inferno straight at the boss, which obliterates nearly half of her body. Kannagi, witnessing this, is utterly shocked. Makoto used a sword flame technique similar to his own, but it was far stronger. Without the protective barrier, they all might have been reduced to ashes. Kannagi quietly apologizes to the boss, saying it was his duty to protect the world. Then, out of nowhere, he meows like a cat, causing an unbearable wave of second-hand embarrassment to wash over everyone. Observing the battle closely, Kannagi realizes that Makoto's technique is vastly different from Hinoki's. His skills are truly on another level. Amazed, Kannagi now deeply desires to learn from him. Meanwhile, Makoto delivers a final follow-up slash, cutting the boss completely in half. However, in an instant, a flash of light streaks through the battlefield. Makoto's arm is suddenly severed. In disbelief, he turns, only to see a gaping hole in Jakaru's body. Kannagi frantically looks around, horror gripping him as he realizes what just happened. One by one, his comrades' bodies are being torn apart, blood spilling onto the ground. They are all dropping dead before his eyes. Kannagi, seeing Jakaru falling, rushes to help him, but with the last of his strength, Jakaru pushes him away. Stumbling backward, Kannagi watches in disbelief as the comrades he fought alongside just seconds ago are now collapsing before his eyes. Despite being on the brink of death, Jakaru is filled with regret. His radar failed to detect the incoming attack, leading to this devastating loss. As he falls, he apologizes to his captain and crashes onto the ground, hoping his team has at least seen where the attack came from. Kashi is safe, but several other members are struck by the same beam, piercing straight through them. Makoto, clutching his severed arm, yells at his team to take cover in the terrain, calling it a skill attack. Without hesitation, everyone obeys and runs for their lives. While fleeing, Kashi calls out to a fallen comrade, urging him to follow. However, he hesitates, worried about their captain, who is severely wounded. The attack that severed Makoto's arm cannot be blocked, not even by a barrier, because its properties allow it to annihilate everything it touches. Suddenly, another beam hurtles toward Makoto, but he narrowly dodges it by leaping into the air. Kashi watches in growing fear as the boss unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks while simultaneously regenerating. Realizing they must take down the boss in one decisive burst, she turns to Kannagi, only to find him kneeling on the ground, frozen in shock. Kannagi stares at the bodies of his fallen comrades, his voice barely above a whisper as he pleads with the founder Valentine, asking if she can resurrect them. However, with an embarrassed expression, Valentine apologizes. She cannot bring back the dead. Kannagi falls silent for a moment, then takes a deep breath. He calls upon all the founders, admitting that while he wanted to handle everything himself this time, he now realizes he may need their help once again. Without hesitation, Hinoki steps forward and takes control of his body. Meanwhile, Makoto, analyzing the attack, realizes that it completely bypassed Jakaru's radar. Since Jakaru's radar can only detect threats within a 3-kilometer range, the attack must have originated from beyond that distance. This single strike not only killed Jakaru but also severed Makoto's arm, proof that their hidden enemy is at least as strong as he is. Determined not to let his fallen comrades' sacrifices be in vain, Makoto pushes beyond his current limits, channeling power far beyond his normal capacity. He focuses his energy, using his heightened senses to pinpoint a location over 3 kilometers away, despite the obstacles concealing the enemy. Clenching his sword, he remembers those who have fallen today. Their deaths fuel his resolve. With unwavering determination, Makoto charges his blade with crimson light and unleashes a devastating blaze of fire. The scorching inferno rips through the ground, obliterating everything in its path, until, at last, it reveals the enemy who cast the deadly spell. It is the same boy who arrived there alone, casually dressed. He is impressed that Makoto managed to track him down after his attack, just as expected from the captain of the strongest squad. However, Makoto is shocked. His attack was completely consumed by this man. The boy claims that if Makoto still had his left arm intact, that attack would have killed him. He is using a spell called Darkness to channel dark orbs around him, As he walks toward Makoto, he launches one of the orbs with the intent to kill. In response, Makoto swings his sword, conjuring an ice barrier. He then counters in an instant, vanishing and reappearing behind the boy, slashing at his neck. But before Makoto can process what just happened, the same devastating beam attack strikes again, tearing a chunk off his torso. The boy remains unharmed, calmly stating that he had anticipated Makoto's attack. However, he adds that Makoto is the one truly close to death. That comment ignites Makoto's rage. With what little strength he has left, he lunges forward, swinging his sword. But the boy effortlessly sidesteps and counters with a powerful kick, landing a direct hit on Makoto's open wound. However, Makoto is one step ahead. Using the opening, he strikes with the back of his sword, sending the boy crashing into the ground. As Makoto watches, he becomes curious. Why did the boy stop using his beam attack after only a few shots? Despite its overwhelming power, it seems he cannot sustain it indefinitely. Realization dawns on him. The boy cannot use his spell continuously. In terms of endurance, they are evenly matched. The boy, after crashing, manages to land on his feet, confirming Makoto's suspicion, but pointing out that they are not in the same condition. Makoto is at a clear disadvantage, one arm severed, half his body missing. However, our Chad Makoto refuses to acknowledge the concept of a disadvantage. He recalls the 3 rules of the Makoto squad, drawing strength from them. Determination floods his body as he readies himself to fight until his last breath. With unwavering resolve, he channels electric fiery energy, burning his own wounds to cauterize them and stop the bleeding. As he does, he roars the squad's 3rd rule into the battlefield. Overcome your weakness. With those words, he unleashes Scarlet Blaze. The boy's eyes narrow. He realizes that Makoto is burning away his own life force to amplify his power. In response, he does the same, fueling his darkness spell with his very essence. Makoto, calling upon the spirits of his fallen comrades, glares at his opponent. His voice booms across the battlefield, warning him not to look down on his squad. Meanwhile, in the back, as Kannagi calls upon his funders for help, his hair turns white as Hinoki takes control of him. The other squad members, who are still running, are suddenly stopped by the boss, who remains strong as she regenerates her arms. Kashi, witnessing this, grows concerned, realizing she cannot subjugate the boss alone. She calls out to Kannagi, who is still kneeling in the back. To her, it seems as though his fighting spirit has completely faded after witnessing his squad members' deaths. It is only natural. He was just an ordinary person who recently joined the squad. However, to her shock, Kannagi rises from the ground. In a blinding flash, he dashes forward and lands a devastating kick on the boss, sending her flying. On the other side of the battlefield, Makoto and his opponent continue their fierce exchange, trading blow after blow. Makoto, wielding only half of his sword, unleashes Scarlet Light. The opponent barely dodges by leaning to the side. Despite evading the attack, he grows uneasy. It is getting harder. Makoto's flames, which should have been erased by his darkness spell, are re-emerging and striking him again. Furthermore, there is a limit to how much he can control his darkness manually, and that limit is approaching. Realizing this, he sends a barrage of darkness orbs at Makoto, but Makoto swiftly dodges, seizing an opening to lunge forward and slash his opponent's arm clean off. Now their positions are reversed. However, despite losing his arm, the opponent leaps forward and drives his knee into Makoto's wounded arm. Makoto collapses to the ground in pain as the opponent slowly approaches. Looking down at him, he claims that losing an arm means nothing. After all, there is still a hole in Makoto's stomach. He then reveals something chilling. He had already anticipated Makoto's strategy. From the very first attack, he knew Makoto would engage in close combat. He acknowledges Makoto's strength, admitting that he always makes the best decisions and never wastes time. However, he also points out Makoto's flaw. He is too predictable. That, he declares, is the reason why Makoto will lose. Reaching into his bag, he pulls out a book. Holding it up, He claims that Makoto's defeat has already been decided by its contents. Makoto's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes it as the Book of Doom. The opponent opens the book, revealing a startling truth. The guy claims that if there is an organization that exists to stop prophecies, then it is only natural that another exists to fulfill them. Makoto is stunned as he never knew such an organization existed. The opponent then makes his final revelation that he is one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. He introduces himself as the 12th of darkness, the one destined to fulfill the prophecy. Makoto, still in disbelief, questions the reason behind his obsession with bringing about destruction. The opponent, flipping through the pages of the book, smirks and asks if he reveals will Makoto forgive him. Makoto is enraged by the mockery. Without hesitation, he swings his sword with all his might, nearly severing the opponent's shoulder. Makoto is confident that he can win this battle, as his opponent appears to be out of mana, and his body seems to be reaching its limit. Makoto channels the red dragon form, convinced that it will secure his victory. On the other hand, the guy, with his shoulder nearly severed, is still standing, declaring that this is Makoto's end. With that, he takes out a potion and drinks it, unleashing a flashy burst of light. The light blinds Makoto, and suddenly, within that brilliance, a powerful fist strikes Makoto's face, sending him crashing to the ground. As the dust settles, Makoto is in disbelief, seeing that all the damage he inflicted on the guy has been healed, and his opponent is back to full strength. The guy claims that the potion he used is an artifact, which allowed him to heal completely. With one arm, Makoto uses his scarlet light blade again, sending a sword wave toward the guy. However, the guy disperses it with his darkness orbs and counters with a barrage of attacks. Makoto is left in shock, as the artifact the guy used is supposed to be controlled by countries due to how overpowered it is, and no ordinary organization should be able to possess one. The guy kicks Makoto in his gut wound, sending him to the ground, where he takes his final breaths. Seeing Makoto beaten, the guy lets out a sigh of relief, believing he has finally defeated him. Meanwhile, Makoto, remembering his childhood and his comrades, tries to reach for his sword. He also recalls Kannagi's words about treating his brother like his cat, which brings a smile to his bloodied face. With renewed determination, he picks up his sword, but as he is about to swing it, a darkness beam hits him, completely severing the hand holding the sword. The guy, with a confident tone, bids Makoto his final goodbye. However, just as he is about to deliver the finishing blow, someone arrives, parting the crystal behind him. It's Kannagi, backed up by all the founders, ready to get their revenge on the guy who made their disciple cry. Makoto notices Kannagi's presence and is initially worried, but soon realizes that it's not just Kannagi. Something else is emanating from him. The guy also notices the abnormality and the aura radiating from Kannagi. The boy in front of him no longer appears as a vulnerable target, but as an existence that will fiercely defend himself. Growing worried, the guy warns Kannagi not to move, threatening to kill Makoto if he does. However, as he speaks, his arm is severed from his body in a flash. The guy is shocked, unable to comprehend how it happened so quickly. Meanwhile, Kannagi simply swings his sword from a distance, the force of the strike even dulling his blade. The founders notice this, surprised that the sword dulled after just one strike. The alchemist founder steps in, transmuting multiple weapons for Kannagi to use in the fight. With pure vengeance in his eyes, Kannagi orders every founder to unleash hell on the guy. Meanwhile, the guy completely regenerates his arm, which shocks Hinoki. The mage founder explains it as reversal, a skill she didn't expect a modern awakener to possess. She speculates that the artifact he used continuously heals his wounds until its effect wears off. As she speaks, Kannagi launches an arrow that strikes the guy directly in the head. The guy didn't see it coming, but he regenerates the wound instantly. Seeing this, one of the founders asks the mage how they can kill the guy. She reveals that they must kill him repeatedly until he eventually dies. The guy uses his darkness spell as Kannagi loads another arrow. When Kannagi releases the arrow, the darkness spell tries to intercept it, but the arrow pierces through, striking the guy in the chest and head. The archer founder mocks the guy, asking if he truly believed he could stop his arrows. The guy regenerates his wounds and counters with a darkness orb's attack. Kannagi, using the founder's evasive powers, dodges the attack and flashes toward the guy, kicking him in the face. He then grabs the guy's hand and delivers a palm strike to his face. One of the founders notices that the guy can't use his annihilation beam attack if his vision is blocked by his own orbs, which works in their favor. Dodging the attack becomes easier because of this. Kannagi delivers a powerful blow to the guy's gut, sending him crashing to the ground. The founders wonder how many times they'll have to watch the same guy die and regenerate. Meanwhile, Kannagi walks over to Makoto, who, in his beaten state, asks if he is truly Kannagi. Kannagi denies it, explaining that the founders are using his body as heroic spirits. Using Valentine's healing power Preservation, Kannagi begins healing Makoto's arms. As he heals, Kannagi reveals that they are in a hurry and must act quickly. Seeing Kannagi leave, Makoto understands that it's the founders who are in control. A short distance away, the guy gets back up, shocked that his spells are being dodged and countered so effortlessly. Without giving him time to think, Kannagi attacks him with a spear, piercing straight through his heart. The guy is relentlessly attacked, dying repeatedly without a moment to recover. One of the founders asks the mage if keeping the spear in the guy's heart will prevent him from regenerating. However, the spear passes through his body, and he begins to regenerate again. As the guy starts to recover, Kannagi delivers a powerful kick from above, crashing him back to the ground. Kannagi wonders which body parts regenerate first if they completely destroy his body. The guy begins regenerating from his hand, but by the time his full body is restored, he is gasping and exhausted. He is being obliterated but refuses to let a boy stop him. Deciding to kill Makoto and escape, he rushes toward him, only to find Kannagi already sitting there, guarding Makoto. With a maniacal smile, Kannagi reveals that he is too late. Hinoki then takes control of Kannagi's body and, using his sword style, completely cuts the guy's body into pieces. Even though the guy is obliterated, he doesn't fear death, as he believes he is fulfilling a prophecy. However, his resolve begins to waver in the face of something as terrifying as Kannagi. As the guy regenerates again, he tries to remind himself of his mission to fulfill the prophecy, refusing to let fear overcome him. He reaches for another artifact in his bag, but before he can use it, Kannagi cuts off his arm. The artifact scatters to the ground, creating a powerful golden cage around Kannagi called the Sand Cage of Time. The regeneration effect on the guy ends, and he is unable to regenerate his arm. Relieved, the guy believes he has barely made it. The founders, seeing the cage, grow concerned, wondering what to do next since the guy's regeneration is nearly over. The guy, standing outside the cage, claims that even his darkness can't destroy the cage, so Kannagi can't kill him from within. With a nervous expression, he declares that he is going to leave, but before he can finish his sentence, Hinoki yells at him to watch closely. Suddenly, the guy feels a strong aura behind him and turns to see Makoto standing on his own 2 feet, still regenerating. How is Makoto that much of a Chad and overpowered? Well, it all goes back to his childhood when he trained with the best, Midori. Even Midori lost to Makoto in a sword fight, which led him to suggest that Makoto find a better master to continue his training. Following the advice of the world's strongest awakener, Makoto searched for masters to become a disciple of those at the highest level. However, he surpassed every master he encountered, whether they taught him swordsmanship, magic, or agility. Every master gave up on him in less than a month. One of the masters recommended him to the strongest swordsman they knew at the time, Hinoki Ichika, the little sister of Hinoki. Ichika became Makoto's final master, and he trained under her for about 3 years. One day, while training with Ichika, Makoto asked about a sword technique mentioned in a book called Indomitable. Even Ichika couldn't figure out how the technique worked. claiming that it was a skill only Hinoki, the founder, could use. Makoto found it fascinating, as he had read about it in the book. However, Ichika soon realized she had nothing left to teach Makoto, as he had already mastered Hinoki's one-handed sword style. Makoto wanted to grow even stronger, but Ichika didn't know how he could progress further. She compared him to an unblooming bud, stating that even with all his training, blooming in this lifetime would be difficult for him. She hoped that one day, a stronger swordsman would appear before him. In the present, Makoto realizes that this moment is happening right before his eyes. He notices Kannagi using sword techniques he didn't even know existed. According to Ichika, such an opportunity might come only once in a lifetime, and he shouldn't miss it. Grateful for the chance, Makoto thanks Ichika in his heart and begins touching his severed arms together. Seeing this, all the founders are confused about what he's trying to do. Kannagi is also worried about his captain, who is outside the cage with the enemy. Makoto begins emitting the same aura as Kannagi. Meanwhile, inside the training ground of the anti-prophecy faction, Midori, who is training with Suo, senses a powerful aura. Suddenly, an explosion rocks the area, and as the dust settles, they are shocked to see a massive hole in the wall, and Midori is gone. Back on the battlefield, the guy is confused, seeing Makoto able to perform such a feat despite his condition. He is certain that he will be cut down. Witnessing this, Hinoki explains to Kannagi that people are like flowers, blooming at their true potential when they reach their peak, whether physically, spiritually, or through mastering an ultimate technique. For Makoto, this is the moment of his true potential. Hinoki, standing behind Kannagi, advises him to engrave what he sees deep in his mind. Kannagi realizes what Hinoki is trying to say. Like a blooming flower, Makoto lifts his arms as if holding a sword and, with unwavering determination, manages to use Hinoki's one-handed sword style's lost technique, Indomitable, the very technique he read about in the book. Even though the guy's darkness defenses are flawlessly activated, his body is cut in half without Makoto even wielding a physical sword. The guy wonders if this is the time and place where he will meet his end. As his body falls apart, Hinoki praises Makoto for materializing a sword that existed only in his mind. Meanwhile, Makoto, though standing in a state of confusion, feels that he has finally become the swordsman he always aspired to be. He considers it a blessing to have spent time with his family, friends, comrades, and subordinates. Every experience he's had has made him stronger. Even if this is his end, he remembers his little brother and his cat, apologizing to them in his heart. As he is about to lose consciousness, he sees Kannagi walking toward him, lending a hand with a smile. Seeing this, Makoto realizes that this death might not be the end, as he can still leave his legacy to the next generation through Kannagi. Grabbing Kannagi's hand, he thanks him and collapses to the ground. As the cage vanishes after the guy's defeat, Kannagi rushes toward his captain, feeling a deep connection through the crest of nothingness. All the other comrades lie lifeless on the ground, but as Makoto is about to join them, Midori comes flying in. He grabs Makoto just in time as he falls. Makoto dies in Midori's arms at the age of 23, after the battle with the Darkness user, Pei. F for respect in the chat. Holding Makoto's body, Midori is in despair, unable to believe what has happened. He remembers a time when he asked Makoto why he became the captain of the squad while they were training. According to Midori in the anti-prophecy unit, Makoto was the second strongest after him, and if he were to go all out, no one would be able to match him. Midori had asked Makoto if, with all that strength, he thought it was better to fight alone. This question surprised Makoto, and he asked Midori if he thought he wasn't suited for teamwork. However, the team was more important to Makoto than anything else. He wasn't sure how to express this to Midori, but suddenly, his comrades called him through the security camera. In the group, Jakeru was excited because one of their comrades, Kuzushiro, had just passed the level 2 assignment he had been working on. Kuzushiro was also happy, saying he wanted to tell the captain first. Jakeru, thrilled about the news, suggested they all go out for lunch. Seeing their camaraderie, Midori was taken aback. As Midori listened, Makoto revealed that he was fond of his comrades and that even if he fell wounded in battle, he would be happy knowing he had his comrades by his side. Coming back to the present, Midori holds his friend's body and tells him that his wish of fighting for his comrades has been fulfilled. Even though most of his comrades have fallen, 2 of them are still alive. With tears in his eyes, Midori closes Makoto's eyes, stating that as a leader, Makoto has fulfilled his duties. It's something Midori knows he couldn't have done, but Makoto did it, and with honor. On the other hand, Kannagi is on the ground while all the founders stand behind him. Darkness begins to cloud his consciousness, and the mage explains that it's likely due to Kannagi taking all the blame for the station's destruction and his perceived weakness. All of the founders have also experienced the loss of their comrades, friends, and families. Their hearts were broken as they watched their comrades depart, and in most cases, like Hinoki, they couldn't move on from their wounded hearts. Hinoki walks up to Kannagi, who is kneeling in despair. He calls out to him, but in a hopeless tone, Kannagi reveals that he doesn't want to fight anymore. His heart feels torn apart, and he believes that if he had let the founders fight from the beginning, no one would have died. He now understands that in his attempt to become strong for others, he ended up becoming merely a vessel for the founders. Hinoki, hearing Kannagi's words, tries to say something, but Kannagi is too overwhelmed by his thoughts. He feels the hand he shook with Makoto in his consciousness burning like fire. Kannagi knows that Makoto entrusted him to carry forward his legacy. This brings tears to the founders' eyes, but what Kannagi says next shocks them. He declares that he now not only wants to surpass the founders, but to surpass them with every moment he has. Suddenly, a beam of bright light hits Kannagi as he declares his determination. From now on, he will not let anyone else die. Bro is now 1,000 levels mentally strong. 1 month later, in Nagano Prefecture at Mitake Mountain, Suo is practicing hand-to-hand combat with Kannagi. He sends blow after blow toward Kannagi, who dodges them all. Kannagi then counters with a penetration attack, which Suo blocks. But the attack creates a shockwave behind him. Kannagi is shocked that Suo redirected the force of his penetration spell so effortlessly. As he processes this, Suo counters, but Kannagi is ready and uses Aikido to swing Suo around. Suo tries to kick midair, but Kannagi blocks it and counters with a powerful kick of his own. Just as he's about to land the hit, a loud shout stops them both. It's Ichika. How did it all happen? Well, the annihilation of the squad has left a deep scar in the anti-prophecy unit. During the funeral of the fallen, everyone was in grief, but Suo stood frozen in front of his brother's picture the entire time. Later, as Kannagi was heading to his room, he saw Suo coming out of Makoto's room, holding some books and a cat. Kannagi recognized the cat as Oribe, the one Makoto often talked about. Suo was shocked that Kannagi knew about his brother's cat, something even he hadn't been aware of. Before entering his brother's room, Suo didn't know about the cute cat, the books, the clothes, the food, or even the thoughts his brother had. He only discovered these things when he went through Makoto's belongings. Kannagi noticed that Suo had a bunch of diaries with him, which he planned to take. These diaries were left by Makoto so that his brother could read them in case he lost his life. All of Makoto's daily training and missions were recorded inside. However, Suo noticed something else. Every sentence in the diaries ended with Makoto worrying about Suo. He wrote about how Suo was doing, how the weather was cold, and even about Suo's achievements and life events. Reading this alone in his room, Suo broke down in tears, curling up on the floor as he realized that everything his brother wrote was about him. Comment a tear emoji if you're crying too. As Suo revealed all this to Kannagi, Kannagi also shared that Makoto always talked to him about Suo and his cat, Oribe. Hearing this, Suo teared up, declaring that from now on, he wants to get stronger so his brother won't have to worry about him from heaven anymore. With that, they both went to Hinoki Ichika to train. At first, she was cautious of them until they revealed that Suo was Makoto's brother and that Makoto had fallen in battle. This shocked Ichika, but she kept her composure. In sync, both Suo and Kannagi requested her to train them to become stronger. Coming back to the present, Ichika is amazed at how much they've both improved, especially Suo, who has progressed remarkably. Kannagi asks about his own progress, to which Ichika responds with an annoyed sigh, claiming she has nothing left to teach Kannagi since he already knows everything. She jokes that it should be her asking him to teach her instead. She then kicks a stick toward both of them and, with a manic grin, declares that she is the sword, challenging them to come at her. With that, they both charge at her, Suo striking from the front while Kannagi attacks from above. As they fight, Kannagi is determined to get stronger and is confident that he will become the strongest awakener in the world. Meanwhile, in England, London, a man wearing a hat and coat walks down the night streets alone. As he turns a corner, someone recognizes him as one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse, Quatre. Quatre also recognizes the person approaching him. It's Midori. Midori straight up demands that Quatre reveal the location of his base and comrades, warning him that if he says anything else, he will die. Hearing this, Quatre instantly summons his weapon, a strange heart-shaped pike, and challenges Midori to come at him. Suddenly, a burst of blood sprays from the alleyway, followed by Midori walking out unscathed. Outside, other members of the anti-prophecy group are waiting. Midori hands them the book, turns and leaves, stating that 7 people are left. They now have 5 books, meaning they've killed 5 members of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse, and Midori is now heading to the next target. Inside the anti-prophecy's top-secret facility, the Hunt of Everlasting Secrets, someone presents the book that Midori collected to an old lady. Her name is Io, the superintendent of the anti-prophecy unit. The man who brought the book confirms that it's from Midori and reveals that these are prophecy books belonging to the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. This man is Jengen, the assistant to the superintendent. Another assistant, a lady named Shiki, is also present. She suggests that the books might be parts of a single, larger book that has been dismembered. Io opens the book and remarks that eliminating the apostles and retrieving the books aren't the main problems. The real issue is that Midori is acting on his own, and it seems like Makoto's death has left a deep scar on him. Shiki, hearing this, wonders what they should do. Io, with a smile, orders them to leave Midori to her, assuring them that once he returns, she will prepare tea for him. Jengen and Shiki then propose that since Makoto's squad has been eliminated, leaving a gap in the anti-prophecy unit, they are willing to form a new squad under their leadership. Hearing this, Io falls into deep thought. Meanwhile, somewhere around Tokyo, a Rank 2 prophecy, the Rebellion, is unfolding. The boss of this prophecy is the God of Down. Members of the anti-prophecy unit are fighting the troops of the prophecy, but are struggling to defeat even a few of them. In their nervousness, they call out for their captain, Hibiki. Hibiki, the captain of the Hibiki Setsuna squad, steps forward. To her, the troops are boring and easy to defeat. She then looks back at Akane, who has joined her squad, and asks if she can handle it. Akane uses her Trismegistus spell, creating a massive blob of mercury. She warns everyone to stand back as she flows the mercury onto the ground toward the troops. Once every troop has their feet submerged in the mercury, Akane uses her gasification spell, converting the mercury into gas. The troops begin coughing and suffocating. Akane then follows up by converting the gas back into liquid mercury, which is now inside the troops' bodies. She uses crimson heat to boil the mercury within them, and finally she solidifies the mercury, instantly killing all the troops by forming spikes inside their bodies. The entire squad is shocked, as Akane has just wiped out all the troops in a matter of seconds. Akane snaps her fingers and turns toward the group, announcing that she's finished. Hibiki walks toward her, clapping, and praises Akane for using all 3 states of matter and executing 4 attacks in a single skill. She holds Akane's chin and remarks that it's a shame Akane is only a temporary member of their group. Hibiki proposes that once Akane finishes her training, she should join their squad permanently. Akane, excited, replies that she'll think about it. The other squad members are also impressed by Akane, wondering if she'll really join their squad, given how cute and strong she is. However, to their surprise, Hibiki wants Akane to join because she wants their battles to be even easier. As soon as Akane leaves, she calls Kannagi, informing him that she has completed Lesson 7 about controlling the 3 states of alchemy, and asks him to send her the next lesson. Kannagi, who is trying to keep his lunch safe from the cat, agrees. The founder alchemist, hearing this, is amazed that Akane has finally mastered level 7. Kannagi requests the founder to prepare 3 more lessons for Akane, which he gladly agrees to. Kannagi informs Akane, and she thanks him. She also mentions that Hanada has reached Lesson 8. In Saitama Prefecture, Tokorozawa City, a Rank 2 prophecy, Earth-eating beast with the boss Sphinx has occurred. Hanada, sent to eliminate the boss, uses his lightning kick and completely destroys the boss with a single strike. With this, he completes his level 8 lesson on the lightning kick. The captain of the Todoroki squad praises Hanada and proposes that he join their squad. Hanada, like Akane, wants to think about which squad he should join. He asks Akane for advice, and she, excited to compete with him, claims that no matter which squad he chooses, she'll win against them. Kannagi, who is on a joint call with them, is happy that they're both getting stronger and declares that he should get up and start training too. As Kannagi is talking, Suo gets annoyed that Oribe the cat always clings to Kannagi and not him. He yaps about it, and as he tries to pull the cat away from Kannagi, Akane asks if they've heard the rumor about a new squad forming. Kannagi hasn't heard about it, so she explains that a new squad is being formed to fill the gap left by Makoto's squad. The captain of this new squad will be selected from the member with the highest achievements. Kannagi takes the news lightly, but Akane has something else on her mind. She reveals that the real question isn't who will become the captain, it's whether Kannagi wants to form his own squad. At first, Kannagi brushes it off as a joke, but then he freezes, realizing the weight of what she's saying. Kannagi asks Akane why she said that. She reveals that there is a certain desire within the anti-prophecy, as there exists a force in the world capable of eliminating all prophecies. Kannagi is taken aback by this revelation, and Akane adds that she too desires such a force. She explains that everyone in the squad is searching for a strong-willed leader, and she believes Kannagi has the qualities to be a capable squad captain. Just then, Akane's squad captain calls for her, prompting her to excuse herself from Kannagi and say goodbye. This conversation leaves Kannagi deep in thought about the possibility of becoming a squad captain. Meanwhile, Ichika asks Suo about Kannagi, to which he reveals the discussion about him potentially becoming a captain. Ichika also believes that if Kannagi wants to, he could easily take on the role, and Suo agrees with her. Lost in thought, Kannagi seeks answers from the founders, who appear just as uncertain about what to advise him. Since they had all devoted their lives to following a master, they lack experience in leadership. The mage founder, realizing this, calls them useless teachers for being unable to guide Kannagi in this situation. Hinoki then turns to the founder of military strategy, Ryan, and asks for his opinion. Ryan, however, refuses to intervene, stating that it is not the right time, as there is already someone qualified to guide Kannagi. Before Kannagi can process this, his thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a wooden spear striking the ground inches away from him. Looking up, he sees Ichika approaching, urging him not to waste his time overthinking and instead continue his training. With a maniacal grin, she challenges him to use his flash step against her. Kannagi agrees, leaping down from the rock and using flash step in combination with ripple step to land softly. Ichika watches in amazement, wondering about Kannagi's true identity. To her, the level of skill he has attained in just 6 months is impossible for a normal awakener. Recalling Hinoki's rigorous training sessions where he failed countless times while learning flash step, Kannagi lets out a laugh. However, before he can dwell on the memory, he senses an aura of energy surging toward him. Noticing Ichika charging at him with her wooden staff infused with energy, he swiftly dodges. The staff strikes the rock behind him, splitting it cleanly in half. Suo, witnessing this, is stunned. Ichika, undeterred, reminds Kannagi that she doesn't care whether he is focused or not. She will force him to be. Kannagi, now slightly nervous but fully attentive, holds his stance. Inside him, Hinoki realizes that Ryan was referring to Ichika as the qualified person to guide Kannagi. The mage founder also comes to understand that Ichika is remarkably strong for a modern awakener, as expected from Hinoki's descendant. However, Hinoki denies having children, claiming it might be his brother instead. He acknowledges Ichika's strength, noting that since she trained someone as powerful as Makoto, she might be a living successor. However, as he says this, he notices her using a technique called Skyfall, something he has never seen before. This technique launches an electric zap toward Kannagi, who barely evades it. Realizing the sheer strength behind the attack, Kannagi understands that Ichika is going all out against him. Ichika charges forward and follows up with her Purgatory Sword technique, unleashing a powerful strike at him. Meanwhile, Hinoki watches in excitement, realizing that Ichika has developed a new technique by refining all the knowledge passed down to her. Outside, as Kannagi dodges the attack, Ichika is impressed. It's a technique he has never encountered before, yet he still managed to evade it. She praises Kannagi's one-handed sword style, noting that it closely resembles the techniques of the founder. This comment shocks Kannagi, and before he can respond, Ichika adds that he might be worrying about whether he could ever become as strong as Makoto. Kannagi is stunned, as this is exactly what has been weighing on his mind. Suo, overhearing this, is also taken aback. Kannagi's grip on his sword tightens as he recalls witnessing Makoto's strength firsthand. How he was an extraordinary squad captain. This is the very reason Kannagi keeps questioning whether he can ever reach Makoto's level. To his surprise, Ichika tells him that he doesn't have to be like Makoto. She suddenly yells at him to pay attention, channeling her energy as she executes her sword technique, Tengu Dance, creating a powerful water tornado. She explains that this technique was developed by past masters who built upon the founder's techniques. While these techniques may never match the founder's power due to the immense difference in strength, the masters never stop trying, gradually getting closer over time. Hearing this, Kannagi finally understands what she means. Ichika then reveals that she doesn't know exactly how great a captain Makoto was, but from what she knew of him, he must have been an incredible leader. She adds that it won't be the same for Kannagi in the beginning, but if he polishes his skills, he definitely has the potential to reach that level. Pointing her wooden stick at him, she advises Kannagi not to try to become like Makoto, but instead to focus on the path entrusted to him. Hearing this, Kannagi remembers when Makoto shook his hand. Thinking back on that moment, he realizes he must look toward the future instead of dwelling on comparisons. A smile appears on Ichika's face as she declares that, for the sake of that future, she will train him herself. With that, they both engage in intense training, pushing each other to their limits. 2 weeks later, at the Anti-Prophecy headquarters, Hibiki and Todoroki, two squad captains, review the list of newly recommended squad candidates. The list, submitted by the superintendent themselves, includes Kannagi and Ichika. Some members find this selection odd. Meanwhile, outside the HQ building, a dark figure speaks on a cell phone, informing someone that they have successfully infiltrated the facility and that the new squad captain exam will take place in 3 days. This figure carries the Book of Doom and boldly declares that they will soon become the new squad leader of the Anti-Prophecy. This figure is none other than Eva, a member of the 12 Apostles of Apocalypse. Eva possesses a skill called Heavenly Demon, which allows her to replace the existence of anyone she kills. Her goal is to become the captain of the newly formed squad of the Anti-Prophecy and destroy the organization from the inside. As Midori continues his killing spree against the 12 Apostles, more than half of them have already fallen. Since they cannot defeat Midori head-on, they have decided to sabotage the anti-prophecy from within. Their motto is that they will do anything to fulfill the prophecy. 3 days later, at the grand training field of the anti-prophecy, the selection examination for the captain of the new squad is underway. As all participants gather, the instructor announces that there will be 4 tests, with only 4 people advancing to the final stage. The exam follows a point system. First place in each test earns 3 points, second place earns 2, and third place earns 1. In the end, the candidate with the highest score will be elected as the captain of the newly formed squad. The superintendent watches as the instructor urges all participants to give their best effort. In unison, they yell, "Yes!" Among them, Kannagi feels the weight of everyone's gaze. There are 8 candidates: Koki from the Yagarama squad, Akihina from the Yorozuya squad, Sonobe from the Yashima squad, Hisagi from the Kakabe squad, Sakazaki from the Tsarazaki squad, Shikami from the Todoroki squad, and Jiru from the Hibiki squad. However, the real danger lies in the fact that one of them is actually Eva, one of the 12 apostles, an imposter hidden in plain sight. And then there is the special recommendation, Kannagi. Unlike the others, Kannagi stands alone, as his squad captain Ichika is nowhere to be seen, oversleeping as usual. However, she sends him a message, warning that if he doesn't win, she will personally make him regret it. Determined to avoid elimination before Ichika arrives, Kannagi steels himself for the competition. Meanwhile, Ichika rushes toward the training ground, riding on Suo's back. She yells at him to go faster, knowing that if they don't hurry, they might miss the crucial moments. She has complete faith that Kannagi will win and refuses to miss his victory. Back at the training field, the first test begins, which is mana measurement. To everyone's shock, Kannagi releases an immense amount of energy, shattering the measurement device and securing first place. Akihina from the Yorozuya squad, who ranks 5th in the test, is stunned by Kannagi's overwhelming power. Sakazaki takes 3rd place, while Sonobe secures 2nd, both realizing that Kannagi is an anomaly. Sakazaki remarks that such irregularities occasionally occur when a genius in either physical strength or mana appears in the exam. He speculates that Kannagi is a mana prodigy, much like another participant, Shikami, who ranks 7th. On the points table, Kannagi takes the lead with 3 points. As the instructor announces the second test, hand-to-hand combat, the real battle begins. Each participant must face an opponent, and a victory will earn them 2 points. As the instructor announces the first participant, Shikami voluntarily raises his hand, requesting to face Kannagi. Shikami is the strongest regular member in hand-to-hand combat and is also considered an irregular. When he was just 2 years old, he was caught in the emergence of monsters from another dimension. However, even as a baby in a cart, he single-handedly killed all the monsters, shocking his own mother. He protected her and became a legend. In the audience, Hibiki accuses Todoroki of cheating by sending Shikami into the hand-to-hand combat test. Todoroki argues that there is nothing wrong with choosing his strongest member, as Shikami is blessed with both magical talent and immense physical strength. He boasts that he has been training Shikami since he joined his squad, and to this day, no one has ever beaten him in hand-to-hand combat. Hearing this, Hibiki wonders if the match will end instantly, considering Shikami's combat abilities are practically unbeatable. As the fight begins, Shikami approaches Kannagi and asks if he has really been giving lessons to Hinata. Remembering the founders, Kannagi replies that he is merely a messenger. Shikami doesn't understand what he means but continues, claiming that someone out there is advising and teaching Hinata, who is already a super genius. He adds that even without Kannagi's guidance, Hinata will surpass his current level on his own. Instead of arguing, Kannagi simply agrees with him, which only annoys Shikami further. Enraged, Shikami activates Violent Bite, transforming into a monstrous form. In an instant, with blinding speed, he lunges at Kannagi. Kannagi ducks just in time, but Shikami follows up with a powerful claw attack. Watching this, Todoroki is thrilled to see his fighter going all out. As Shikami swings with all his might, Kannagi sidesteps the attack. Seizing the moment, Kannagi shifts into Kudu's stance, grips Shikami's wrist, and with tremendous force, slams him into the ground. The impact erupts in a massive shockwave, sending rocks flying across the field and startling everyone. As the debris settles, both Kannagi and Shikami are airborne. The other participants are in awe. Despite Kannagi merely redirecting Shikami's attack, the sheer power of it was enough to devastate the entire battlefield. Even Kannagi himself is impressed by Shikami's strength, though Shikami assumes he is being sarcastic. Despite the powerful blow, Shikami lands safely on the ground, shocking everyone that he managed to do so despite the destroyed terrain. Akihina, analyzing the situation on his laptop, remarks that this outcome was inevitable. Shikami's physical boost is irregular, and the sturdiness of his body far surpasses that of a normal awakener. Regaining his composure, Shikami charges at Kannagi once again. Kannagi realizes that simply countering Shikami's attacks won't be enough to win. He needs to try something different. Activating his founder power, he delivers a light kick at the charging Shikami. He then multiplies the attack using the penetration technique, Luminance Kick, striking Shikami multiple times while he is still airborne. Everyone watches in shock as Shikami crashes to the ground, defeated. The instructor quickly intervenes, stopping the match before it escalates further, and declares Kannagi the winner, awarding him 2 additional points. The other squad members are amazed. This guy just physically overwhelmed Shikami, despite Akihina's earlier claim that he was an irregular. Akihina, now furiously typing on his laptop, hadn't expected Kannagi to be so exceptional in hand-to-hand combat. He initially assumed Kannagi would be eliminated naturally if left alone, but now it's clear that Kannagi is becoming an obstacle in his plans. As Shikami regains consciousness and opens his eyes, he is shocked to see Kannagi casting some kind of spell on him while he lies on the ground. Kannagi reassures him that he is healing his wounds, which only astonishes Shikami further. An irregular in both mana and physical prowess, now capable of healing too? It seems almost unbelievable. Shikami, still processing what's happening, asks Kannagi if there's anything he can't do. This question makes Kannagi recall the time he desperately tried to bring back his fallen Makoto squad members but failed. After healing Shikami for a while, Kannagi tells him he should be able to stand now. As they speak, a loud bang suddenly erupts nearby. Kannagi looks over and reveals that it marks the final match of the hand-to-hand combat exam. Shikami, now alarmed, wonders how long he has been unconscious, realizing it must have been quite some time. Kannagi calmly tells him it has only been 5 minutes. According to Kannagi, after their fight, the other battles started simultaneously. 2 of the pairs finished instantly, but Akihina and Hisagi are still fighting even after 5 minutes. Both remain determined, exchanging a relentless barrage of blows with full force. As Hisagi charges at Akihina, she pushes him back with a powerful attack, mocking him for lacking any special abilities. She taunts that without unique skills or traits, he is unfit to be a captain. Akihina steadies himself and counters her remark, stating that he is not the type who seeks to stand out. According to him, even if an ordinary person were to take on the captain's role, death would be the only outcome for them. He believes that a captain must have the ability to adapt to any situation in order to increase the survival chances of every squad member, even by just 1%. Akihina declares that this is his goal, ensuring that he does not suffer the same fate as the Makoto squad. This statement strikes a chord with Kannagi, as Akihina is speaking about his fallen comrades in such a manner. Shikami also takes offense and warns Akihina to watch his words. Back in the fight, Hisagi executes her disciplined chainsword technique, generating an energy whirlwind as she charges straight at Akihina. Even though Akihina blocks the attack, the sheer force sends him crashing to the ground. Hisagi quickly follows up with another strike, but just as she is about to land the hit, Akihina unexpectedly surrenders. The instructor immediately stops the match, declaring Hisagi the winner, leaving her in shock. Another squad member quickly restrains her as she fumes with rage, furious that Akihina gave up so easily instead of putting up a real fight. Akihina, on the other hand, claims that he expected the battle to last longer, so he chose to preserve his energy for the upcoming tests. As he walks away, he knows that he could have defeated Hisagi if he had tried, but he does not want to reveal his full strength just yet, especially with Kannagi closely observing the fight. The second stage of the exam, hand-to-hand combat, concludes with Kannagi leading the scoreboard with 5 points, followed by Snonobe with 3. The instructor announces a 30-minute break before the start of the third examination. He also reveals that in the next round, the 4 participants with the lowest scores will be eliminated. As the lunch break begins, Kannagi wonders about Ichika and Sue, who should have been there but are still missing. Meanwhile, outside the anti-prophecy headquarters building, Sue finally arrives, carrying Ichika. Exhausted from the effort, he is confused when she starts heading toward the courtyard instead of the training ground. When he questions her, Ichika reveals that she can smell traces of an aura, one that suggests someone has recently died there. According to her, it appears to be the residue of an awakener who was killed by an overwhelmingly powerful monster. Hearing this, Sue is stunned. If an awakener was truly killed here, it means someone may have infiltrated the anti-prophecy headquarters, despite this place being a well-kept secret. Ichika argues that the 12 apostles are strong enough to have figured out how to find this location, shocking Suo even further. When he asks about their possible motive, she ignores the question and instead suggests they head to the training venue. In her mind, however, she knows that whoever died was likely at the level of a squad captain. But with no official reports of such an incident, the situation is becoming more intriguing. Now, not only Midori, but also Ichika, Suo, and, most notably, Kannagi are all working toward the same goal, avenging Captain Makoto's death. During the lunch break, as everyone patches up their wounds, eats their meals, and casually converses, Akihina sits alone, focused on his laptop. Meanwhile, Kannagi, who is sitting with Shikami, becomes excited when he notices his comrades, Ichika and Suo, arriving. The atmosphere shifts as others grow nervous upon recognizing Ichika, one of the 5 elite members of the Anti-Prophecy Special Task Force, alongside Midori. Suo, observing the gathered captains, feels uneasy. Ichika had claimed that a captain had been killed, yet all 7 captains are present on the training ground. Hearing this, Ichika smirks and calls Kannagi over to share something important. She tells him everything, shocking him with the revelation that one of the captains might actually be a member of the 12 apostles in disguise. According to Ichika, the probability is high based on the aura residue she sensed in the courtyard. The individual who died was undoubtedly at a captain's level, yet all captains are accounted for, making the situation highly suspicious. Logically, it should be impossible. But if someone is disguising themselves as the victim, then there is an imposter among them. Realizing the potential danger, Kannagi grows tense, and Suo agrees. The person who just killed a captain-level individual is standing among them. I know it's an Among Us reference. Cheeky. Suo fears that if they don't solve this problem soon, there may be more victims. If they leave it as it is, there's a possibility that a prophecy at a level where human extinction is inevitable might appear. However, Ichika, with an evil grin, suggests a far more ruthless approach, killing everyone there to eliminate the threat entirely. Suo and Kannagi immediately oppose the idea, arguing that they only need to find and eliminate the one member of the 12 apostles lurking among them. Ichika, now excited, points out that if they are dealing with the 12 apostles, this might be their chance to avenge Makoto. After all, they are the ones responsible for his death. She asks Kannagi if he feels the same, and as he recalls what happened to Makoto and their squad, he confirms. Suo, clenching his fists, also remembers everything that happened to his brother. Kannagi then turns to Azure, the founder of the detectives, for his opinion. Azure suggests that he should first examine the crime scene, but given that they are in the middle of an examination, he knows that isn't possible. Kannagi considers hurrying there since there's still some time left before the lunch break ends. However, Azure warns that this might alert the culprit. If the apostle they are dealing with is as strong as the one they faced at the snowy mountain, he could easily wipe out everyone here if he wished. They need to be prepared if that happens. Taking this into account, Kannagi decides to head to the training ground after today's test, but asks if there's a possibility that even the founders wouldn't be able to detect any aura residue at the crime scene. Hinoki then reveals that they have been near a volcano for the past month, where he trained and mastered his one-handed sword technique. He explains that the volcano might be interfering with the flow of their chi, potentially making it difficult to sense any residual energy. Mage also reveals that if the aura can only be sensed at close range, it is almost certainly from a 12 Apostles class enemy. Azure, annoyed that they are taking over his detective work, is about to protest, but Hinoki shuts him down, suggesting they focus on catching the culprit so he can kill him. Returning to the interrogation, Azure tells Kannagi to ask Ichika a question. Kannagi then asks if there is a possibility that the apostle infiltrated as a candidate rather than as a captain. This catches Ichika off guard, but after a moment, she confirms that it's possible if they are talking about the captain candidates. However, she insists they cannot rule out suspicion on the squad captains either. Kannagi understands but quickly forms an idea that he plans to use in the next test, assuming it involves combat abilities. However, just a few minutes later, the instructor announces the start of the third stage of the examination, revealing that it is a written test, completely shocking Kannagi. The candidates are seated in private chambers where no phones are allowed, making it impossible for Kannagi to gather any information about the infiltrator. The test focuses on the rules of the anti-prophecy, something Kannagi doesn't understand at all. However, he refuses to give up, determined to push through. When the test ends, the instructor announces the results. Kannagi fails to earn any points, while Akihina jumps to second place with 3 points. The last 4 candidates, including Shikami, are eliminated. Kannagi feels embarrassed about getting the lowest score in the writing exam, but as he stands there frustrated, Shikami walks up to him and encourages him, telling him that he did well. Both Kannagi and Shikami receive 0 scores in the writing test, but Shikami is especially frustrated about Akihina earning full marks. Despite this, he praises Kannagi for maintaining first place and assures him that he will be cheering for him in the second half of the exam. He wonders who will be selected as the new captain and adds that after the captain is chosen, the superintendent will also evaluate whether the newly formed squad will function properly. Shikami explains that the minimum number of members in a squad is 7, meaning the captain must recruit at least 6 more members. He advises Kannagi to start considering which candidates he will recruit once he becomes a captain. Placing a hand on Kannagi's shoulder, Shikami offers himself as a squad member, emphasizing his strong physical abilities. Then with a grin, he walks away, wishing Kannagi the best for the rest of the exam. As Shikami leaves, Azure approaches Kannagi and tells him to visit the crime scene. However, something in Azure's confident tone makes Kannagi realize that he has already identified the culprit. Azure confirms this, but states that he still needs solid evidence to make an official deduction. He then declares that they will now go on the offensive against the 12 Apostles. The mage explains everything that has happened so far, and mentions that Detective Azure assists Kannagi with his deductions and methods. This annoys Hinoki, as the mage speaks in a roundabout manner, but she does so intentionally to lighten the mood with her narration. They are at the crime scene, where Azure takes over for Kannagi and begins examining the area. As expected, everything aligns with his suspicions. With the victim's identity confirmed, he now also knows who the culprit is. Hearing this, Hinoki realizes that their opponent is indeed one of the 12 Apostles, which means he might have obtained the Book of Doom, the same one the last apostle possessed. The mage then asks what they should do next. Just as Kannagi is about to respond, he suddenly feels a surge of energy and is transported into a cloudy realm. There, he encounters an old lady who, when asked, simply claims to be a random granny passing by. She inquires about his investigation, and Kannagi reveals that a murder has been committed. The culprit has taken on someone else's form and appears to be highly skilled. Upon hearing this, the granny asks if they should find the culprit now. However, Kannagi explains that they already know who it is, not by mere guesswork, but with solid proof. Despite this, he admits that he cannot expose the truth just yet. The granny is confused, as she believes that revealing the culprit and eliminating them immediately would be the best course of action. However, Kannagi argues that while it may seem that way, there are actually two culprits instead of one. He insists that it would be better to take them both down at once when they are in the same place. He decides to deal with it in the morning, but requests that the old lady, who is actually the superintendent, refrain from interfering and simply observe. She smiles, wishes him luck, and reiterates that she is just a passing granny who will not interfere. As she is about to leave, Kannagi reveals his name to her, prompting another smile from the old lady. Suddenly, a strong surge of energy rushes through him, and he regains control of his body. In a top-secret location, the assistant questions the superintendent, asking if it was wise to leave things as they are. The granny, however, assures her that she doesn't mind, as Kannagi seems close to the truth and appears to have a plan. She claims that she is merely interested in seeing what he will do next. She then orders the assistant to instruct the other officers to provide backup for Kannagi if anything happens. The assistant agrees but admits that even after walking near the residual traces, she didn't find anything particularly interesting. Still, the superintendent places her trust in Kannagi's words. The assistant is puzzled as to why the superintendent has so much faith in him. In response, the granny reveals that it is because of the confidence and determination she saw in his eyes. The next day, as Kannagi walks through the woods, Shikami joins him, explaining the details of the next test. This test will evaluate their performance based on how well they would function as a squad captain. Shikami already expects Akihina to rely on his strategic skills, but he expresses his support for Kannagi instead. Kannagi thanks him, but suddenly, out of nowhere, asks why Shikami deliberately dropped out of the examination. After a brief yet sinister pause, Shikami turns to him and claims that he changed his strategy midway. Instead of becoming a captain himself, he now prefers to operate in his own way under the command of a strong captain. Kannagi narrows his eyes in suspicion and accuses Shikami of doing it so he could eliminate all the promising members of the squad. Ichika is also present, hiding in the trees just in case. Hearing Kannagi's suspicion, Shikami openly admits that he has no problem killing someone if it is necessary for a replacement. He explains that during the third test, he struggled to write anything because his brain could only process and retrieve the information already stored in it, which is why he ended up with a score of 0. Calling himself a fool, he accepts that it would be better for him to simply eliminate Akihina's body instead. As they step into an open field, all the squad captains and members surround them. In the center, Todoroki is chained to the ground, while Hibiki and another captain stand beside him. With her usual casual and cocky demeanor, Hibiki refers to Shikami as Mr. Apostle and asks him to introduce himself. Realizing his disguise has been exposed, Shikami deepens his voice and reveals his true identity, Ava, the ninth apostle. Ava then explains her ability, adding that she can also extract information directly from a host's brain. She claims that she killed Shikami because he possessed the strongest physique among the contenders. Hibiki smirks and asks if Eva's goal is to sabotage the anti-prophecy from the inside. Ava confirms this, but admits that since she has failed, she now has no choice but to kill everyone present. However, before doing so, she wants to know who first discovered her true identity. Hibiki points toward Kannagi, who is standing right beside Eva. With an evil grin, Ava glares at him and remarks that she never expected him to have the audacity to stand so close to her. Turning to face him, she radiates immense energy and demands to know who the hell is he. But how did all of this happen? Right before Shikami's body was taken over by Eva, Todoroki had told him that he would recommend him as a candidate for the new squad captain. This news excited Shikami greatly, though Todoroki cautioned him that the information was still a secret and would only be officially announced the next morning. Getting even more excited, Shikami joked that despite it being a secret, they were practically yelling it out loud, which would definitely inform others. Todoroki then reassured him, stating that Shikami was one of the strongest individuals there in terms of physical power and would undoubtedly make a great captain. Seeing this level of confidence in him, Shikami agreed, feeling determined to do his best. However, just as he was fist-bumping Todoroki, something slashed him into pieces. In an instant, Shikami was cut down right in front of Todoroki, leaving him utterly shocked and unable to process what had just happened. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed through the air, mocking Shikami's weakness and questioning if this was truly the standard for a squad captain candidate in the anti-prophecy unit. The figure then answered its own question, claiming that the squad had only grown strong thanks to artifacts and the one who had provided them. Stepping forward, the figure introduced herself as Eva, one of the 12 apostles, and declared that she was looking forward to their future. Walking up to Shikami's lifeless body, Eva activated her heavenly demon skill, taking complete control over it. As she is channeling her power, Todoroki, with his mighty punch Vajra, smashes her entire body into a splatter of blood. Tearing up in rage, Todoroki breathes heavily, but to his shock, he suddenly hears applause from behind him. The same Shikami he had just seen die is now clapping, praising Todoroki for managing to kill a 12 apostle with a single hit, just as expected from his master. Stunned, Todoroki turns around to see Shikami standing there, seemingly alive. However, before he can even react, his body is instantly sliced in half by Eva, who had taken on Shikami's form. With a wicked grin, Eva then activates the Necromance Dance artifact, resurrecting Todoroki as a corpse slave bound to her will. Now under Eva's control, Todoroki agrees to serve her, addressing her as Eva. But before he can say anything else, she slaps him so hard it nearly knocks him over. Correcting him, she demands that he call her Shikami, ensuring that no one grows suspicious of her disguise. Todoroki nods, complying, and the two share a dark, twisted laugh. Meanwhile, at the crime scene, Kannagi and Azure investigate. Using his unique skill, Theatrical Detective, Azure rewinds time to witness everything that transpired there. This powerful ability allows him to replay past events at a crime scene, giving him a first-hand view of what truly happened. The only condition is that Azure himself must possess the evidence and personally deduce the culprit, not just by looking at the clues, but by reaching a conclusion on his own. Additionally, this ability allows him to predict future crimes before they happen. However, there is a significant drawback. If Azure ever fails to deduce a case correctly, the skill will be permanently lost. This means that for the rest of his life, he will never be able to use it again. As Azure explains this ability to the founders, they are disgusted by how underhanded Eva's technique is, killing someone and taking control of their body. However, the room falls into shocked silence as everyone turns their gaze toward Kannagi, who is overflowing with mana, his rage uncontainable. With fiery determination, he vows not to forgive the apostle. Back in the present, still burning with fury, Kannagi launches a devastating attack, a flash reflection punch, enhanced by his penetration spell, aimed directly at Eva. He also uses Luminance Fist, and as he strikes Eva's face, a massive energy blast erupts, sending her flying. She tries to land, but the force is so immense that she skids backward, struggling to regain her footing. However, as the dust settles, Kannagi is shocked to hear her laughing out loud, calling him cruel. Despite being struck by multiple techniques, she still talks, mocking him by bringing up his friendship with Shikami, questioning why he attacked her so mercilessly. Kannagi, already expecting this, knows he can't defeat Eva with his current strength. Eva, still reeling from the punch's recoil, claims that it's nothing and mocks him, saying his attacks feel like he's just playing around. As the recoil fades, Eva yells that these kinds of attacks won't do anything against her. Kannagi agrees, but reveals that he was never the one meant to defeat her. All he was doing was buying enough time for the mage founder to take over his body. As the founder takes control, she claims everything, and Kannagi's body becomes engulfed in energy. Seeing this, Eva realizes that Kannagi might be the person the satellites warned about, someone who has become completely different. But instead of feeling fear, she becomes even more excited. With a wicked grin, she summons hundreds of mummies from the sky, their terrifying screams echoing. She declares that life is boring until one faces death, so they should fight with all their heart's content. Azure, watching the mummies descend, remarks that they seem like nothing more than empty shells, controlled by Eva using the bodies she has taken before. Laughing out loud, Eva boasts that all of these mummies possess the same physical strength as Shikami and challenges them to come at her. Looking around, Hibiki notices that there are roughly 100 bodies, all on the same level as Shikami, which shocks a candidate standing nearby. Kannagi, witnessing this from his consciousness, finds it disgusting that Eva is using the bodies of those she has trampled over. The mage, who is standing beside him, notes that he has changed, and so have the founders. As the mummies shoot toward the ground, the mage, controlling Kannagi's body, declares that Eva has underestimated him. With that, she unleashes multiple electric zaps, electrocuting all the mummies mid-air and shocking Eva. Mage takes it personally as Eva summons her minions and lets them free fall in front of her, forcing Mage to strike them before they land. As the burning mummies rain down from the sky, Eva is left confused, wondering what Kannagi just did. There are people who master unparalleled accuracy through intense training, but Kannagi simply used his skill without batting an eye and managed to hit every single target without missing. The mage instructs Kannagi to stand beside her and study her actions. Our boy finds it amazing that even though she is using a weak body, she can still cast all of her spells efficiently. Calling him closer, Mage explains that while Kannagi was only seeking power for himself, the founders, on the other hand, were eager to use their power through his body. Kannagi is confused, unsure of what she is talking about. Mage continues, stating that even after everything, Kannagi, drunk on immense power, still felt closer to his goal, which was simply to become stronger. Meanwhile, all the founders are also drunk on Kannagi's unparalleled talent. However, after experiencing the tragedy of losing a friend, someone who trusted Kannagi with the future, Mage concludes that Kannagi is angry from the bottom of his heart. Pointing at the founders, who are all excited, Mage claims that they all like the current version of Kannagi. Eva, hearing this, is confused. She charges at Kannagi, yelling that the rule of the world is simple: the weak get trampled by the strong. Just as she is about to strike, an electric spark erupts in front of her, stopping her mid-charge. Eva, bewildered, looks around and notices the sky raining down with thunderstrikes. Mage reveals that many people think like Eva, but he remembers witnessing an existence powerful enough to destroy the tower, only to be toyed with and devoured by beasts from another dimension. Mage, who observed her comrades fall, now stands for those who were weak, vowing to avenge them. As she walks toward Eva, Mage, still in control of Kannagi's body, calls Eva frustrated, mocking her for lacking the strength to fight. Eva, on the other hand, can't get back on her feet as she is continuously blasted by the thunderstrikes. Mage knows that even though Kannagi trained in the mountains, laughing on the outside, deep inside, he wanted revenge. She ensures that all the founders share the same belief, that Kannagi will one day reach the same peak as them. Extending his hand forward, Mage assures him that if he ever needs help, they will lend it to him, and if he feels sadness, he should point to what caused it, and they will put an end to the prophecy. Without hesitation, Kannagi points at the airborne Eva, and suddenly, she is struck by lightning bolts that tear her body into pieces. Everyone is left in shock, while the instructor realizes that Kannagi resembles Midori when he was a child, a monster in the making. As Eva lies in pieces on the ground, she can't comprehend how this young boy not only destroyed all her minions, but also obliterated her body. Kannagi, walking toward her, asks if she now understands their strength and states that he has a lot of questions to ask her. He adds that he knows many people skilled in interrogation and wants to talk to Eva about everything that happened. However, in a deep voice, Eva reveals that she can't fight Kannagi in her current form and admits that her boss was right about it. Suddenly, a coffin emerges from the ground and Eva calls it her trump card. Kannagi is shocked, while Eva explains that, hundreds of years ago, one of the founders, known as the 10,000-man army slasher, was responsible for destroying the tower. To Kannagi's horror, Eva unveils the body of Hinoki Reichiro inside the coffin. All the founders, especially Hinoki's spirit, are stunned that she has possession of his corpse. Without a word, Mage casts a thunderbolt spell, striking down the coffin. This shocks Hinoki, but Mage states that this is now the real deal, as Eva has already taken control of Hinoki's body. In front of them, Hinoki's corpse stands, gripping his blade. Eva, thrilled by her newfound power, declares that she can now fight them on equal footing. Kannagi, taken aback by the overwhelming pressure filling the air, realizes that this aura is even stronger than what he felt while training with Ichika. But that's not all. With a snap of her fingers, Eva summons hundreds of minions from the ground, calling it the second wave. Kannagi begins to worry, but Mage reassures him that it's nothing. As Eva continues summoning her minions, a sudden explosion erupts behind her. Turning around, she sees Kannagi's friends arriving. Ichika, Suo, and the others, standing ready for battle. He is not alone! Eva feels annoyed, believing Kannagi to be alone in this ordeal. As she observes him speaking, Kannagi realizes that the corpse's voice and speech pattern are identical to Hinoki's. Despite their friends joining the battle, they struggle to defeat the minions, as Eva remarks that these ones are far stronger. This time, the minions possess a physical hardening skill, and even when one of the members unleashes their full power, the attack leaves the minion unscathed. To their horror, each minion possesses a unique skill, making them formidable opponents. With their overwhelming numbers, the anti-prophecy members find it increasingly difficult to fight them head-on. Hibiki, who has been closely observing the battle, activates her sound visualization release skill, summoning a sound phoenix that obliterates a group of minions in an instant. However, despite her powerful attack, she remains wary, realizing that each minion's strength is enhanced by their individual skills. As if things weren't chaotic enough, Todoroki suddenly breaks free from his chains and slam dunks one of the younger members with crushing force. However, Hibiki reacts just in time, rescuing them from certain doom. Amidst all that, Eva is reveling in the chaos, thoroughly enjoying herself. She smugly declares that in a battle like this, only the squad captains have a chance of survival. Hearing this, Kannagi turns to the other founders for their opinions, but they all remain silent. He then faces Mage and asks her to let him take control of the body for a moment. She is surprised by the request but ultimately agrees. Taking control, he confidently mocks Eva, accusing her of underestimating his friends, something she should not have done. Meanwhile, Hanada finds himself surrounded by minions, but he recalls Lesson 7 from Kannagi. Channeling his fist technique, he summons a dragon, using it as both a power source and a foundation for his attacks. With explosive force, he kicks the hell out of every minion charging at him. A while ago, Founder Spirit Wantak had observed Hanada's muscular yet flexible build, noting his tendency to rely on single-point concentrated strikes paired with his agility. Another founder, Eilerson, had argued that while it was not a bad technique, it could be far more effective with their guidance. Now, in the present, Hanada flawlessly integrates all the techniques they have taught him, moving like a coiling snake, striking from every angle and obliterating the minions with precision. At the same time, Akane stands her ground, ready to face the horde of minions rushing toward her. She remembers Kannagi's advice about the transmute technique, which converts an imperfect substance into perfection. In the past, she could only produce cheap, low-quality weapons. But now, she uses her alchemical prowess to defy limitations, crafting stone golems from the earth itself. This is something she mastered in Lesson 8, and with it, she can even destroy the hardened physiques of the minions with ease. Kannagi asks Hinoki about Suo, but Hinoki assures him that Suo is holding his own. While he may not be as brilliant as his brother, he has his own talents. At this moment, he is skillfully wielding Hinoki's one-handed sword style combined with the Sky Fall skill, cutting down a swarm of minions with a single powerful swing. He then enhances the attack by merging it with Calendula, creating a flower-shaped slash that strikes the minions in a wide area of effect attack. Watching this, Ichika feels a sense of pride, impressed by how her student is seamlessly combining techniques and skills. However, in her opinion, Kannagi's feats remain unparalleled due to the complexity of his combinations. As she continues cutting down minions, lost in thought, she suddenly notices a massive fire tornado forming before her. The sight startles her, as this can only mean that the battle between Kannagi and the 12 Apostles has already begun. However, as she focuses on the fiery vortex, her shock intensifies when she realizes that Kannagi is fighting none other than the legendary founder, Hinoki. Eva charges at Kannagi, wielding Hinoki's one-handed blade style combined with the wave-cutting blade technique. However, our boy effortlessly sidesteps the attack with the precision of Goku in Ultra Instinct. Despite missing her target, Eva's strike completely obliterates the ground beneath them. Kannagi immediately counters with Mage's Thunderbolt attack, but it barely phases someone as powerful as Eva. She retaliates with her devastating Dice Slash skill, slicing the entire battlefield into countless cubes, even cutting down her own minions in the process. However, our boy survives, leaping onto one of the floating cubes and recalling that he has endured this very skill with his own body before. Meanwhile, as the battlefield is reduced to shifting cubes, the other members struggle just to stay upright. One member desperately clings to another who is about to plummet into the abyss. But before they can pull them up, the Dice Slash severs his arm, sending her tumbling down. As she free falls, still clutching her comrade's severed arm, Kannagi notices them just in time. Without hesitation, he casts a bubble spell, lifting them all to safety. Mage Spirit, growing increasingly worried, turns to Hinoki and asks what they should do next. However, Hinoki simply leaves the decision up to her, telling her to do whatever she wants. She agrees, and just as Eva unleashes Splitting Cloud, a powerful beam blast that engulfs the entire battlefield, even Hibiki, a squad captain, is left stunned by the sheer madness of it. Meanwhile, Eva is thrilled by the capabilities of a founder's body, marveling at how perfectly suited Hinoki's body is for battle. However, despite this, Eva feels the need to use an even stronger skill. Activating Hinoki's secret technique, Indomitable, she prepares to strike, but to her utter shock, Kannagi catches her sword with his bare hand. Hinoki's spirit watches unimpressed, while Mage mockingly claims that even though Eva is using Hinoki's body, he is still weak. Hearing this, Eva shouts in frustration, demanding to know how a founder's legendary body could possibly be considered weak. Desperate for a stronger skill, she frantically searches through Hinoki's memories, trying to extract something more powerful. As she forces his way deeper into Hinoki's mind, her eyes begin to tear up, as if she has just seen something truly terrifying. Eva's tears stem from the overwhelming memory of Hinoki's past, back when he was still alive during the time of the towers. Just witnessing this memory pushes Eva to the brink of madness. In the vision, Hinoki slices through an entire tower with a single swing of his blade. However, despite this awe-inspiring feat, he grows colder and more detached with each passing battle, Eva struggles to comprehend how a mere human's wisdom and skill could reach such an unfathomable level. Hinoki's memories are filled with countless acts of destruction, severing human bodies, cutting down monsters, slicing through the sea itself, and even wounding the planet. The sheer weight of these memories crushes Eva's spirit, leaving her crumbling under the pressure. She desperately wonders where she should go, how she can possibly grow stronger, but the weight of it all is unbearable. Her very soul begins to fracture, feeling as though it's about to shatter into nothingness. Hinoki's spirit, unbothered and relaxed, simply remarks that Eva's spirit should just break apart. However, another founder quickly warns that if it does, it will go berserk, slaughtering everything around it. And to their horror, that is exactly what happens. Eva's spirit shatters. It lets out a piercing scream, so powerful that it is felt even in the distant city of Takasaki. The force of the scream triggers an immediate evacuation, as residents check their phones and discover that the source of the aura is coming from Nagano Prefecture, a staggering 100 kilometers away. Yet despite the distance, the shockwaves still reach them. Panic spreads as people fear that the end of times has arrived, or that a monstrous entity has emerged. Back on the battlefield, as Eva's scream echoes, the very rocks begin to levitate off the ground. The overwhelming aura crushes down on everyone present, weighing heavily on their shoulders. Weaker members begin coughing violently, their bodies pinned to the ground under the sheer force of it. Kannagi, witnessing this, shouts for Hinoki, but the spirit remains unbothered, still relaxing as if nothing is happening. He simply replies that he has left everything to the mage, and Mage agrees. Meanwhile, as Eva steps toward Kannagi, Mage raises her sleeve, revealing the seal of truth on her arm. With unwavering confidence, she declares that if she must use Kannagi's body, she will end this in just one strike. As she unleashes the seal of truth, Kannagi's body begins radiating with immense energy. Witnessing this, Akane is in complete disbelief. The alchemist's spirit within Kannagi speaks, telling him that he and Akane must watch carefully. He explains that whether it is magic or alchemy, they are the pursuers of truth, and in this moment, Kannagi will reach one of those truths. As he continues speaking, Kannagi's arms become marked with the same seals that Mage once bore. The alchemist spirit wonders if Kannagi's body can withstand the fragments of truth, or if it will crumble under the weight of such power. Meanwhile, Eva's soul is already shattered into pieces, and the only thing driving her body is the lingering residue of her spirit. Yet the body moves instinctively, as if guided by primal urges, just like a wild animal. Hinoki, who was once mature and composed, abandoned his body to this state long ago, and to describe that phenomenon, they call it truth ignorance. As Eva grows more enraged, she unleashes a surge of dark energy, her aura twisting and distorting the air around her. Mage, witnessing this, foresees a future where the energy becomes so overwhelmingly powerful that it destroys everyone, including Kannagi, and even affects people far across the continent. Eva could very well be the end of the world in that moment. Kannagi, realizing the severity of the situation, recognizes the danger in the vision. Mage then activates one of her skills, Magus of Truth, a technique designed to counter the skills of its target. The technique is so powerful that the world itself can hardly bear its immense force. As Eva loads dark energy into her arm and swings it at Kannagi, he effortlessly stops the attack. To her shock, he grips her hand firmly. In that moment, Mage channels a burning light attack, creating a powerful burst of light between them, engulfing the entire area. As the dust settles, Eva is reduced to nothing more than a charred skeleton, while Kannagi still grips her hand. Mage, using Kannagi's body, calls out a final goodbye to Eva's dying soul as her ashes are swept away by the wind. The other founders watch this with determination, but Hinoki rises, clearly annoyed by the fact that his soul and body are now completely separate entities. Mage smiles and turns toward Kannagi, asking if what he has just witnessed will help him in his training. As Kannagi takes control of his body again, he is shocked to see that the field is clear, with all of his comrades cheering for him, as if he had won against the monster. Ichika, however, is worried that he didn't use his sword at all, making her teachings seem to have had no impact. Hanada sighs in relief, while Suo praises Kannagi, saying that he burned that powerful enemy with just one attack. However, Akane has a deeper insight. She understands that Kannagi completely analyzed his opponent's skills and rendered them useless. This makes Akane's hands tremble, as she wonders if it's even possible for a human to reach that peak. Despite the uncertainty, she gains confidence, motivating herself that she will do the same. The instructor is now worried about the massive hole in the field, as it was only an examination. But things went south quickly and spectacularly. Even Todoroki is dead, which makes the instructor annoyed, knowing that he now has to conduct another exam like this. As the members are gathering themselves, one notices a strange, bright circle and becomes terrified. The instructor is also shocked, but to everyone's surprise, it's the superintendent. Kannagi, seeing the superintendent, remembers that it's the old lady from his consciousness earlier. The lady's assistant, who is with the superintendent, is also a bit confused about why she's there. However, Superintendent suddenly kneels in front of Kannagi, claiming that she has been waiting for his return. She says that she has waited hundreds of years for the founders, and now they are finally in front of her. Suo and the others turn to Ichika for answers, but she simply states that they should have known, though this might be their first time seeing her. According to Ichika, the old lady is one of the founders of the anti-prophecy and holds the highest rank in the Japanese branch. Suo, frustrated, exclaims that they already know that, but what's truly confusing is why she is kneeling before Kannagi. Ichika admits she doesn't know either. Meanwhile, Kannagi is just as bewildered, wondering why the old woman from earlier is bowing before him like that. The founders within him are also deep in thought, trying to recall what's really going on, but they can't seem to find the answer. Suddenly, Kannagi is struck with shock as he senses her overwhelming aura. The old lady stands up and asks if Kannagi remembers her, remarking that she has grown old. To make things clear, she turns around and starts shaking her back, calling out to Hinoki to witness her performing the waist dance. All the founders are confused, but suddenly they realize that the old woman is Iyo. Hinoki quickly asks Kannagi to switch with him, and as he does, he greets her. This shocks everyone around, and the assistants immediately take an offensive stance, seeing it as disrespectful behavior toward their superintendent. Enraged, they declare their intent to kill Kannagi and redo the examination. However, Iyo, still dancing with Hinoki, tells them to stand down, assuring them that it's fine. Hinoki playfully rubs Iyo's head, joking that she has already become a granny. Hearing him speak, Iyo suddenly remembers that he used to talk the same way in the past when she was with them. After a while, all the members begin repairing the training grounds and gathering themselves. Meanwhile, deep within the anti-prophecy, at a top-secret location known as the Hut of Everlasting Vision, Kannagi is stunned by the sight of its garden. Iyo explains that, since she cannot reveal her appearance often, a barrier is normally set around the place, so she can live there undisturbed. Kannagi asks if she knows all the founders, to which Iyo begins to explain her story. She reveals that she was an orphan, having lost her family during the era of the Towers. The founders saved her and raised her. Kannagi is shocked to realize that she was just a child during that time. When Iyo mentions that it was 300 years ago, he is even more stunned, realizing that she is over 300 years old. She then reveals that she has been able to stop time using an artifact that freezes time as long as she remains inside the headquarters. Hearing about the artifact, Kannagi suddenly remembers them. Meanwhile, Hinoki's spirit explains to Valentine that the artifact functions similarly to her preservation skill. Valentine agrees, stating that in her prime, she could have achieved the same feat with her skill. However, she wonders where Iyo obtained such a powerful artifact. Iyo explains that within the anti-prophecy, there is a secret division tasked with collecting artifacts, and their existence is kept hidden. However, she reveals that the facility storing these artifacts was recently attacked, resulting in the loss of a large number of them. In response, a special task force, including Midori, was formed to reclaim the stolen artifacts. The detective founder within Kannagi wonders if the attack was carried out by the 10 apostles, which would explain why they are so powerful in the modern era. Kannagi is shocked at how quickly the detective deduced that from such a brief conversation. The detective then reveals that when Eva mentioned her boss as the one who provided her artifacts, he looked into her memory and confirmed it. Another founder explains that instead of recruiting 12 awakeners stronger than Makoto, it would be much easier for the enemy to use artifacts to enhance mediocre awakeners. Hinoki agrees, noting that the two enemies they previously encountered were not as strong as Makoto. Io also agrees, stating that they were unaware of the 12 apostles' existence until they raided the facility. She explains that the apostles now possess the same power as the anti-prophecy's greatest enemy, making them too dangerous to ignore. She adds that they are doing their best to track down their leader, but it seems that Midori will reach them first. This shocks Kannagi. Meanwhile, in Detroit, Michigan, the streets are eerily empty. In an area that looks like a battleground, a turbulence spell suddenly creates a tornado, slamming into the ground with immense force. At the center of it all is Midori, who has just made a shocking discovery. They had assumed the 12 apostles consisted of 12 individuals, but there is also a 13th member. Watching him through an orb, a man lounging on his couch smirks, impressed that Midori has arrived earlier than expected. With a sinister tone, he casually asks whether Midori prefers a cup of coffee or black tea. Without hesitation, Midori chooses him to die, calling him by his true title, Number Zero. Midori launches another turbulence beam toward the floating Number Zero. The beam is so massive that, far away, another member of the special task force, Nishina, notices it. Mikado, who is also with him, remarks that the city is already abandoned, so they should be fine, but he is puzzled as to why Midori is using such a powerful attack. As they discuss, they suddenly sense a strong attack coming their way. Just in time, they leap off the building, which is instantly sliced in half. The structure completely shatters into pieces. Landing on the ground, they decide to leave Number Zero to Midori, while they focus on handling Kamaragi, one of the 12 apostles. Meanwhile, Midori grows frustrated, unable to pierce the bubble surrounding Number Zero, even after using his strongest wind attacks. He wonders if it's the effect of a skill, or perhaps an artifact. Finishing his tea, Number Zero steps out of the bubble himself, mocking Midori and asking if he's done. Without hesitation, Midori instantly casts Wall of Cutting Pearls, launching massive rocks toward Number Zero, triggering a devastating explosion. However, to his shock, Number Zero emerges unscathed, casually comparing himself to a whale among fish in front of Midori. Midori quickly realizes that Number Zero has other means of defense, even without the protective bubble. Seeing Midori standing before him, Number Zero begins to taunt him. He claims that under normal circumstances, Midori would be so powerful and terrifying that he wouldn't even consider him an enemy. Yet now Midori is grieving the death of his friend. To Number Zero, this makes him a pathetic creature. He goes on to say that from the moment Midori was born, he was nothing more than a monster designed for battle. And yet, despite being made for war, he still failed to protect his precious friends. These words ignite a deep fury within Midori. Enraged, he lunges at Number Zero with overwhelming power, his eyes burning with killing intent as memories of the past flood his mind. Memories of what happened 23 years ago. At that time, deep in the mountains, Shinonome, a special task force member, stood in shock, staring at a brilliant surge of energy erupting from a massive crater. Yelling in disbelief, he realized that this was all that remained of the Midori family mansion. Superintendent Io is also there, witnessing the remains of the destroyed mansion. At the center of the devastation, something emits a tremendous amount of energy. As she steps closer, she realizes the source. It's a baby, radiating an overwhelming aura. The intensity of the energy makes them believe that the entire disaster was caused by this child's birth. Without hesitation, Superintendent Io rushes toward the baby, enduring multiple cuts on her body due to the sheer energy pressure surrounding it. Despite the pain, she pushes forward, finally reaching the child. She gently picks up the baby, whispering words of comfort, assuring it that everything is fine now. Feeling the warmth of Io's embrace, the baby slowly stops crying. As a result, the violent surge of wind around them dissipates, revealing Io, bruised and bloodied, yet firmly holding the child in her arms. She declares that this child will be raised by the anti-prophecy. Later, the baby is given a name, Midori. 9 years pass, and Midori, now a young boy, is preparing to leave the facility. A teacher named Hinoki Hiaradu, along with a 12-year-old Ichika, tries to stop him, warning him not to cause any trouble. The man warns Midori that if he goes through with this, the anti-prophecy will hunt him down. Unfazed, Midori agrees, but as the master turns away, he cryptically states that this was the very reason he let Midori live. Ichika, standing nearby, feels the tension in the air but suddenly starts laughing. The master, annoyed, questions why she's doing that. Midori has always been exceptionally strong, breaking every record and considering everyone else weak in comparison. However, one day he meets Makoto, who casually tosses a wooden stick toward him and asks if he wants to be his partner for sword training. Midori is confused, but Makoto simply smiles and holds his sword forward in invitation. At that time, Makoto was the same age as Midori. With that, they begin training together, but Midori was unable to defeat Makoto in sword fighting. It annoyed him, but he kept trying, constantly asking Makoto to spar with him one more time. Makoto, wanting Midori to learn his lesson, fights him again, and the result is the same. Midori loses. Frustrated, he yells, demanding to know why he can't win despite trying his hardest. Nishina, who is also present, reveals that Midori is too strong, which might be the reason. Midori doesn't understand what he means, as he is always losing to Makoto. A voice from outside chimes in, saying that it's a compliment for Midori. The voice belongs to Makoto, who at the time was 14 years old. Midori keeps breaking his wooden swords while fighting Makoto, so Makoto explains that even if Midori wins, he will still break his sword in the process. To illustrate the point, Nishina shows him an egg, explaining that when someone exerts their full power, it's difficult not to break the eggshell while holding it during a fight. Midori remains confused, so Makoto picks up the egg and throws it with full force. However, he gets shocked to see that despite hitting the ground, the eggshell doesn't even crack. Picking up the egg, Makoto explains that Midori just needs to balance his offensive aura with the aura that protects the shell, and it's not a skill, but something that comes with time. While he is explaining, Nishina throws all the eggs at the wall, and even after hitting it, none of them break. Midori is amazed, seeing that not a single eggshell shatters. Makoto hands an egg to Midori and explains that if he wants to win against Makoto in swordsmanship, he needs to adjust his aura. Once he does that, even with his overwhelming aura, he won't hurt anyone around him. As Makoto starts to leave, Makoto calls him out but is hit by an egg on the head. Makoto turns and sees it was Midori, who wants him to join him in the training for aura adjustment. Makoto, returning the favor, asks him to apologize to him first. He then kicks the egg crate and uses his power to make them levitate. However, when Midori tries the same, all the eggs explode or shatter around him. However, after trying for a while, Midori manages to create a hole in the wall with the egg, and it doesn't even break the eggshell. They both then start training in swordsmanship, and now that Midori knows how to control his aura, they can spend a whole day sending blows at each other. Seeing this, Nishina and Makoto are also excited and ask him to fight them next. 4 years later, Midori is taken into the Special Task Force, and Makoto leaves for his own ventures. Midori is heading towards a prophecy to support the European branch, as he heard there is a special rank prophecy called the Pandemonium. Midori then asks if Makoto is still looking for a sword master to teach him. Makoto confirms it, reminding Midori of his own words about finding a master by himself. Makoto puts his fist forward, claiming that he wants to stand equally with him. Midori, with a smile, fist bumps him, revealing that he will be waiting for him. After that, Midori does everything for his friends. As long as they are alive, Midori has the determination to keep doing what he's doing for their sake. He just wanted friends, but the 12 apostles took that away from him. Coming back to the present, remembering all that, Midori charges toward number 0 with full-on killing intent while the guy stands there nonchalantly. However, just as he is about to strike, number 0 pulls out a golden egg artifact and breaks it in front of him. It unleashes a berserk life stampede spell, creating a massive sun-like glow between them. Other special task force members also notice it and wonder if Midori did it. As the glow lightens a bit, they see Midori emerge from it, radiating a strange yet powerful aura. Seeing Midori, Makoto asks if he has already defeated number 0. However, Midori doesn't say a word. They call out to him, but to their shock, Midori reveals that he doesn't know them. Nishina instantly realizes something worse has happened and yells at Makoto to back off. But it's already too late, as Midori has his hand on Makoto's forehead. With an evil smile, he uses the turbulence spell, creating a strong whirlwind. After the 3 members of the Special Force Japanese branch go missing, another special task force from the USA branch, including Marquise and Ashton, is sent to investigate the matter. Upon arriving, Ashton touches the ground and realizes that the residual energy in the area is extremely strong, indicating that it was the epicenter of an explosion. Marquis is amazed by the size of the crater Midori created and understands why he is called the world's strongest man. However, he is confused about why someone as powerful as Midori suddenly disappeared along with his team. Ashton also has no explanation for their disappearance. The news of Midori's disappearance reaches the Japanese branch, causing the situation to descend into chaos. At the Everlasting Vision Hut, the assistant superintendent grows nervous upon hearing the reports and struggles to believe the news. Io, equally worried, asks if there is truly no information about Midori's whereabouts. She questions Midori's assistant, Rin, but even Rin is unaware, as the artifact that connected her to Midori has been destroyed. Io finds the situation deeply unfortunate. As they discuss the matter, Kannagi arrives, now officially a squad captain, wearing the captain's cape. He feels slightly embarrassed about his new role, but the assistant superintendent reveals that his promotion came from the unanimous recommendation of all the other squad captains and the superintendent himself. Kannagi had even fought Eva, leading everyone to believe he is the only one capable of filling the gap left by Makoto. Kneeling down, Kannagi recalls his vow to surpass the founders as soon as possible and to prevent any further deaths. He thanks them for their trust and, with the founders' legacy behind him, confidently declares that he will do his best to meet the expectations of the anti-prophecy. Hearing this, Io becomes excited, claiming that she always believed he was the best-suited candidate for the captaincy. However, she suddenly grows serious and gets straight to the point, asking for his opinion on a pressing matter. A while back, Kannagi, who had been pursuing members of the anti-prophecy to offer them positions in his squad, now finds himself sitting in front of the superintendent, being asked for his opinion. The situation feels like it has escalated quickly. As the superintendent speaks, a door suddenly materializes behind Io, adorned with a tiger drawing. The sudden appearance shocks Kannagi, and as the door opens, Io introduces 2 members of the Special Task Force, Nishina and Makoto, both in a severely beaten-up state. Io reveals that Nishina and Makoto were part of the same Special Task Force as Midori, and are the only ones who know what truly happened. Makoto begins to explain that while in Detroit, Midori's body was taken over by the leader of the 12 Apostles. This revelation leaves Kannagi utterly stunned. Makoto continues, stating that the ability used to control Midori seems similar to the one Eva had previously employed. He speculates that it is likely caused by an artifact, though the specifics of the artifact are not important at the moment. The critical point, Mikado emphasizes, is that Midori, once a protector of his friends, has now been turned into an enemy of humanity. This horrifying reality shakes Kannagi to his core. Mikado adds that Midori resisted the control as much as he could, buying time for Nishina and Mikado to escape. Before fully succumbing, Midori apologized and made a final request. He asked Kannagi to defeat Number Zero on his behalf. Hearing this, Kannagi is left speechless, overwhelmed by the weight of Midori's words. The assistant superintendent places a hand on Kannagi's shoulder, expressing his high hopes for him. However, he reminds Kannagi that he still hasn't met the minimum requirement of 7 members for his squad. Currently, Kannagi has Honda, Akane, and Suo, but he needs to quickly recruit 3 more members. This, the assistant superintendent states, is Kannagi's immediate task. Hearing the urgent need to recruit more members for his squad, Kannagi rushes out to find suitable candidates. He spots a young boy from the Hibiki squad and immediately begins chasing him, pleading for him to join his team. The boy, however, is visibly nervous and runs around in a panic, shouting that he will never leave the Hibiki squad under any circumstances. Just as the boy thinks he's escaped, he comes face to face with Akane, who is standing calmly in his path, holding a permission letter signed by Hibiki himself. The boy is stunned, unable to believe that his captain, Hibiki, would allow him to leave. However, after reading the letter, his disbelief turns to shock as he realizes it's genuine. Reluctantly, he agrees to join Kannagi's squad. With this, Kannagi and Akane successfully secure their 4th member. Meanwhile, outside, Hanada is attempting to recruit Akihina for the squad. His approach, however, is anything but conventional. He performs a strange, exaggerated leg-stomping gesture as an invitation, which Akihina finds utterly bizarre. Hanada insists it's an order from the captain and declares that he wants Akihina on their team. Akihina, however, refuses outright, explaining that his goal is to participate in the next captain's exam, as a position has opened up following Todoroki's death. Undeterred by the rejection, Hanada suddenly launches a powerful kick toward Akihina, testing his reflexes. To Hanada's surprise, Akihina effortlessly dodges the attack, showcasing his unique evasion skills. Impressed but not defeated, Hanada presses on. Akihina, now intrigued, proposes a challenge. He agrees to join the squad on one condition. Hanada must land a single touch on him within 60 seconds in the courtyard. If Hanada succeeds, Akihina will gladly join their team. Hanada confirms if he can use any means necessary to achieve this, and upon receiving Akihina's approval, he summons the glowing dragon around himself, determined to win the challenge. Akihina starts the timer on his laptop. Somewhere inside the limestone cave of the anti-prophecy unit, Akihina meets Captain Tsurukai, who appears to be fishing in a 17th dimensional crack called the Underjaw. Tsurukai reveals that sometimes he catches big fish there. Noticing Akihina, he asks if he is applying for the replacement exam for the Todoroki squad. Akihina confirms it, but states that he wants to be a captain who doesn't want to die. Tsurukai responds by telling him that his goal is still achievable without even becoming a captain. This shocks Akihina, who asks if the captain thinks he's not suitable. Tsurukai, reeling in a monster shark, claims that he believes Akihina is lacking something. Coming back to the present, Hanada is charging at Akihina, who is trying to avoid any physical contact. Despite getting inches close to him, Hanada isn't able to touch Akihina even once. Hanada is amazed, realizing that Akihina is using some kind of evasive skill to dodge his attacks. Akihina is using Omni-Egos, a skill he has tried to hide from everyone for a long time. His Omni-Egos allows him to teleport to a designated location within a 100-meter range. Although he needs to visit the target location at least once before the skill can be used, once it's set, he can teleport there with fast and high precision. Despite Hanada sending blow after blow, Akihina manages to dodge every single one using his skill. This proves challenging for Hanada, but he takes it as practice, knowing that in the future, he'll have to fight against Midori. While teleporting around and evading blows, Akihina asks Hanada what kind of redeeming quality he sees in Kannagi. Hanada, continuing his attacks, reveals that he doesn't know anything specific. He flies into a kick toward Akihina and admits that he knows about Akihina's ideal squad captain image, to increase his squad's survivability by 1%. Hanada finds this admirable, but claims that he wouldn't put his life in the hands of a captain who prioritizes the chance of survival over everything else. This comment annoys Akihina, but Hanada explains that if someone always thinks about themselves, they won't be able to achieve the goals they're meant to. As he says this, Hanada recalls his childhood when he saw his family's bodies lying around, killed by a prophecy. This event instilled in him the determination to shut down all prophecies. With that motive, he finally understood that Kannagi has the capability to do just that, which is why he decided to become his subordinate. Hearing this, Akihina realizes what he's lacking to be a captain: the ability to be relied on by others. As he focuses back on dodging, he knows he's winning the fight and hopes to use this conversation as a reference in the future. With the countdown at 5 seconds, Hanada starts messaging someone on his phone, claiming that someone is just on time. Akihina is confused when suddenly Suo, using his calendula spell combined with Skyfall, strikes from above, destroying the entire courtyard where they were standing. This completely removes Akihina's ability to teleport, and Hanada seizes the opportunity. He leaps off the building and uses a flash kick to tear off a piece of Akihina's clothing. The clock hits 0, but tearing off the cloth counts as a touch, making Hanada the victor. He lands down while Sue asks if destroying the entire courtyard was worth it. Hanada brushes it off, praising Suo for his help. Meanwhile, in the background, Akihina is furious, but after typing something on his laptop, he calms down and agrees to join Kannagi's squad. Hearing this, Hanada and Sue high-five, while Kannagi and Akane bring in another member, Iryu, who is chained up. Kannagi, noticing the destroyed courtyard, is in shock, but Suo reveals that he's counting on Kannagi to write an apology letter for the damage. Hanada tries to calm everyone down, suggesting that Rin could fix the courtyard, but the main problem is that they still need one more person for their team. Akane doesn't know anyone else and asks if Kannagi has any recommendations. Kannagi points toward the special task force members, Ichika, Mikado, and Nishina, and reveals that he has already accepted them into his squad. From that day on, they are temporarily Kannagi's subordinates and will fight in his squad. Somewhere else, at the Watchtower, the remaining members of the 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse hold a meeting. Only 5 of them are left, but they are confident because they have the world's most powerful weapon, Midori's body. To them, it seems like they are one step closer to wiping out the anti-prophecy unit. Number 0 reminds everyone of their motto: everything they do is for the sake of the emergence of prophecy in this world. Inside the prophecy research room of the anti-prophecy, the assistant superintendent asks the director if he has obtained what was requested. The director confirms and reveals that the Book of Doom, once possessed by the 12 Apostles, is actually a single book torn apart. Based on the 8 books that Midori brought, they determine that the recent incident is part of the prophecy, specifically one concerning a special rank called Bhagavad Gita. According to him, in order to destroy the world, the 12 Apostles need Midori's power, which alone is sufficient. Meanwhile, over the sea, Midori and Hajime, a member of the 12 Apostles, are flying toward an unknown destination. Out of nowhere, Midori asks Hajime if he has ever read the Gita, to which Hajime denies. Midori explains that it is one of the Hindu scriptures, emphasizing that humans should fulfill their duties with a selfless heart. According to Midori, whoever wrote a prophecy like the one currently unfolding likely harbored a deep hatred for humanity. As they fly over New York's Times Square, a family notices them, and a child excitedly recognizes Midori as the world's strongest awakener. The crowd quickly follows suit, cheering and clamoring for pictures. They also notice Hajime referring to him as a samurai. As the gathering swells with excitement at the sight of their heroes, Midori gives Hajime the order to begin their mission. Without hesitation, Midori starts channeling an energy ball in his hand, while the crowd continues to cheer, unaware of what is about to unfold. As a father captures a picture of his child with Midori in the background, Midori suddenly unleashes the energy ball into the air, engulfing the sky completely. The ball transforms into a massive tornado, and from within it, the real Midori desperately yells at Number Zero to stop. However, it is already too late. Number Zero has already cast the spell Turbulence upon them. At the cafeteria of Anti-Prophecy, Kannagi is busy lecturing when Suo rushes toward him, urgently showing him something on his mobile. It is breaking news. New York is burning like hell due to Midori's attack. The report claims that an awakener has attacked and destroyed the city. Meanwhile, at the Everlasting Hut, the American branch superintendent, Vice, is screaming at Io to do something, furious that Midori has just erased an entire city. Io tries to calm him down, but the tragedy has taken countless lives in the heart of the world's economy, New York. She reveals that it is not Midori who caused the destruction, but rather the leader of the 12 apostles, who is controlling his body. She further explains that they have already identified him as Warren Hastings, an Englishman. She speculates that he might be working alongside invaders from another dimension. Vice is shocked by the revelation, while Io discloses that the 12 apostles are using artifacts that are not under the supervision of Anti-Prophecy. According to her, someone or something is supporting them. Despite hearing her reasoning, Vice argues that the responsibility still falls on Io, as the man who destroyed an entire city came from their special task force. He warns her that the White House is even considering using nuclear weapons against Midori. However, Vice knows that even nuclear weapons won't have any effect on Midori and asks Io what she plans to do. Back at the cafeteria, Kannagi asks Suo if he has completed Lesson 15 along with the others. Suo confirms, but to his shock, Kannagi appoints him as the vice captain of the Kannagi squad. He then orders him to instruct everyone to continue their lessons until they receive deployment orders. He suggests that Irian and Akihina always argue, so they need to focus on teamwork to achieve perfection. Suo wonders what Kannagi himself will be doing in his free time, to which Kannagi reveals that he will be sleeping, and this time, it will be a deep sleep. He orders Suo not to allow anyone to wake him up, and since it is Kannagi's command, Suo accepts the order, placing his trust in him. Back at the Everlasting Hut, Io reveals that she is planning to face Midori and the others head-on with their strongest elite unit squad. At headquarters, Kannagi reaches his room and instantly falls asleep. In his dreams, he takes out his sword and begins practicing with Hinoki, while all the other founders stand ready to teach him. However, to Kannagi's shock, Hinoki instantly slashes him into pieces in a flash. He regenerates immediately, only for Hinoki to cut him apart again. Hinoki reminds Kannagi that it was he who insisted on not holding back in training, so now he will devour him. Saying this, he charges at Kannagi with full force. Another founder tries to intervene, but Wantak and Mage stop him. Other founders argue that while short-term training might require such extreme measures, Kannagi is dying too frequently, and his soul may soon be dispersed. However, they all understand that Midori is the strongest awakener of this era, and the current Kannagi stands no chance against him. It may be a desperate training method, but it is the only path to victory. The founder from earlier warns that there may still be a limit to how much Kannagi can endure. But the alchemist reassures her, stating that there is no need to worry. Kannagi is not a delicate man. Mage, witnessing Kannagi being sliced apart again and again, still believes that he will overcome this. Kannagi apologizes to Hinoki, feeling immense pressure just standing in front of him. It feels as if he has been thrown into a blizzard atop a frozen mountain. Regaining his breath, Kannagi stands against Hinoki once more, only to be slashed in half instantly. However, to his surprise, he manages to cut a single strand of hair from Hinoki's head. Before, he couldn't even reach a single hair, but now he has managed to do so. Despite being killed countless times, Kannagi remains determined to grow stronger. He rises again and again. Meanwhile, in Mumbai, at the gateway of India, Aradib of the Indian branch of Anti-Prophecy's Special Task Force becomes excited upon seeing Midori there. He reminds Midori that without him, the special rank Prophecy Blazing Fire boss would have turned Mumbai into charcoal. With a smile, he asks if, despite them once protecting the city together, Midori is now here to destroy it. Midori dismisses his words as futile, stating that while it is his body, it is being controlled by Number Zero. Mocking Aradib, Number Zero sneers at the idea that Midori could regain control. To toy with him further, he delivers Midori's entrapped thoughts directly from his mind, Midori's voice, apologizing and urging Aradib to run. However, Aradib refuses to flee. This is his hometown, and he is prepared to fight until his last breath. At the Everlasting Hut, Io explains the century-old war between humankind and the beings from another dimension to the superintendent's assistants. During the era of the Founders, it was the tower that first appeared, followed by the crack and the prophecies. Throughout the long history of war, there have always been humans who collaborated with these beings to destroy the world. As she explains, one of the assistants, watching the news of India's fall, becomes alarmed, realizing that the enemy now seems to be heading toward Europe. Io expected this, but remarks that it would have been preferable if they had gone straight to Japan instead. When the assistant asks why, she reveals that since Number Zero only recently took control of Midori's body, he shouldn't be able to fully harness its power yet. Furthermore, he is in a situation where the more he fights, the stronger he becomes. Saying this, she instructs the assistant to summon all the captains. She then turns to Tengen, the male assistant, and informs him that he will also be sent to the battlefield. Tengen responds with a joke about how they only use him for labor during peacetime. However, the real shock comes when Io announces that she will personally join the fight as well. Meanwhile, the Kannagi squad is in the final stages of preparation. They are the only real hope of defeating Midori, but until they are fully ready, Io orders the other squads to delay him. Hibiki and the other squad captains, visibly tense, ask how long the preparation will take. Io reveals that, according to Kannagi, he needs 2 days. She then declares their destination, the Pacific Ocean, where they will attempt to stop Midori. There, the entire Japanese branch of Anti-Prophecy gathers, preparing for battle. As Midori charges toward them, he casts his powerful turbulent spell directly at them. However, it is stopped in its tracks by Io's own defensive spell. Midori, visibly surprised, narrows his eyes, while Io smirks and mocks him not to underestimate them. A while back, as the captains were heading to the ocean to fight Midori, Hisagi and her squad members ran to their captain, pleading to be taken along to face the leader of the 12 apostles. The captain refuses, but Hisagi, tearing up, insists that even if they can't make a significant impact, they can at least serve as shields to protect the captains. The captain, along with the others, turns to face them and asks if they understand why the captains have chosen to participate in such an unreasonable battle. He explains that even though they know they won't return, as the power levels are vastly different, they still hold on to the hope that their subordinates will survive and carry on the fight. The captains place their trust in their subordinates, believing that they will take on the responsibility of protecting the world. Saying this, the captains leave, leaving their subordinates behind. While some break into tears, others steel their resolve, determined to protect the Kannagi squad until their preparation is complete. Even though their eyes are filled with sorrow, they know they must act instead of merely crying. And they must act quickly. The squad captains, along with the superintendents and assistants, teleport to the ocean, where they now stand face to face with Midori. As Io effortlessly blocks Midori's turbulent spell, The other captains watch in amazement at her immense power. Midori too is taken aback by this unknown ability. Number 0. Reading through Midori's memories. Recognizes Io as the superintendent of anti-prophecy, a mother figure to Midori, who has always kept her true strength hidden. Io, standing before him, declares that this is the first time in 100 years she has used her abilities on the battlefield. None of the captains have ever seen her unleash her full power before, but now, before their eyes, she activates her 8-Eta mirror spell. This spell has 2 stages. The first stage allows Io to completely nullify any ability as long as she understands its effects, granting her a 100% defense rate. The nature of this ability is a direct countermeasure, combining perfectly with a mage's advanced analytical skills. Wasting no time, Midori follows up with his blazing turbulent spell, unleashing a barrage of powerful tornadoes toward Io. Seeing them, the captains realize that this is the same skill that burned all of India to the ground. However, to their fortune, Io knows this ability and effortlessly deflects it. The second stage of her skill allows her to copy an ability once she has reflected it in the first stage. As she sends her own tornadoes, they collide with Midori's and completely destroy them. Midori, now focusing on the battle, understands how her skill works, but grows annoyed as he senses someone trying to attack him from the side. One of the captains launches his infinite fist attack, bombarding Midori with a barrage of punches. Each time a punch lands, Midori feels his body growing numb. However, despite delivering countless blows, the captain is shocked to see that Midori remains unfazed. Suddenly, the captain grabs Midori in midair and signals the others to attack while he restrains him. Hibiki instantly activates her sound visualization release, Phoenix, while the other captains follow up with their own powerful abilities, striking Midori all at once. However, Midori counters them with his Wall of Cutting Pearl spell, generating a massive blast of tornadoes that crash into all the captains. As the smoke clears, Midori emerges unscathed, mocking Io for bringing weaklings to fight him. But just as he speaks, he senses a powerful aura above him. Looking up, he sees the superintendent's assistant summoning a massive sun-sized energy ball, preparing to unleash it upon him. Midori immediately realizes that this ability grows stronger the longer it is channeled. As he attempts to summon his own energy ball to counter it, the female assistant uses her slave maker spell, shackling his hand. Midori is stunned. He hadn't expected them to have a warp awakener. Now trapped in the shackles, he is unable to cast his spells. Meanwhile, the male assistant finishes channeling and hurls the massive fiery sphere toward the immobilized Midori. Seeing the attack closing in, Midori realizes he can't dodge it. However, if he unleashes his most powerful wind-based attack at the last moment, he might be able to lessen its impact. But just as he processes this plan, he notices another identical fireball coming from the opposite side, created by Io using her mirror spell. Both fireballs collide, erupting in a massive explosion, engulfing Midori in the fiery blast.
Thank you for watching. Please like, subscribe, and ring the bell icon to support the channel. Stay tuned for upcoming videos.